Chapter 1200. Unseal the Bloodline. Lu Zhan was a little puzzled. However, he did not think too much about it. To him, Luo Tian was a person he could not understand at all, who knew when he would come up with something he could not understand. He did not want to understand Luo Tian anymore. Then, Lu Zhan's aura was fully released, enveloping the surrounding few kilometers. All the auras in the surroundings were within his senses. If a warrior who was not particularly strong entered, he would immediately sense it. Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief and sat down cross-legged. He glanced at Lu Zhan and said, "No matter what happens, don't come near me. Remember, even if my life is in danger, don't save me." He had a premonition in his heart. The seal of the four divine beasts' bloodline was not so easy to undo. Lu Zhan looked at Luo Tian's serious expression, nodded and grinned. "Don't worry, your life is harder than iron. No matter who dies, you won't die." In an instant, Lu Zhan also noticed that Luo Tian's expression was a little too serious. His heart tightened slightly, and he became especially careful. Dongfang Xiong had repeatedly touched Luo Tian's bottom line. If he did not kill him, Luo Tian would not forgive himself. However, he was also clear that for a Platinum Force family to be able to stand tall in Misty City for so many years, he must have his strong points. The Taiyan realm was able to deal with ordinary experts, but if he met an expert, he had no chance of winning. Furthermore, the Dongfang family was now relying on Haijia. According to Dongfang Shua, the Dongfang family now had a Haijia expert overseeing it. If he wanted to uproot the Dongfang family in one go, he must have absolute power and not give Dongfang Xiong any chance. So, Luo Tian thought about unsealing the four divine beasts' bloodline. When he saw Lu Zhan and Huangfu Ye's bloodline awakening power at the assessment grounds, he was also tempted. If the bloodline of the four divine beasts could be awakened, then his own strength would be greatly improved. Huff! Huff! Luo Tian took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. The anger in his heart disappeared temporarily. Then he entered the one with the mind state and entered a state of selflessness. He moved his right hand and took out the heaven-fusing cauldron. His left hand moved. A drop of Earth Dragon King's blood spirit energy floated above the heaven-melting cauldron. Immediately after, another drop of blood spirit energy from the pill-devouring devil bug appeared. In order to unseal the bloodline seals of the four mythological beasts, Luo Tian had to use high-grade blood spirit energy. One was at the 8th grade, and the other was at the 9th grade, just in case. "Fall," Luo Tian said softly. With a thought, 2 drops of blood spirit energy fell into the heaven-fusing cauldron. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of violent explosions sounded like beans being fried. The divine cauldron exploded with an incomparably dense elemental energy aura as it flickered with a dazzling light. Luo Tian's consciousness completely entered the divine cauldron as he carefully observed every change in the 2 drops of blood spirit energy. Holy **T. Lu Zhan was shocked by everything in front of him as he thought to himself, 2 drops of high-grade blood spirit energy. What exactly is he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to fuse these 2 drops of blood spirit energy into one? This is too crazy. Indeed, Luo Tian wanted to fuse the 2 drops of blood spirit energy into 1 drop. Boom! Boom! The sound from the divine cauldron became louder and louder. The surrounding elemental energy fluctuations also became chaotic. The dark night sky seemed to have sunk by quite a bit, and the surroundings seemed to be particularly oppressive. Even Lu Zhan was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Luo Tian was already drenched in sweat. Fusing the blood spirit energy was an extremely long process. During this process, there was no room for distraction. Furthermore, Luo Tian had to continuously release the pure elemental energy from his body to provide the heaven-fusing cauldron's operating power. The elemental energy was like water being drawn. It was crazily drained from Luo Tian's body. Half an hour passed. The divine cauldron was still operating, and the 2 drops of blood spirit energy were still frantically trying to fuse together. 2 hours passed. The 2 drops of blood spirit energy were controlled by Luo Tian with his mind. The impurities within them were removed, and they became extremely pure. The 3rd hour, the 2 drops of blood spirit energy began to slowly fuse together. Thread by thread, the rhythm was extremely slow. During this time, the slightest mistake would cause all of his efforts to go to waste. Furthermore, he would waste 2 drops of blood spirit energy. There was even a possibility that the powerful force of the blood spirit energy would backfire into his body, causing unnecessary damage. Luo Tian was incomparably careful. At this moment, he was the only one left in the entire world. He was completely immersed in it. The 4th hour, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly widened, and he suddenly roared, "God, explosion!" Rumble, the sound of a huge thunderbolt exploding in his body rang out, and the entire heaven-fusing cauldron became frantic. Under the God explosion, the 2 drops of blood spirit energy suddenly fused under Luo Tian's suppression. In that instant, the heaven-fusing cauldron exploded with a red light, as if the cauldron was about to explode. Done! Boom! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing with the power of blood spirit. Item: blood spirit energy grade. Great perfection realm, it's a success! Luo Tian took a deep breath and looked at the drop of incomparably pure blood essence in the divine cauldron. This drop of blood essence had successfully fused with the power of the God explosion after he released it. Lu Zhan also heaved a sigh of relief. He felt even worse than Luo Tian. He hadn't breathed for a few hours, and his heart was in his throat. Seeing Luo Tian smile, he also took a deep breath and said, "This is really crazy. Only you can think of something like this, and you even succeeded. I can't help but admire you. However, if I stay with you, I will get a heart attack sooner or later. Just now, my little heart almost couldn't take it anymore." Lu Zhan retracted his aura and walked to Luo Tian's side. "Brother, don't play like this anymore. Do you know that if 2 drops of blood spirit energy were to explode, this entire slum would be razed to the ground? It doesn't matter if you die, but this young master is still a virgin. I don't want to die." Luo Tian did not get up and said faintly, "This is only the first step. The next step is the most crucial part, and it will take a long time. We must not let anyone get close, or else. Speaking of which," Luo Tian smiled, "then we will really be blown up into the sky." Lu Zhan's chrysanthemum immediately tightened. He stared at Luo Tian and said, "Being with you is my bad luck of 8 lifetimes. Just a few hours ago, I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. Now you are telling me that this is only the first step, and the second step is even more dangerous. Are you trying to take my life? Why don't you stop undoing the seal and take this drop of blood essence out for auction? I believe that it will fetch a sky-high price. It will be more than enough to hire a few Emperor Realm experts as bodyguards." The first chapter has been delivered. Chapter 1201. The 2 drops of blood spirit force fused into 1 drop. Moreover, it was the highest level of blood spirit force, the perfect blood spirit force. It was even more powerful than an ordinary perfect blood spirit force, because it had 2 attributes: the Earth Dragon King's powerful physique and the demonic Tao of the Dan-devouring demon insect. The 2 were perfectly fused together. If he really took it out to auction, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire continent. Just as Lu Zhan had said, if he could sell it for a sky-high price, he would definitely be able to hire a few Emperor Realm rankers as his bodyguards. However, compared to the sky-high price, what Luo Tian needed more was to unlock the seal on the 4 divine beasts' blood veins. He had a premonition now. Once the seal on the 4 divine beasts' blood veins was unlocked, the power in his body would increase by an unprecedented amount. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled and said, I'm going to start. Lu Zhan did not say anything else and walked to the entrance of the courtyard. His aura spread to the furthest distance, and even his breathing became lighter. Although he said that he was unwilling, he also wanted to see what kind of bloodline was hidden in Luo Tian's body, and why he needed to use the blood spirit force of a demon beast to unlock it. Everything was ready. Luo Tian adjusted his body to its best state. Then, with a move of the idea, he directly swallowed the perfect blood spirit force into his body. Unlocking the seal on the 4 divine beast's blood veins was different from unlocking other skills. It required the fused blood spirit force to enter the body, allowing the blood in the body to absorb and fuse with it, thus breaking the seal on the bloodline. This was a very painful process. If it was said that if the initial fusion of the 2 drops of blood spirit force was very dangerous, then the danger level now was more than 10,000 times higher. The blood spirit force entered his body. Luo Tian's body suddenly sank, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body. Chi-la-la, chi-la-la. Luo Tian's clothes evaporated, leaving only his underwear. His body turned crimson red, as if his body couldn't withstand a high-level deity explosion. Luo Tian frowned. It hurts. Lu Zhan was scared silly. He wanted to go forward and ask, but when he thought of Luo Tian's words, he held back. He silently said in his heart, Luo Tian, please don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, I will be bored in Cloud, Mist College alone. It was not far from their courtyard. Yu Tianhai and Shi Kuan's expressions suddenly changed. Even the 2 of them were incomparably shocked, sweating for Luo Tian. At this moment, they didn't dare to speak. He was worried that any sound would affect Luo Tian. Furthermore, they didn't want to speak either. Luo Tian's performance had already shocked them to the point of speechlessness. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts so much! All the blood vessels in his body felt as if they had burst. It was as if millions of ants were crawling in his blood vessels. This feeling was worse than death. Luo Tian clenched his teeth. If he couldn't bear it, the fusion would fail. I can't fail. Absolutely not. The Crown Prince of Haijia is trying to break through to the Emperor realm. Sooner or later, I will fight with him. I can't fail. He is the Son of Heaven and has everything. What about me? I have nothing. If I fail here, what can I use to fight him? If I can't even pass the Crown Prince, what qualifications do I have to protect the people I want to protect? How can I defeat Haijia? Haijia, the Crown Prince, was like a huge mountain pressing down on Luo Tian's heart. From the day Haijia provoked him, Luo Tian decided to defeat it. All along, the assassination of the Hai family had been going on for a long time, and the Hai family had never stopped making things difficult for him. Not only him, even the people around him had been implicated. Right now, he didn't even know where Lin Dong, Bai Lingling, and the rest were. If he were to fall here, then he really wouldn't have the qualifications to fight against the Hai family. Huff! His heart became more and more determined. The sharp pain was also increasing crazily. Luo Tian clenched his teeth and desperately endured. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The sky was bright, and the east was turning white. It hadn't been solved yet. Luo Tian sat in the yard. The blue stone under his boat was shattered into powder. The soil around him was dry and cracked. The cracks were 1/2 meter deep. His skin and flesh were trembling, and every pore on his body seemed to be regenerating. Lu Zhan looked at Luo Tian, and his heart sank. He thought that he trained very hard. In order to enter Cloud Mist College, he trained like his life depended on it. But compared to Luo Tian, his training was nothing. At this moment, he was completely convinced by Luo Tian. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in his aura. Wang! Lu Zhan's brows shook. His eyes turned and locked onto a spot. He summoned his destiny bow and thought, "Today, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I won't let anyone step into this yard. In less than 5 seconds, an old man over 50 years old landed on the ground. He stared at Lu Zhan and said coldly, "I want Luo Tian's life. You better scram." The old man was called Dongfang Hu, and his cultivation was at Taiyan level 5. He came to check why the 6 people he sent to kill Dongfang Shua had not returned. He saw the few corpses in the yard and then saw Luo Tian sitting cross-legged in the yard. His aura was weak, and his body was red like he had been poisoned. Before Dongfang, who could finish his words, beside him, a few old men wearing the clothes of the Dongfang family landed, their brows slightly wrinkled as they glanced at Luo Tian in the courtyard. They sneered, "Brother Tiger, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That little bastard Luo Tian must be in closed-door training or trying to break through to some realm. Right now, even a martial spirit realm warrior can easily kill him. Once he dies, we can obtain a lot of benefits from the Hai family." "Ha ha ha, our luck is too good." The 5 of them laughed excitedly. Lu Zhan's eyes turned cold. "You want to enter the yard? Only if you step over my body." The moment he said that, an arrow was shot out. "Scoff, you are just a Tai Yen level 1 trash. You dare to be so arrogant in front of us? I think you are tired of living." In that instant, the 5 of them moved at the same time. They didn't care about bullying the weak or whether it was fair or not. Right now, they only wanted to kill Lu Zhan in an instant, then quickly deal with Luo Tian. After that, they would go to the Fair family to claim the credit. This might be a good opportunity for them to rise up. Lu Zhan didn't retreat at all. He pushed the power of his bloodline to its peak. However, he was only a Tai Yen level 1. It was fine to deal with 1 old man, but against 5 at the same time, he was no match for them. At this moment, Shirkuin's face darkened. There are experts approaching. It seems that the heaven-defying aura released by Luo Tian has been detected. I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Brother Yu, go and inform Brother Huangfu. Tell him to come and help as soon as possible. I'll hold them off here." Yu Tianhai frowned and said, "Hold them off? Brother, sure, this person's cultivation is much higher than ours. I'm afraid he's an Emperor Realm Master. How can you resist him? You'll only be throwing your life away if you stay here. Go find Brother Huangfu. I'll hold them off here." No matter what, even if he died, he couldn't let anyone disturb Luo Tian. The 2nd chapter has been delivered. Brothers, the double monthly votes have been activated. The 2 most important days of the month have arrived. Let's go against the heavens for once. Old Cow really needs everyone's support. Monthly votes, let's throw them away. There will be an update at night. Chapter 1202. No one left. Shirkuin didn't, Yu Tianhai didn't, and Lu Zhan didn't either. The 2 people who were secretly protecting Luo Tian knew very well that if any of them left, they wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a breath of time. Moreover, this place was quite a distance away from Cloud Mist College, so it was too late to call Huangfuju. Therefore, they decided to stay. However, Shirkuin and Yu Tianhai did not appear and were still lurking in the dark. At the door, Lu Zhan's fat body blocked the door, his 2 hands stretched out. Grabbing onto the doorframe, he grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and laughed. "I will definitely not let you in as a man, no. As a very handsome man, I must keep my promise to my friends, so... Bastards of the Dongfang family, if you have the ability, then step over my body, ha ha ha, laugh!" Wild laughter. Lu Zhan was like a mad demon. Dongfang, who sneered, "I've seen people who aren't afraid of death, but I've never seen someone as stupid as you. You've only known Luo Tian for a few days, and you treat him as a brother and a friend. What does he treat you as? Lu Zhan, I'll go and persuade you to scram." Uffed! Lu Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood at Dongfang Hu's face and laughed, trying to sow discord. "Bastard, do you think you can make me leave like this?" Dongfang Hu's face was covered in blood, and he gritted his teeth, snorted coldly, and said, "Die!" Killing intent surged. The 5 of them moved again, attacking at the same time. Hands, feet, chest. 5 swords shot out at the same time, directly piercing through. Ah! Lu Zhan let out a blood-curdling scream, but his body still did not move. He stood in the middle like a boulder, blocking the road completely. He promised to help Luo Tian protect him, and even if he had to risk his life, he would do it. This was Lu Zhan. Promises were heavier than the heavens. Moreover, he knew very well in his heart that Luo Tian was now at a critical juncture, and any slight disturbance to his mind could cause him to fail or even be seriously injured. Although he didn't know what seal Luo Tian was trying to break. However, Lu Zhan was clear that it was definitely an extremely powerful force. Lu Zhan's face was pale as he thought to himself, "My ancestor, I'm really going to be killed by you. Can you please hurry up? I really can't hold on any longer." Lu Zhan displayed unimaginable tenacity in the face of the onslaught of 5 high-level Grand Yen cultivators. He was really risking his life. Still not dead. "I'd like to see how much you can endure." Dongfeng, who was infuriated by Lu Zhan. The 5 of them had surrounded Lu Zhan for almost an hour, yet they still couldn't take him down. If news of this got out, how were they supposed to show their faces in misty Cloud City? One sword takes life. Dongfeng, who moved, and a tiger head shot out from his chest and landed on the tip of the sword. A tyrannical tiger-shaped sword qi slashed out and locked onto Lu Zhan's vital gate. He looked at the sword. Lu Zhan clenched his teeth, his heart sank. He turned his head to look at Luo Tian, who was still attacking, smiled faintly and said, "Luo Tian, I'm sorry I can't accompany you to the end. After I die, you must burn a few more beauties for me. We're brothers. This way I can rest in peace." As soon as he finished, Lu Zhan's face darkened as he laughed sinisterly. Come and kill your father." Arrogant laughter. Even if he died, he had to die handsomely and domineeringly. Dongfeng, whose eyes turned sinister, "You dog, go to hell." Gate of life split. With a thrust of his sword, the tiger-shaped sword qi rushed forward like a ferocious tiger, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Lu Zhan's vital gate. He couldn't block it. Lu Zhan didn't try to block it either. His entire body was heavily injured. If he wasn't injured, he might have been able to block it, but now... He laughed out loud towards the sky. 18 years later, I will be a hero again, ha ha ha! The moment the tiger-shaped sword qi was 1 centimeter away from Lu Zhan's vital gate. In a flash, Luo Tian, who was in the courtyard, suddenly roared, "Azure Dragon, open for me!" Clang! There was a loud noise in the sky, and the surrounding air suddenly shrank as if it had been sucked dry in an instant. The qi of heaven and earth went berserk. The space in the courtyard became distorted and extremely unstable, as if it couldn't withstand some kind of power, accompanied by Luo Tian's roar. On the left side of his body, an incomparably sinister azure dragon rushed out, shining with green light and hideous scales. It was at least 10 feet tall. Looking at the moment when the tiger-shaped sword qi fell, the azure dragon didn't move. Instead, it let out a slight breath. It was also at this moment that a dragon's roar soared into the sky and directly exploded above misty Cloud City. It reverberated for a long time and didn't dissipate. All the experts in misty Cloud City were awakened. It let out a breath. But for Dongfeng, who it was a thunderous rage. The tiger-shaped sword qi instantly dissipated into nothingness. The skin on Dongfeng, whose cheeks rolled, and the clothes on his body were directly torn by the strong wind. He couldn't open his eyes and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. No, 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 no. Ah! His body was torn into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. The Tai Yen level 5 Dongfeng, who was directly killed by the azure dragon's sneeze. Damn it! He was so powerful that he couldn't be any more powerful. Lu Zhan was also dumbfounded. Not only him, but even the remaining elders of the Dongfeng family were terrified. They stared at the azure dragon in the courtyard, like it was alive. It was as if their minds were completely crushed, and they even forgot to escape. Dragon! Dragon! Azure dragon! Oh my God! Lu Zhan's eyes lit up, and he was so envious that he almost knelt on the ground. He was so excited that he completely forgot that he was seriously injured. He turned around and looked at the enormous azure dragon's shadow. Shock! Incomparable shock. Shi Kun and Yu Tianhai, who were hiding in the dark, were also shocked. What is this? Why would the azure dragon of the Azure Dragon clan appear on his body? Could it be that he cultivated some kind of powerful cultivation technique? Using the blood spirit force to activate this cultivation technique? Damn. How many secrets does this kid have? He's too awesome. Even the two of them couldn't help but be shocked. They had seen many magical things, but they had never seen a dragon before. One had to know. In the ancient continent, only the 4 divine beasts continent had the legendary dragon. It was a giant creature that only existed in myths. It was incomparably huge and powerful. It had never appeared in the central continent. Seeing the azure dragon on Luo Tian's left, it was like a guard protecting Luo Tian. It was majestic and incomparably valiant, not allowing anyone to get close. At this moment, Luo Tian did not wake up and his eyes were still closed. There was still a painful expression on his face. The seal had not been completely unlocked, and it was still ongoing. At Cloud Mist College, 2 young men who looked to be in their early 20s looked at each other, then at the sky. One of them had a face full of doubt and whispered, "Azure Dragon Ancestor has appeared." The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Chapter 1203. Who is it? Who on earth is it? Have the experts of the Azure Dragon clan entered Yunlan City? What on earth happened? Investigate immediately. Such a big thing has happened and none of you know? Hai Tongtian's face was full of anger, and he was extremely dissatisfied with Haijia's intelligence agency. No matter how powerful Haijia was, it was not as powerful as the Azure Dragon clan of the 4 mythological beasts continent. At this juncture, if the experts of the 4 mythological beasts continent came to help Cloud Mist College, then he, Haijia, would never be able to control Cloud Mist College. The royal ancestor walked out of the secret room and flew directly into the void. Cloud Mist College, Huangfu Ju, Sky Dragon, and Rin Xiaoyao all flew into the void and quickly searched for the location where the dragon roar came from. Huangfu Ju said in his heart, "Could it be that the people of the Azure Dragon clan have already taken action? Luo Tian, you must be safe." Neither Shi Kun nor Yu Tianhai came back. Huangfu Ju felt that something big had happened. In the simple courtyard of the Yi family, Yi Yunmeng pushed her younger brother Yi Qianqing in a wheelchair and looked up at the sky. Yi Qianqing joked, "Sister, you don't think it's Luo Tian again, do you?" Yi Yunmeng was silent for a moment and then said, "Qianqing, I'm going out. It's cold, don't stay outside." While talking, Yi Yunming's figure rose and fell, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Yi Qianqing was dumbfounded. This was the first time his sister had left him alone in the courtyard. He murmured, "It can't really be Luo Tian, can it? Otherwise, why would sister be so nervous? If it's really them, it can't be. Luo Tian is so strong. I really want to see this future brother-in-law. It's just..." Yi Qianqing couldn't help but think of his broken dantian. His body was getting worse and worse these years. Now he could only sit in a wheelchair and become a cripple. A kind of bitterness surged in his heart. There were more and more experts. Powerful auras were constantly surging in the void, and these auras were not concealed at all. When Lu Zhan sensed these auras, his mind was violently shaken. He became even more anxious in his heart. "My ancestor, you have to hurry up. You don't know how many peerless experts have been attracted by the dragon roar just now. Are you trying to turn Misty Cloud City upside down?" Those experts didn't find this place immediately. However, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. The remaining elders of the Dongfang family at the door looked at each other. One of them narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "That azure dragon has completely lost its aura. Luo Tian is still attacking something. In my opinion, this is a chance for us to stand out. Evil comes from the guts." Furthermore, they were very clear that if they could kill Luo Tian at this time, then their gains would be beyond their imagination. Furthermore, this was his only chance. If you don't seize the opportunity, you might regret it for the rest of your life. To any warrior, they would take the risk. The four of them secretly nodded, and at the same time unleashed their strongest cultivation. Taking advantage of the moment when Lu Zhan was in a daze, 3 figures rushed into the courtyard like lightning. Lu Zhan's face was filled with shock, and he said in a low voice, "All of you, stop!" He panicked. He never thought that they would dare to ambush Luo Tian again. Moreover, after they entered the courtyard, they did not stay for even a moment. The 4 of them stabbed out with their swords, and the leader shouted, "Luo Tian, give me your life! After daybreak, our names will resound through the clouds. Ha ha ha! Go to hell!" Lu Zhan rushed forward with all his might, but his entire body was severely injured, and even walking was a problem. He was extremely anxious. Crap! At this time, Luo Tian has no idea what's going on outside. If he's disturbed, he'll definitely die. Shikuin moved in the air and no longer cared about anything else. He thought to himself, "Luo Tian, nothing must happen to you, or else we'll." Yu Tianhai was the same. The 2 of them stepped out from the shadows, and just as they were about to stop the 4 ambushers, the aura on Luo Tian's body was once again a strong change of primitive bestial nature. "White tiger, come out!" Roar. On Luo Tian's right, a giant black and white tiger that was more than 10 meters tall rushed out. On its forehead, the word king appeared. It directly aimed at one direction and roared, "Roar! Ah!" One of them bled from all 7 orifices and died instantly. The other 3 did not give up. The attack continued. The pain on Luo Tian's face increased by another point, and his teeth clattered. "Black tortoise, come out!" Hell! A huge black tortoise blocked in front of Luo Tian. A sword pierced his body, and the sword instantly turned into powder. That person was stuck on the black tortoise's body. His mind was shattered, and his sea of consciousness collapsed. His body shook slightly, and he died. Instant kill. "Luo Tian, I don't believe you can't die." The other 2 were still desperately trying to kill him. At this time, they had no choice but to attack. If they killed Luo Tian, they would be famous. Kill, kill, kill. Luo Tian's face was pale, and his body trembled. He could not bear it anymore. His physical body had reached its limit. Even Fantasy Fairy could not help but be afraid. His physical body could not bear it anymore. However, the 4th bloodline was just a little bit away from being unlocked. Just a little bit. Luo Tian clenched his fists, and his eyes suddenly shook. His eyes were bloodshot, and like a demon, he roared to the sky, "God, burst!" Buzz. His attributes increased. His physical body's endurance also increased. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian roared again, "Vermilion bird, come out!" Wah! With a shrill cry, a pair of fiery wings soared into the sky. A huge vermilion bird hovered above Luo Tian's head. Facing the remaining 2, the vermilion bird gently swung its tail. The bodies of the 2 were directly burned to ashes. A long sword was less than half a centimeter away from Luo Tian's throat. It was extremely thrilling. Azure dragon on the left, white tiger on the right, Fantasy Fairy on the front, vermilion bird on the top. They all appeared. The bloodline seal of the 4 sacred beasts was unlocked. However, it was only the seal that was unlocked. What Luo Tian wanted was the complete awakening of the bloodline, to be able to completely control the power of the 4 sacred beasts. The last step. Luo Tian exhaled heavily and stood up suddenly. As soon as he stood up, the 4 sacred beast phantoms also stood up instantly, becoming more majestic and valiant than before. Luo Tian roared heavily, "Fuse into the body!" Keep. This was the most crucial step. The 4 sacred beasts' bloodlines were not separated. They were one. Only by summoning the 4 sacred beasts and fusing them together would it be considered a true success. Moreover, Luo Tian was very clear in his heart that there were at least 10 Emperor stage rankers rushing over within 100 kilometers. If they saw this scene, he estimated that he would not be able to live for more than half an hour. The 4th chapter has been delivered. Brothers, double the monthly votes. Old Bull urgently needs your support. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please vote for Old Cow. 5 chapters will be updated tomorrow. Chapter 1204. The 4 divine beasts were absorbed into Luo Tian's body. At this moment, his body was like an ancient battlefield. The azure dragon was roaring, the white tiger was roaring, the black tortoise was raging, and the vermilion bird was soaring. The scene was too shocking. When they were attacking, it was the most uncomfortable time for Luo Tian. They wanted to break free from Luo Tian's control, so they continued to wreak havoc and break through the shackles. After a night of continuous fusion, Luo Tian's physical body was on the verge of collapse, and his spiritual power had also fallen into extreme exhaustion. At this time, the 4 mythological beasts were ravaging his body with incomparable savagery, and he was about to collapse. Suddenly, a surge of power surged up from his mind. Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he suddenly shouted in his heart, "All of you, calm down, or I'll cut you!" The ancient tree was extremely unhappy with the 4 divine beasts. Suddenly, a burst of power burst out. The 4 divine beasts trembled at the same time. Luo Tian could clearly feel that they were afraid of the ancient power. "Damn it, I finally saved my life." His heart relaxed. He also took this opportunity to use his mind instructs, in a second, to fuse the 4 beasts into one. A few minutes passed. Luo Tian opened his eyes and said excitedly, "It's done!" "Ha ha ha! The fusion is a success!" Luo Tian's heart was filled with indescribable excitement, but there was also a lingering fear. After a night of danger, he had stepped into the gates of hell several times, and there were several times when he was about to lose control of the power in his bloodline. Fortunately, he clenched his teeth and endured everything. Just now, if it wasn't for the ancient tree's power that calmed the 4 divine beasts down, Luo Tian would have failed in the end. Huff! Huff! Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists, carefully felt the power in his body, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. What an arrogant and overbearing power! Awesome! It was indescribable pleasure. The powerful power contained in the bloodline made Luo Tian excited. This risk was worth it, even if he had to take the same risk 10 more times. Luo Tian would definitely not frown. He would definitely integrate the power of the blood spirits again to unlock the bloodline seal of the 4 divine beasts. He could now clearly feel that the azure dragon was on his left, the white tiger was on his right, the black tortoise was in front of him, and the vermilion bird was observing everything from behind. The 4 mythological beasts were like 4 guardian deities guarding Luo Tian from the front, back, left, and right. It felt as if he had broken through dozens of times in a row. His strength had risen to a height that even Luo Tian himself could not imagine. However, the only thing Luo Tian wasn't happy about was that he hadn't awakened the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts. He simply unlocked the seal on his bloodline. How powerful were the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts? Once they were awakened, how powerful would they be? Furthermore, if the current Luo Tian were to awaken the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts, then his body would definitely not be able to withstand it, and his body would directly explode from the power in his bloodline. Therefore, it was a fortunate thing that he did not awaken his bloodline. Luo Tian stood up and shouted loudly, "Awesome!" His entire body, every pore, and even every cell was filled with explosive power. This feeling was too great. An entire night of exhaustion, the collapse of his body, and the lack of mental strength instantly disappeared. Lu Zhan's entire body was covered in blood. Seeing that Luo Tian had spoken, he walked over with difficulty and asked, "Your King awesome. This young master almost lost his life for you." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Fatty Lu, I will remember everything you've done today." While they were talking, Luo Tian unleashed a regeneration technique. Buzz. The art of regeneration covered Lu Zhan's body from head to toe. In just a few seconds, the wounds on his body were regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like the art of regeneration in the Tianxian continent. Lu Zhan was shocked. He lowered his head to look at his body. "Damn, it's all healed. Your healing technique is too powerful. Even a god-level cultivation technique is only SOO." Luo Tian himself was also startled. Logically speaking, the regeneration technique was a secret technique in the profound sky continent. In the ancient continent, it could not be considered a high-level healing technique. In the past, it could only heal a little bit every time it healed. Could it be that there was a change? Luo Tian impatiently opened the system's skills pane. Looking at the cultivation method in the skills pane, he was completely dumbfounded. Cultivation method, regeneration technique grade, divine level cultivation method, mountain river fist grade, divine level cultivation method, barbaric charge grade, divine level cultivation method, Vajra sword technique grade, divine level. All the cultivation methods had changed. Cultivation method, alchemy technique grade, divine level cultivation method, forging technique grade, divine level. They were all divine level cultivation method, unimaginably powerful. Luo Tian himself was scared stiff. He was mentally prepared for a cultivation method to become a divine level, but all of his cultivation methods had been raised to divine level. What the *CK was going on? Valiant. It was so valiant that it was a mess. Luo Tian was so scared that he almost peed his pants. One had to know. The difference between a divine level cultivation method and an ordinary cultivation method was too great. A divine level cultivation method could sometimes reverse the situation. The trashiest cultivation method that Luo Tian cultivated had become a divine level cultivation method, which meant that the power that these trashiest cultivation methods could unleash had already reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, Luo Tian immediately thought of the 4 divine beasts' blood vein, and his heart became excited once again. It was as if his blood was burning, and he thought to himself, "It must be the change brought about by the unsealing of the 4 divine beasts' blood vein. This is too great, ha ha ha!" Actually, Luo Tian did not know. Because of a coincidence, he had fused with the power of the Great Perfection stage. Moreover, after using the God Explosion twice, he had completely fused the power of the God Explosion into the 4 divine beasts' blood vein. Under the double coincidence, his cultivation method had been completely transformed, which meant that even the system was unable to control all of this. Otherwise, Luo Tian would have definitely heard the system beep. It was worth mentioning. The 2 God Explosion S had activated the most powerful power of the 4 divine beasts' blood vein. Once the blood vein was awakened by Luo Tian, the power brought about by the 4 divine beasts' blood vein would multiply. This was the power of the God Explosion. Lu Zhan looked at Luo Tian's silly and excited expression and thought to himself, "It seems like he succeeded, but what kind of seal did he unlock?" The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise all belonged to the 4 divine beasts continent. It was impossible for him to have these in his body. Then, Lu Zhan asked doubtfully, "Did you just unlock the seal of some kind of cultivation method?" Cultivation method. This was the only thing he could think of. Moreover, Luo Tian was incomparably mysterious to begin with, and the cultivation method he cultivated even had the ability to transform, so it was reasonable for him to cultivate the four divine beasts cultivation method. Luo Tian was startled for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, "Cultivation method? Huh. It can be considered a cultivation method. The seal has been completely unlocked." Lu Zhan stared at Luo Tian with disdain and said somewhat unhappily, "Being with you hurts my self-esteem too much." Luo Tian looked at the bright sky and said, "The show is about to begin. Open the door and welcome the guests." A large wave of experts was approaching from the surroundings. The first chapter was delivered. On the last day of April, the old cow begged everyone to check the vote warehouse to see if there were any monthly votes left. Today, the old cow needed the support of the brothers, more than ever. Chapter 1205. The auras of the surrounding experts gathered. They were all above the Holy Spirit realm. Among them, there was no lack of Emperor realm experts. Many of them were abnormal experts who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years to break through to the peak. What's going on? There's no aura at all. Could it be that it was hidden? Just now, the dragon roar, tiger roar, black tortoise roar, and vermilion bird soar were all emitted from the same place. Could it be that the four divine beasts clan have all come to Cloud Mist City? It's in this slum area. Search carefully, don't miss any corner. I don't believe that he can burrow into the ground. The air above the slum area was noisy. Because the aura had suddenly disappeared, they instantly lost their sense of direction. However, they also knew that the aura of the four divine beasts was released in this slum area, so they must still be in this slum area. The aura had disappeared. Not a single trace left. Even an Emperor Realm expert couldn't find it. Luo Tian and Lu Zhan were eating porridge in the courtyard. After a tiring night, they were starving to death. At this time, eating something was the most comfortable. Lu Zhan glanced at Luo Tian every time he ate, feeling that Luo Tian was becoming more and more mysterious. He asked in a low voice, "Brother, what kind of cultivation technique are you cultivating? Do you know that those four fellows ran out and instantly killed those Grand Yen realm cultivators of the Dongfang family? That guy is too fierce, too valiant, or are you a spy sent by the four divine beast continent? Do you have an ulterior motive for sneaking into Cloud Mist College?" Buffed. Luo Tian laughed out loud and said, "Guess." Instantly killing a Grand Yen realm cultivator. This made Luo Tian shocked. When he instantly killed Dongfang, he was still in a state of oblivion and didn't know what was happening outside. Lu Zhan rolled his eyes at Luo Tian and then said with a disgusted expression, "No matter what your motive is, I, Lu Zhan, will be yours for the rest of my life. I'll follow you." When Luo Tian heard this, goosebumps appeared all over his body. He felt a chill in his heart and immediately wanted to kick Lu Zhan away. He didn't intend to tell her about the bloodlines of the four divine beasts. If he said out loud, Lu Zhan would probably be even more shocked, since he said that he was cultivating some kind of four divine beasts divine technique that was even better. However, Luo Tian was secretly worried. "I don't know if I can fool those experts around. I don't care. So what if they've discovered me? Now that the bloodline seal has been unlocked and I've awakened the bloodline of the four divine beasts, I'd like to see who can stop me. The Prince of Haijia? Just knock him down," Luo Tian thought to himself. "Hurry up and eat. I still have something to do after the meal." Luo Tian urged him and then lowered his head to eat. Lu Zhan grinned and said, "Understood." Right at this moment, the gate of the courtyard was kicked away. Luo Tian's face turned ferocious, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. Two Grand Yan realm warriors rushed in. Glancing at the corpses on the ground, they immediately asked, "What happened? Did anyone from the four divine beasts clan come here?" Lu Zhan immediately wanted to explode in anger. He jumped up and was about to curse, but Luo Tian stopped him and said softly, I didn't discover them. People from the Dongfang clan. Suddenly, a warrior inspected a corpse. Looking at the symbol on his chest, he raised his eyes slightly and stared at Luo Tian, asking coldly, "What are your names?" Lu Zhan didn't notice at first, but when he saw the symbol on the warrior's chest, he said in a low voice, "It's a warrior from the royal family." Misty City Royal Family, a king-level clan. In Misty City, the royal family was ranked in the top 5. Before the rise of Haijia, the royal family was second only to Cloud Mist College. Luo Tian still had a faint smile on his face as he said, "I don't think we have any obligation to tell you our names, right?" "How dare you? Kid, do you know who we are?" One of the warriors looked extremely arrogant as he stared coldly at Luo Tian. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said, "If I were you, I would definitely answer the question obediently. Otherwise—" Luo Tian smirked and said, "You're not me and you can't become me. You don't even have the right to carry my shoes." "Brother Go, I think he's looking for death," said the other warrior. Lu Zhan didn't care so much at this time. He shouted angrily as he pointed at the warrior who just spoke and shouted, "Who the F***CK are you saying is looking for death? Do you believe that I won't kill you?" The 2 royal warriors were slightly shocked. Immediately after, their eyes were filled with disdain. One of them snorted and said, "A Tai Yen level 1 trash dares to mention the word death in front of me. Kid, I'll let you know how the word death is written today." In an instant, a royal family martial artist moved, and his entire body's cultivation exploded. A thick aura accompanied his footsteps, crushing towards Lu Zhan like a mountain. Luo Tian did not move. Lu Zhan's neck swayed slightly. "Mother asterisk her, I've been suppressing my anger for an entire night. If I can't take care of you today, what's the point of living?" Surrounded by Dongfang, whose group of 5, he wanted to resist, but there were too many of them, and he had no chance at all. That kind of anger had been building up for an entire night. Now that the royal warriors were rushing over, the anger that had been building up in his heart suddenly erupted. In an instant, Lu Zhan immediately summoned his life bow, and without waiting for that person to react, he shouted in a deep voice, "Heavenly Mystery Arrow!" Swish! The arrow pierced through the air and shot out. The warrior was stunned for a moment. His eyes immediately turned sinister as he said in shock, "Bloodline Awakener!" However, so what? Even if you're a Bloodline Awakener, your cultivation is too low. This kind of arrow can't stop me at all. The royal warrior sneered, not putting this arrow in his eyes at all. His body moved slightly, and he moved half a step to the left. It was also at this moment. Lu Zhan sneered as if his scheme had succeeded and said, "I knew you would hide there." Suddenly, Lu Zhan shouted, "Explode for me!" The moment the royal warrior landed, a powerful force bounced up from beneath his feet. First, it was as if he had stepped on a trap, and then he was instantly sent flying into the sky by the powerful energy, directly becoming Lu Zhan's live target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. You dare to be so arrogant again. Damn it. So what if you're a royal warrior? Is it that great? Lu Zhan scolded in a domineering manner. At this time, the other martial artist disappeared. Sneak attack. Luo Tian gently put down his chopsticks and moved his feet. Mountain River Fist. Bam. An energy shockwave shot out from Luo Tian's fist and directly sent the cultivator who was trying to sneak attack Lu Zhan flying. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The warrior crashed into the courtyard's door frame, coldly stared at Luo Tian, and fiercely said, "You dog, all of you will die today!" Then, a cloud-piercing arrow shot into the sky. The gazes of the experts in the air suddenly tightened, and they all rushed towards the small courtyard where Luo Tian was. The second chapter has been delivered. Brothers, the old cow's chrysanthemum has been exploded. Can you bear it? Monthly votes. The old cow needs monthly votes. I beg everyone to give the old cow all the monthly votes. Let the old cow fiercely explode back. Chapter 1206. There's a situation. The small courtyard on the west side. Everyone hurry over. The warriors sent by the royal family saw the arrow in the sky and quickly approached Luo Tian's small courtyard. Immediately after, the surrounding experts were also attracted by the cloud-piercing arrow. Ripples appeared in the sky, and the space began to tremble. The aura was too strong. Even the space couldn't bear it. Lu Zhan was shocked and shouted, "Oh no, the signal has been sent. What should we do?" Luo Tian didn't panic. He sat down again and said slowly, "Don't panic. Finish your breakfast first." Lu Zhan looked at Luo Tian's calm expression and said anxiously, "Why aren't you nervous?" The two warriors just now are disciples of the royal family. The royal family is in Misty Cloud City, and their strength is second only to Cloud Mist College and Haijia. Moreover, the surroundings are filled with experts. Now that they have all been attracted, what should we do? Luo Tian wasn't in a hurry. Lu Zhan was very anxious. He had already offended Haijia, and now he had offended another Haijia. How could he survive in the future? Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "What will come will come. It's useless to be anxious." And Luo Tian didn't continue. Lu Zhan didn't see that he had unlocked the bloodline seal. With his archery bloodline perception, he didn't sense it. Others probably wouldn't know either, and would think that he had cultivated a kind of four divine beasts technique. In that case, there was no need to leave. Moreover, Luo Tian also wanted everyone to know that he cultivated a powerful technique and not the bloodline of the four divine beasts. In this way, he would be much safer. After all, the fact that he had the bloodline of the four divine beasts in the central region was too heaven-defying. Even in the four divine beasts continent, it was impossible. And if the news leaked out, he would enter an extremely dangerous realm. This was not what Luo Tian wanted to see. Lu Zhan was speechless. He sat down and laughed. "I followed you several times and escaped from death. This time, Sai, it seems that my virginity won't be broken. It's too tragic." Rumble, rumble, rumble. A few thunderous sounds exploded outside the courtyard. A domineering voice rang out, "Who dares to hurt my imperial family's disciple?" Next, the dying cultivator pointed at Luo Tian in the courtyard and said, "Third elder, it's him, it's him. It's that kid who rewarded me." Preposterous. The red-browed and red-haired brawny old man stepped into the courtyard and directly stomped a thick bluestone floor into powder. His eyes were ferocious, and his fiery temper surged up. He slapped down at Luo Tian without any reason. "Mercy palm." Luo Tian raised his eyebrows. The azure dragon on the left was restless. Luo Tian forcefully crushed them. At this time, they could not leave his body. Lu Zhan clenched his teeth and directly stood in front of Luo Tian. He shouted, "I was the one who injured your imperial family's disciple. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Then, Lu Zhan said in a low voice, "Luo Tian, hurry up and run." Luo Tian glanced at Lu Zhan, and suddenly felt that this fatty Lu was a little cute. He smiled faintly, glanced at the red-haired old man, and said, "Even eating breakfast is so troublesome. It's really King dog-like." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian immediately roared out, "God, explosion!" Rumble. A loud explosion rang out. Luo Tian's body immediately moved and charged in front of Lu Zhan. His origin energy circulated violently and surged into his right arm. At this moment, the white tiger divine beast roared. The power was like a raging ocean, surging towards Luo Tian's fist. Mountain River Fist. Mercy palm against Mountain River Fist. The red-haired old man stared at him and said in disdain, "You're courting death." The great mercy palm was a semi-god level cultivation technique. This palm of his contained an incomparably dense and pure elemental energy, and it could split apart a huge mountain. Furthermore, the Great Mercy Palm was his most powerful set of cultivation techniques, and it was against a mere cultivation technique of the lowest level. This was simply an insult to him. So, at this moment, the power of the Emperor Mountain Sect's palm became even more dense. He wanted to turn this brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth into powder. Lu Zhan was dumbfounded. "Are you crazy?" The royal martial warrior's who quickly walked in all revealed a disdainful sneer. "He dares to compete with the third elder in strength. This brat will immediately turn into powder. He's simply courting death. Doesn't this trash know that no one in the Thousand Illusions realm has as much power as the third elder? To fight the third elder head-on, water must have entered his head. Ha ha ha. Brat, you're going to meet the king of hell soon." All sorts of mocking and sneering sounds came from the group of royal family disciples. The experts who were approaching also stopped slightly and looked at everything in the courtyard. No one thought that Luo Tian could withstand it. Even Shi Kuan and Yu Tianhai were the same. However, they didn't stand out immediately. Rumble. With a loud sound, the two forces collided. The moment the fist and the palm came into contact, the power spread in all directions. One by one, visible to the naked eye, the stone blocks and stone tables in the courtyard were all overturned, and the courtyard directly collapsed. The entire slum was shaken. Plop, plop! Emperor Mountain Sect retreated 6 steps in a row. Each step was 10 centimeters deep, and he only stopped when he stepped on the stone under the eaves. His face was red, and the blood below his chest was boiling. A pungent smell of blood surged from his Adam's apple. Gulp! Emperor Mountain Sect gritted his teeth and forcefully swallowed it back. His eyes stared at Luo Tian, who had retreated 10 steps, and his heart was incomparably shocked. He thought to himself, that power, I've never seen it before. It's as if it can penetrate everything. It's too dense, so dense that it's hard to estimate. If this brat's cultivation increases a little more, I'm afraid my life. He didn't dare to think further, because the feeling of being impacted by the power in his mind and sea of consciousness was too uncomfortable. This time they clashed. It seemed like Emperor Mountain Sect had the upper hand, but he was in the myriad illusions realm. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. If they were in the same realm, he would definitely not be a match for him. Luo Tian's face also turned slightly sinister. The blood in his chest was boiling. He thought to himself, the power of the myriad illusions realm is indeed extraordinary. Even if the power of the white tiger surged out, it could only slightly block it and didn't hurt him. It seems like I have to find a chance to raise my level. Humph! Emperor Mountain Sect snorted coldly and said, "Try taking another palm of mine." He definitely couldn't let the brat in front of him live. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would be a hidden danger to the royal family. Therefore, Emperor Mountain Sect's heart sank. He awakened the power of his bloodline. A lion was roaring in his body, and his power seemed to be burning. The aura on his body became abnormally arrogant and overbearing. This palm was more than 3 times stronger than the previous one. In the afternoon, planting rice seedlings, he climbed up from the field and quickly wrote a chapter. Looking at the monthly votes, his chrysanthemum was exploding again. There were still 5 hours to May. Brothers, could you vote for Old Cow again? We really need it. Chapter 1207. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Luo Tian cursed angrily. His fiery temper rose. You want to fight, right? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister. Just now he had only used the lowest level of cultivation technique, Mountain River Fist. This time he was going to use the sacred art, Nine Yang sacred art. His fists moved. The power of the sun suddenly shrank. At this moment, the sun that had just risen from the east seemed to have been sucked into Luo Tian's body, and the temperature of the entire courtyard suddenly rose to a terrifying level. The weeds in the courtyard quickly withered and turned yellow. The wet ground was thirsty and cracked. The blue stone beneath Luo Tian's feet immediately evaporated into white steam. Ha! Incomparable fanaticism. At first, they thought that Luo Tian would be turned into powder by the Emperor Mountain sect. But Luo Tian was only slightly weaker. They were ruthlessly slapped in the face by Luo Tian, and now that they saw Luo Tian releasing such a strong power, their faces were filled with shock. Who exactly is it? Third Elder, kill him. Let's see how long this brat can be arrogant for. Lu Zhan's face was also filled with shock. He had seen Luo Tian use the Nine-Yang sacred art in the examination grounds, but compared to his current strength, it was simply insignificant. In just a few days, the power of the cultivation technique had increased by several times. No, it should be dozens of times. How was this possible? Huang Shanzong's face also darkened, and the killing intent in his heart became even stronger. This child must not be left alive! Luo Tian laughed sinisterly and suddenly roared, "Come on!" Huang Shanzong's brows twitched. His body rushed out like a phantom and spat out a word, "Die!" At this moment, two figures landed at the same time. "Brother Shanzong, stop!" Bang, bang, a few silent sounds rang out, and a gust of wind swept up in the courtyard. Huang Shanzong was completely suppressed by the two of them, Shi Kuan and Yu Tianhai. They regretted not coming out to stop the palm strike just now. If they didn't come out to stop it and something happened to Luo Tian, they would regret it for the rest of their lives, not to mention not being able to face Huang Fuju. They could clearly see the four divine beasts. He used to think that there was still a gap between Luo Tian and the Crown Prince of Haijia. Now, that feeling was completely gone. After a period of contact, discovery, Luo Tian was too mysterious. Moreover, this brat was giving them surprises all the time. He actually brought out the four divine beasts. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? They loved Luo Tian to death. If he had a daughter, he would force her to marry Luo Tian and tie up Luo Tian in turn. To them, Luo Tian was now a priceless treasure, and this treasure had to belong to the Cloud Mist College. No one could snatch it away, let alone hurt it. Therefore, they didn't care about the strength of the royal family and directly rushed out to suppress the Royal Mountain sect. The Royal Mountain sect's expression suddenly changed. His cultivation wasn't as good as Shi Kuan and Yu Tianhai, but he wasn't afraid at all. He shouted coldly, "Are you two going to interfere with the affairs of the royal family?" Shi Kuan let go of his hand and smiled. "Brother Mountain sect, there's a misunderstanding. This brat is from the Cloud Mist College. Please give me some face." Haijia was rising rapidly, and it was expanding rapidly. Huang Fuju had found the current head of the royal family to discuss the alliance half a month ago. The alliance hadn't been discussed yet. At this juncture, Shi Kuan couldn't act recklessly. Otherwise, with his status, he could directly make the Royal Mountain sect kneel. The Royal Mountain sect's tone was full of disrespect. Shi Kuan could only endure it. "Face! Humph! Is the Cloud Mist College that great?" He injured the royal family's disciple, not to mention the Cloud Mist College's disciple. Even if he was from Haijia, we would still take his life. The royal family hasn't fallen to the point where anyone can bully us. An old man walked in from outside the courtyard with his hands behind his back. The royal family's ancestor, the supreme expert of the Emperor realm. Many of the royal family's disciples quickly knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, great ancestor." Shi Kuan and Yu Tianhai's expressions darkened, without waiting for them to speak. The royal family's ancestors' eyes turned slightly cold. Out of nowhere, a thick Emperor realm pressure crushed down. Bang! Bang! Shi Kuan and Yu Tianhai were directly crushed to the ground. Their cultivation was at the Holy Spirit realm, but in the face of the Emperor realm great ancestor, they were like chickens. They had no ability to resist at all. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists under his sleeves. He felt an extremely dangerous aura from the royal family's ancestor. Moreover, what flickered under his feet was not a golden light, but a strong purple light, an existence that surpassed a super boss. This old man was a purple super boss that could drop a boss that surpassed a divine artifact. Luo Tian's heart palpitated. At the same time, his idea moved. Ding! Target locked. The divine fire had already locked onto him. If the royal family's ancestor dared to use his pressure to force him to kneel, he would not hesitate to blast him out. Not kneeling to the heavens, not kneeling to the earth. Other than his parents, Luo Tian would not kneel to anyone. This was just in case. Although the royal family's ancestor was a purple super boss, his name was not red. In other words, he would not take the initiative to attack Luo Tian at the moment. Great ancestor, this is really a misunderstanding. Shikuin knelt on the ground and said with difficulty. The royal family's ancestor did not even look at him as his brows twitched slightly. Puchi! Shikuin spat out a mouthful of black blood and could no longer say a word. Yu Tianhai said, "Great ancestor." Before he could say anything, Yu Tianhai spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was as pale as death. The royal family's ancestor said coldly, "Did I allow you to speak?" It was also at this time. A man who looked like a scholar walked out of the void with a faint smile on his face. He said, "Great ancestor, don't be angry with the juniors. I think there must be a misunderstanding." Huang Fuju was here. At this moment, Huang Fuju gently waved his sleeve, and an invisible Emperor Qi directly lifted up Shikuin and Yu Tianhai, who were kneeling on the ground. The top 10 rankers of the central region are indeed extraordinary. However, Huang Fuju, you are also a junior in my eyes. How dare a junior be so disrespectful to an elder? The royal family's ancestor's voice became colder and colder, and at the same time his heart became more and more shocked. A mere level 1 trash was able to make sure Kuin, Yu Tianhai, and Cloud Mist College protect him, and even Huang Fuju himself took action, and did not hesitate to anger me. From the looks of it, this brat must be related to the Dragon Roar, Tiger Roar, Black Tortoise Roar, and Vermilion Bird Roar. If that's the case, then Huang Fuju has really found a trump card to fight against the Haijia Crown Prince this time. However, that's only if this brat can survive. The name above the royal family's ancestor's head suddenly turned red. Killing intent rose. Chapter 4. Can I cast another monthly vote? Just one. Chapter 1208. In the game, under normal circumstances, monsters with red names would take the initiative to attack. And this kind of monster was at least elite level or above. The purple super boss name suddenly turned blood red. Obviously, he was going to attack Luo Tian. Luo Tian's face suddenly changed. No matter how strong the 4 divine beasts' bloodline was, he was no match for the royal family's old ancestor. Emperor Realm, the peak of the ancient continent. Luo Tian was only level 1 Taiyan. How could he resist? At this moment, Luo Tian's mind moved, and the Angel of Judgment transformation card appeared in his mind. Kyle had an invincible skill, although this skill didn't last long. As long as he didn't die for a few seconds, he believed that Luo Tian would definitely stop the royal family's old ancestor. At the same time, Luo Tian activated the divine fire, ready to fire at any time. Hanging. Close. It was as if he was dancing with death on his back. This feeling was very uncomfortable. However, since that was the case, Luo Tian had nothing to be afraid of. Instead, his heart was surprisingly calm. He smiled coldly, stared at the royal family's old ancestor, and said, "The royal family is indeed the royal family. From the small warriors to the big old ancestor, all of them are arrogant, but..." At this point, Luo Tian sneered in disdain. The royal family's old ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "But what?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's just that your skin is really thick. I think it's even thicker than the city walls of Yunlan City. Kid, you're courting death. How dare you insult the old ancestor? You're tired of living. Old ancestor, leave him to me. I'll definitely make him regret being born into this world." Presumptuous! The royal family's martial artists were all furious. They couldn't wait to skin Luo Tian alive. He dared to say that the old ancestor was thick-skinned? This was probably the first person who dared to say that about the old ancestor in hundreds of years. Lu Zhan's heart was like dead ashes. He really didn't know what Luo Tian was thinking. Huang Fuju's expression also changed slightly. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, "Ancestor, he's still a child. Don't lower yourself to his level. A child's words carry no harm. A child's words carry no harm." Luo Tian said, "Dean, you really don't have to do this. Isn't it just the imperial family's patriarch? What's so great about that? You've cultivated for thousands of years, and you've brought so many people with higher cultivation than me to crush me. A mere Tai Yen grade 1 warrior. Tell me, aren't you all shameless? Disciple has lost. Elder, go up. Elder, go up. Elder has been beaten back by me. Ancestor, go up. Have you all been so shameless since you were young?" His voice wasn't loud. However, everyone in the audience heard it loud and clear. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Huang Fuju. He really didn't know what Luo Tian was thinking. The royal family's old ancestors' cultivation was not below his. He was also one of the top 10 existences in the central region. Furthermore, he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Just the amount of yuan qi he had absorbed in these tens of thousands of years was already unparalleled. The corner of the royal family's old ancestor's eyes slightly twitched. He coldly laughed and said, "In the world of warriors, the strong are respected. Trash should have the awareness of being trash. In this world, whoever's fist is harder is the law. Whoever is above everything else. I have to say, your talent and potential are not bad. If nothing unexpected happens, you might be able to step into the saint spirit realm within 100 years. However, nothing unexpected will happen to you, because today you will die here." His voice became colder and colder. The royal family's old ancestor stared at Luo Tian as if he was staring at an ant. That kind of contempt and disdain made Luo Tian extremely unhappy. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Since that's the case, do you dare to make a bet with me?" The royal family's old ancestor said with interest, "What do you want to bet? How do you want to bet?" He was not in a hurry to kill Luo Tian. Moreover, Huang Fuju was by Luo Tian's side. If he wanted to attack, Huang Fuju would definitely use all of his strength to stop him. This way, he would be forced into a passive position. Furthermore, the royal family's old ancestor was not confident, because Huang Fuju's time and space bloodline was too strong. He had no way of blocking it. This was one of the things that he feared. Luo Tian pretended to think for a moment. He looked at the royal mountain sect and smiled. Just now, when he fought with me in strength, he seemed to have the upper hand. However, anyone with eyes can see that he has lost. How about this? I will give you a chance to take revenge. Let's exchange a palm. If I am safe and sound from today onwards, you have to take a detour when you see me." Huang Fuju's eyes shook, and he immediately said, "Luo Tian, don't speak nonsense." He was secretly anxious. With him here, the royal family's old ancestor would not dare to do anything to him. Even if he attacked, Huang Fuju was confident that he would be able to save Luo Tian immediately. However, Luo Tian's words were already out of his control. "Ha ha ha, idiot, definitely an idiot. How dare he compete with the patriarch in strength? This brat is definitely an idiot. Even if he's courting death, he shouldn't be like this. Is he scared out of his wits by the ancestor?" The surroundings were filled with mocking laughter. Lu Zhan pulled Luo Tian's arm and said in a low voice, "You're crazy. Do you know what level his cultivation is at? not to mention a competition of strength. You can't even withstand a single thought from him. Hurry up and listen to the dean." Shirkuin's expression also changed, and he advised, "Luo Tian, don't mess around." The royal family's old ancestor was indeed powerful. The surroundings were also filled with experts from the royal family. However, it was extremely difficult for them to get rid of Luo Tian in front of Huang Fuju and the others. The royal family's old ancestor laughed out loud. "It's been thousands of years, and no one has ever challenged me. Even the crown prince of Haijia has to respect me when he sees me. You, a mere Taiyan realm cultivator, dares to be impudent in front of me. Huang Fuju, it's not that I don't want to spare his life, but he's courting death." Without waiting for Huang Fuju to speak, the royal family's old ancestor immediately shouted, "All right, I promise you. As long as you can withstand one of my moves, I'll take a detour whenever I see you. However, you're about to go to hell." Luo Tian also quickly said. Everyone heard that. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, including the experts floating in the sky, Luo Tian said loudly, "Everyone be my witness. Today, not only can I withstand your move, I can also dissolve your move." Boom! Luo Tian's voice was like a heavy bomb. It immediately exploded. Arrogant? Too arrogant. However, that was not the way to be arrogant. What was the difference between this and courting death? Everyone sneered in disdain, thinking that Luo Tian was overestimating himself, being able to dissolve the move of an Emperor Realm Master while only at the Taiyan realm. This guy must be out of his mind. Yu Tianhai wanted to stop Luo Tian, but he was stopped by Huang Fuju. At this time, even if he stood out and apologized to the royal family's old ancestor, it would be useless. The royal family's old ancestor would definitely not let this matter go. Now, he could only rely on Luo Tian himself. Looking at Luo Tian's confident eyes, Huang Fuju thought to himself, "Luo Tian, what other secrets are you hiding?" Luo Tian stretched out his right hand, smiled faintly, and said, "Let's begin." The 5th chapter has been delivered. Thank you, brothers. No matter where you are reading, whether it's Book City, Genesis, Starting Point, or even reading together, thank you for voting for Old Ox today. Old Ox is extremely grateful. Seeing so many brothers voting for Old Ox is truly moved. A new month has begun. The double monthly votes are still in effect. I know that all of you have guaranteed monthly votes. In April, Old Ox lost, and his chrysanthemum was damaged. In May, brothers, can you let Old Ox rise again? Full power, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 1209. He didn't want to waste any more time. Let's begin. However, the royal family's old ancestor was slightly stunned here. Everyone also looked at Luo Tian, feeling that he didn't understand the terror of the Emperor realm at all. A few sneers sounded in the air. I thought that the person who was hunted down by Guiji twice was some kind of saint, but it turns out that he's a complete idiot. I really don't know why Guiji would die at the hands of someone like you. If you compete in this place, I'm afraid half of the slums will be razed to the ground. I thought that this brat was the one who released the dragon roar just now. He doesn't even know this common sense. How could he have anything to do with the azure dragon roar just now? If you ask me, this Huang Fuju is also a weirdo. He treats such a brainless piece of trash like this as a treasure. He's probably overwhelmed by the Haijia Crown Prince, an Emperor Realm powerhouse, an existence at the peak of the ancient continent. Any casual move was an extremely terrifying existence. The destructive power was unimaginable. If he attacked in such a place, the royal family's old ancestor could raze all the buildings within a radius of tens of kilometers to the ground. Huang Fuju looked at Luo Tian, but still couldn't see what Luo Tian was thinking. He said, "Why don't we go to the trial field in Misty Cloud City? There's super arrays condensed by 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses there. This way we won't hurt the innocent." The royal family's old ancestor sneered. Without waiting for him to speak, Luo Tian directly said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. I still have important things to do later, so I don't have time to waste here. Let's fight here. In any case, I'll neutralize his move, so we won't hurt the innocent." He said it so casually. This pretentious act went to the sky. It was as if he didn't put an Emperor Realm powerhouse in his eyes at all. Luo Tian thought for half a second, then said, "If any of you are afraid, then step back." Buffed. Too arrogant. Too presumptuous. He doesn't put the old ancestor in his eyes at all. "Brat, you're too arrogant." The royal family's disciples were all furious. They wanted to rush up and tear Luo Tian apart. To be so arrogant, even the face of the imperial family's old ancestor became extremely unsightly. Finally, he revealed a cold anger. This anger brought with it a strong killing intent. His brows tightened as he said, "Since you are in a hurry to reincarnate, then I will fulfill your wish. Brat, you're making me very angry now. Therefore, with this move, I will turn you into ashes and never let you rise again." Luo Tian assumed a fighting posture, smiled faintly, and calmly said, "Don't be scared. Hurry up and come. I don't have time to waste with you. Remember the bet. Whoever violates, it will be my grandson." Buzz! Boom! A flame of fury shot out from the imperial family old ancestor's body, and the fury visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. The imperial martial artists were instantly forced to retreat. Lu Zhan was directly crushed to the point that he couldn't breathe. Shi Kuan and Yu Tianhai's bodies sank, their bodies trembling violently. Huang Fuju frowned and reminded him, "Luo Tian, be careful. He's angry." He didn't know what Luo Tian was thinking. However, at this time, he could only choose to believe in him. It was also at this time Luo Tian suddenly sent a sound transmission over. "Principal, I can only block one of his moves. If I block one of his moves, he will definitely be even angrier and use the second move without caring about anything else." At that time, Huang Fuju's heart trembled, and he immediately said, "Don't worry, his second move will definitely not be able to hurt you." He couldn't think of a way for Luo Tian to block the imperial family's ancestor. Could he really block it? Huang Fuju had even thought of using time and space to teleport Luo Tian to another place the moment the imperial family's ancestor attacked. With Huang Fuju's words, Luo Tian was relieved. Then, the surrounding people dispersed slightly, especially the imperial martial artists. They all had fear on their faces, not because they were afraid of Luo Tian, but because they were worried that they would be injured by the aura that erupted from the ancestor's body. The faces of the experts in the sky also trembled slightly. He couldn't help but retreat. Who was the imperial family's ancestor? An old monster who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years. He became famous a few thousand years ago. In Misty City, he was once the #1 expert, known as the man closest to God. He was one of the top 10 existences in the central continent. The power of his move was close to destroying the heavens and the earth. Using it to deal with a Luo Tian of the Taiyan realm, this kind of competition was meaningless, because after this move, there would be one less arrogant and overconfident person in this world. The imperial family disciples retreated. Huang Fuju did not move. Shi Kuan and Yu Tianhai did not move either. Even Lu Zhan stood motionless on the spot. At this moment, they all chose to believe in Luo Tian. The imperial family's ancestor squinted his eyes and looked at Huang Fuju from the corner of his eyes. He thought to himself, "Everyone says that your time and space bloodline is powerful. Today, this old man wants to see how you will save this trash from my eyes. I also want to see if you, Huang Fuju, are really as powerful as the legends say." In an instant, his mind stirred. Buzz! A loud sound came out from his body. The sky suddenly sank, and the aura within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers was withdrawn. The power of the heavens, in other words, the power of heaven's chosen one. Huang Fuju's face turned sinister as he looked at the imperial family's ancestor and said faintly, "Ancestor, it's just a competition with a Tai Yen realm warrior. Is there a need to use the power of Heaven's chosen one?" He actually used the power of Heaven's chosen one. The imperial family's ancestor laughed. "I like the feeling of absolute suppression. He is the one who is courting death." He wasn't trying to kill Luo Tian. His goal was to test the depths of Huang Fuju's strength. Luo Tian laughed. "It doesn't matter. I just like to watch others fall from a high place. That's how satisfying it is." He was still as arrogant as ever. The imperial family's ancestors' anger once again surged out. With a move of his right fist, the power of Heaven's chosen one gathered on top of it, and he said solemnly, "Brat, turn into ashes." The power of Heaven's chosen one. Killing fist die. This move wasn't fast. It could even be said that it was very slow, because the imperial family's ancestors' focus was all on Huang Fuju. The slower it was, the more it would reveal a person's heart. The slower it was, the more torturous it would be. But just as he was about to unleash his move, a very ordinary flame shot out from Luo Tian's palm, as ordinary as the firewood used to cook rice. However, Luo Tian gave out an incomparably resounding name. "Heaven extinguishing flame, come out!" What bullshit power of Heaven's chosen one. All of you kneel down. Level 2 divine fire. Instant kill rate, 10%. There was no bonus from the divine explosion. Could it be instant killed? Under the divine fire, even if it was a god, there was a chance of instant killing. This time, Luo Tian was so excited that his heart stopped beating. F***CK, I beg for an instant kill. Labor Day, who was the most handsome? Of course, it was the people who worked, just like the old cow who was still planting rice in the fields in the morning. This kind of person was the most. Pooey. Of course, it was the most handsome person who cast the monthly votes. Do you want to be more handsome? Please cast another monthly vote. Chapter 1210. In the Ancient World. The divine fire was restricted by the laws of the ancient world. As long as it was in the ancient world, even if a god descended, Luo Tian's divine fire would be able to instantly kill him. A 10% chance. If he could instantly kill the royal family's ancestor, then Luo Tian's name would resound throughout the ancient continent. His level would probably increase by 10 levels in an instant. The treasures that would drop wouldn't be able to be stored in a space ring. 1 second. It was as long as 10,000 years. Luo Tian watched as the divine fire was released. I'll succeed once. Huang Fuju's eyes turned sinister as he moved his feet slightly. He couldn't see what was so powerful about the divine fire. The surrounding experts were also stunned. Suddenly, they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought this brat had some magic treasure to rely on. So it's just a small fireball? Using a small fireball to resolve an Emperor Realm expert's move? Not only is he trash, he's also a retard. Ha ha ha. He'll turn into ashes soon. I think the royal family's ancestors' target isn't Luo Tian, but Huang Fuju. Look, he doesn't care about the small fireball at all. His eyes are fixed on Huang Fuju. Suddenly, a voice rang out. He moved. He moved. Huang Fuju moved. He also knows that Luo Tian can't resolve the royal family's ancestors' move. But isn't it a little too late for him to want to protect Luo Tian at this time? Huang Fuju did move. His body slightly approached Luo Tian. The royal family's ancestor sneered in his heart. Huang Fuju, let's see how strong your space-time bloodline is today. His eyes darkened. The god's chosen one's power in his body increased once again, facing the small fireball that shot out towards him. He didn't care at all and directly ignored it. With a wave of his sleeve, he shouted, "Destroy!" Then, the blasting kill fist was unleashed with all his strength. Buffed! It was like a silent fart. The royal family's blasting kill fist's power was completely gone. It was as if it had been sucked dry in an instant. His face darkened, and he even fainted for a moment. Although it was less than 1/10 of a second, he could still clearly feel it. What was going on? What was going on? His expression instantly turned ugly. Luo Tian was the same. He cursed in his heart. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Don't you love me anymore? It was also at this time. Luo Tian stepped forward and sneered. You've lost! The imperial family's old ancestor's face sank as he furiously roared. What did you say? With Huang Fuju around, Luo Tian wasn't afraid at all. He laughed coldly and said, Imperial family's old ancestor, you can't be a sore loser, right? Anyone who can't afford to lose is my grandson. From today onwards, you have to take a detour when you see me. Otherwise, you'll be my grandson. Ha he huff huff. Space was distorted, and everything around him was trembling. The earth was shaking. The Huangfu old ancestor's nameless anger erupted into the sky, and his arrogant aura converged into a primordial beast that overlooked the earth. The beast roared into the sky as if it could swallow heaven and earth, and then rushed towards Luo Tian's mind, shouting heavily, Die! Luo Tian was crushed to the point that he almost spat out blood. The black tortoise shield was activated. The azure dragon coiled within his body. The white tiger protected his mind. The vermilion bird hovered above his sea of consciousness. Everything was in defense. The Angel of Judgment transformation card in Luo Tian's mind was also jumping, as if it was not under Luo Tian's control, and was about to be released by itself. Even so, facing the Emperor Realm's old ancestor, Luo Tian was still unable to withstand it. After all, he was only at the first level of the Taiyan realm. The difference in realms was too great, an existence that could not be surpassed. However, before the primordial beast could reach Luo Tian, a figure stood in front of him. Huang Fuju's right hand moved slightly, and he said with a smile, Old ancestor, you have indeed lost. As soon as he finished his words, he flung his sleeves. Distorted waves appeared in front of him, and the invisible primordial beast plunged into the distorted waves, and the surrounding aura suddenly disappeared. Space-time transfer. The royal ancestor's eyes widened. He saw very clearly that the oppressive aura that he released was directly transferred to another space-time, and his heart sank. What a powerful space-time transfer technique. I thought it could only transfer people, but I didn't expect it to be able to transfer the power that I released. It seems that Huang Fuju has already cultivated the space-time bloodline to the highest level. Luo Tian was also stunned. Damn, this move is too valiant, too powerful. It's completely like Kakashi's move in Naruto. However, Huang Fuju's move is much more powerful than Kakashi's. All of a sudden, Luo Tian suddenly thought of something. In Naruto, when Kakashi released the space-time transfer technique, he needed to open the blood chakra eye. He also had the blood chakra eye, and if he could not cultivate this move in the profound sky continent, then could he cultivate it in the ancient world? This move was too valiant. Luo Tian wished that he could immediately learn it. From now on, who would he be afraid of? It's definitely possible. Luo Tian was certain in his heart and became excited. Huang Fuju had the appearance of a scholar, and his entire body was filled with the aura of a scholar. He looked at the royal ancestor and said, Old ancestor, don't lower yourself to his level. It was just a joke just now, and I hope you can give me some face. This was to give the royal ancestor a way out. Everyone around, even the lowest level martial artist, could see it. The Huangfu ancestor had lost. He had lost completely. His bombardment-killing fist had been completely dissolved by Luo Tian, and had been perfectly dissolved. In that instant, he didn't even know what had happened. How did that ordinary flame dissolve my bombardment-killing fist? Furthermore, it carried an incomparably dense god's chosen one's power. This was definitely impossible. He didn't understand. The experts in the sky didn't understand. However, none of them could laugh now. His face was burning, as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. It was very uncomfortable. The royal ancestor coldly snorted, his expression ugly. He looked at Huang Fuju and said faintly, "You, Huang Fuju, have such a powerful disciple. Then in my opinion, the matter between Cloud Mist College and the Royal Alliance should be dropped. From today onwards, the royal family will have nothing to do with the Cloud Mist College. If anyone from Cloud Mist College dares to make a move against the royal family's disciples, then the royal family will start a war with your Cloud Mist College." After he finished speaking, the royal ancestor flung his sleeves and coldly looked at Luo Tian, as if saying, "I'll remember you." Then he turned around and left. Luo Tian took a few steps forward and said with a smile, "Ancestor, have a cup of tea before you leave. I said you don't have to walk around me. You don't have to start now. Don't go, hey, you're too stingy. Didn't I just perfectly dissolve your bombardment-killing fist? Is there a need to be so angry?" Huang Fuju's body relaxed. Shi Kuan, Yu Tianhai, and Lu Zhan directly laid on the ground, paralyzed. Their 6 eyes looked at Luo Tian. They were almost scared to death, just now. He still had to work in the fields in the afternoon, but Old Cow would still squeeze out all the time to write, and there would be an update at night. Seeing how diligent Old Cow was, could he give him a monthly vote? Please give me a monthly vote. Chapter 1211. Uproar. An intense uproar. The royal ancestor's killing fist was neutralized by a nameless brat. "Oh my God, who is it? I heard that even Cloud Mist College's Huang Fuju protected him and didn't hesitate to offend the royal ancestor. Where did this brat come from? The royal family and Cloud Mist College have completely broken off their relationship. I heard that Huang Fuju plans to marry his daughter to him." All kinds of rumors were flying around. Less than half an hour after the old ancestor of the imperial family left the slums, the news of Luo Tian dissolving his move spread throughout the entire misty cloud city. Almost all the martial artists were talking about it, and all of them wanted to know if it was possible. At the same time, many people compared him to the Haijia Crown Prince. Even the Haijia Crown Prince can't do it, right? That might not be the case. This brat is too arrogant and savage. Huang Fuju can protect him for a while, but can he protect him for a lifetime? There will always be a time when he will be left alone. If that happens, it will be dangerous. Besides, the Crown Prince is much more low-key and knows what patience is. He is not qualified to be compared to the Crown Prince. Who is the Haijia Crown Prince? Son of Heaven, chosen by the heavenly Tao, a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years in the ancient continent. If that brat was very strong, then his name would have already shaken Cloud Mist City. It can be seen that he definitely relied on luck to neutralize the royal ancestor's move. Luck? Luck is also a kind of strength. Moreover, when facing an Emperor Realm's superpower house, you should rely on luck. I think this brat is no worse than the Haijia Crown Prince. Restaurants and tea rooms were all discussing this matter. However, some large families and forces were mainly focused on the Azure Dragon's roar, White Tiger's roar, Black Tortoise's roar, and Vermilion Bird's flight. Compared to Luo Tian blocking the royal ancestor's move, they didn't care much. However, there was one family that cared a lot. Haijia. In the hall, Hai Tongtian laughed heartily. He was extremely happy. The imperial family and Cloud Mist College have broken off relations. This is going to be fun. This is equivalent to Cloud Mist College losing an arm. Huang Fuju, I want to see how you're going to fight me now. Originally, he was still afraid of Cloud Mist College and the Royal Alliance forming a strategic alliance. This way, it would be very difficult to dominate Cloud Mist City. Now the alliance had collapsed. This also meant that Haijia would no longer have to be restrained. Hai Fengtian smiled faintly and said, "This matter started because of Huang Fuju. When I return, I'll hold a meeting with the elders. This time, I'll make sure that Huang Fuju can't even become the vice dean. Humph. The collapse of Cloud Mist College and Royal Alliance is an opportunity for us, Haijia. Patriarch, some of the plans can be carried out in advance. The elders were very happy. Hai Tongtian nodded and said, Haijia's first step is to dominate Cloud Mist City. Speaking of which, we have to thank the person who summoned the Azure Dragon for this matter. If it wasn't for him releasing the Azure Dragon's roar, the royal ancestor wouldn't have come out of seclusion, and we wouldn't have met that trash Luo Tian. When Hai Tongtian mentioned Luo Tian, he frowned, and the joy on his face decreased by half. He said faintly, I didn't expect that a mere level 1 Taiyan would be able to block a move from the royal ancestor. Luo Tian, I really underestimated you. Suddenly, Hai Tongtian suddenly asked, How's the investigation of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird? Why did the 4 Divine Beasts clan suddenly appear in Cloud Mist City? Could it be that this matter was caused by Luo Tan? Or could it be that he was the one who released the 4 Divine Beasts? Thinking of this, the joy on Hai Tongtian's face completely disappeared, and he faintly frowned. It can't be him. Hai Fengtian said, I was present when this kid's talent was tested. His talent was at the bottom. This sort of trash can't possibly summon the 4 divine beasts. In addition, even if the 4 divine beasts were blind, they wouldn't choose a trash with a shattered dantian. Elder Fengtian is correct. Luo Tian is indeed somewhat formidable, but the matter of the 4 divine beasts definitely has nothing to do with him. We don't need to worry about that. Another elder said, the 4 divine beasts were extremely powerful existences. If he had them in his body, his talent wouldn't have been at the bottom during the talent test. Hearing everyone say this, Hai Tongtian relaxed slightly. He said, It doesn't matter if this matter has anything to do with him or not. In any case, we definitely can't let him become a student of Cloud Mist College. Whatever Huang Fuju wants to do, I definitely won't let him do as he pleases. Hai Fengtian said, Big brother, don't worry. Even if Luo Tian passes the 3rd round of the competition, I won't let him enter the Cloud Mist College. At that time, our agreement with Huang Fuju will become invalid. At that time, we can do whatever we want to do to Luo Tian. Hai Tongtian smiled in satisfaction and thought to himself, Luo Tian, what are you going to use to fight with me? In another place, Dongfang Xiong was lying on a rocking chair. A beautiful and bold servant girl was feeding him grapes. Sweet, so sweet. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Xiong laughed out loud. At this moment, an old man hurriedly walked in from outside the door. Dongfang Xiong's face was a little unhappy as he coldly snorted. Don't you know how to knock before entering? The old man's face sank as he anxiously said, Patriarch, I heard that Dongfang Shoa the dog left the city in the wee hours of the morning and rushed towards Wuliang City. He didn't die. What about the people we sent out? Where's Dongfang Hu? Why didn't they come back and report to me? Dongfang Xiong said angrily. The old man said, They're all dead. Dongfang Xiong suddenly stood up, his brows trembling as he said, Who is so bold as to touch the people of the Dongfang family? It's Luo Tian, the old man said. Dongfang Xiong did not know about the heated discussion outside, and said faintly, Luo Tian? The Luo Tian who offended Haijia? I remember that his cultivation is only at the martial void realm. How could he kill Dongfang Hu and the others? The old man said, Patriarch, you still don't know? Dongfang Xiong said, No what? The old man was stunned and said, Luo Tian resolved the royal ancestor's bombardment-killing fist with one move, and he is completely unharmed, and his cultivation has also risen to the 1st level of Taiyan. Dongfang Xiong was stunned and did not dare to believe it, but he knew that the old man did not dare to lie to him, and said, To block a move from the royal ancestor, this Luo Tian must have 3 heads and 6 arms to be so strong. Ha ha, This is good, offending Haijia, and now offending the royal family. Luo Tian will not be able to escape death, even if he has 100 lives. Dongfang Xiong laughed coldly and said with disdain, arrogant and conceited, what do you think Misty City is? Dongfang Shua is also an idiot to be friends with such a retard. Right. Where is that brat Luo Tian? At this moment, 2 people stood at the entrance of Dongfang Manor. A scream suddenly rang out. Today was too tiring, and there was no need to go to the fields tomorrow. So old Neo decided without hesitation. A new day had begun, begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes, rewards. Chapter 1212. A scream broke the silence of the Dongfang Manor. Following that, a deep voice exploded in the sky above Dongfang Mansion. Dongfang Xiong, get out here. The voice was extremely deep. It was filled with anger and killing intent. Dongfang Xiong frowned and flew into the air. He snorted. Who has the guts to come to the Dongfang family and behave atrociously? Platinum Forces, Dongfang Manor was huge. A large number of Dongfang family warriors rushed out. Along with Dongfang Xiong's shout, those warriors rushed out even more crazily. They immediately entered a state of alert. I am your ancestor. Luo Tian roared and jumped into the air. He looked at the arrogant Dongfang Xiong and said coldly, kill Yao Hai, kill Dongfang Shua. Dongfang Xiong, have you ever thought about the consequences of provoking me, Luo Tian? Also at this time, Lu Zhan reminded him, we are surrounded by disciples of the Dongfang family. Luo Tian, if you want to kill them, then hurry up. Once we are surrounded, we will be in a passive state. Haijia's reinforcements will also quickly arrive. Dongfang Xiong in the distance was slightly shocked, then he laughed crazily. Ha ha, Luo Tian? You are Luo Tian? Ha ha ha. There is a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Luo Tian. Today I will let you know the strength of the Dongfang family. He was very excited. He was very happy. He was worried about how to find Dongfang Shua, who had slipped away, and kill him to claim credit from Haijia. Who knew? Luo Tian appeared at this time. Compared to Dongfang Shua, this small fish, Luo Tian, was much bigger. If he killed him, Haitong Tian would definitely reward him greatly. Dongfang Xiong said excitedly in his heart, it is time for the Dongfang family to rise. Immediately, Dongfang Xiong bellowed, 8 generals of the east listened to my command. Kill him. Ha! In the air, 8 figures flashed out, all of them holding spears. The moment they received Dongfang Xiong's order, they split into 8 different directions. One of them took the lead and stabbed forward. It was also at this moment. The Dongfang family's martial artists surged forward like a tide, directly surrounding Lu Zhan. Luo Tian, today is the day you die. You dare to behave atrociously in the Dongfang family? You're courting death. What do you take my Dongfang family for? Let's see what will save you now. Cold shouts could be heard all around. Luo Tian didn't make a sound. His ears were listening to his surroundings, and his eyes were observing his surroundings. Looking at the complacent Dongfang Xiong in the distance, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth twitched. He directly jumped down and stood beside Lu Zhan. Looking at the several hundred elite disciples of the Dongfang family, he sneered and said, I'll give you all a chance to live. Before Luo Tian could finish, one of the leaders thrust out his sword and shouted, Luo Tian, hand over your life. Luo Tian shook his head with a smile and muttered, Forget it, I said too much. Then, Luo Tian's body moved. Both of his fists rushed forward, facing the leader who was rushing forward. He directly punched out with pure strength. Bam! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Before the leader's sword could even pierce out, he was directly knocked down by Luo Tian's fist. His body fell to the ground, cracking a piece of the floor, and his body also bounced up from the ground. At this moment, Luo Tian looked down from above aimed at his temple and directly punched down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His head split open. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding. Sin value +1. The system beep sounded. Luo Tian glanced at his sin value and smiled. He thought to himself, it's over 430 points now. Last time, I killed so many high family disciples in the first city. Let's see if my sin value can reach 1,000 points this time. When that time comes, what can I summon with 1,000 sin value? 100 points could summon the Archangel Lucifer. What could 1,000 points summon? Luo Tian was a little excited. Moreover, the current him would not let anyone from the Dongfang family off, because they had touched the bottom line in Luo Tian's heart. Everyone had to die. 2 moves, instant kill. The surroundings suddenly quietened down. All eyes were fixed on Luo Tian. After a few seconds of silence, the warriors' eyes were bloodshot as they roared out, "Kill him! Take revenge for Dongfang Shan, kill!" At the same time, the 8 generals of the East fell down from 8 different directions. The leader shouted in a deep voice, "All of you, retreat!" That person's gaze locked onto Luo Tian, and with a move of his spear, a thick aura ignited on his body, bringing with it a vigorous power. A dangerous aura spread out. With the 8 generals out, let's see if you can still withstand it. Kill him. Kill him. Our Dongfang family's name will shake the Misty City. Lu Zhan said slightly. Luo Tian, these 8 people's mind is synchronized, and the moves they cultivate are all the same. Furthermore, they have been nurtured together since they were young. Once they use their strength, their cultivation can increase by 2 times. 8 generals of the East? Luo Tian swept his gaze across and sneered. They will soon become the 8 corpses of the East. Too arrogant. Luo Tian, I won't allow you to behave atrociously here. Lie down for me. The 8 of them moved. The 8 spears transformed into a rain of spears that covered the sky, enveloping down. There was no blind spot at all. No place to hide, no place to dodge. Torrential rain spear. Luo Tian, be careful. Lu Zhan shouted in a deep voice. The life bow moved and shot out like an arrow. Luo Tian said, "You retreat to the side." Lu Zhan's expression shook. This torrential pear blossom spear technique was a demigod-level technique. Moreover, the 8 generals had cultivated this one and only set of technique their entire lives. They had already reached the level of perfection, and their attack power was unparalleled. What was even more fatal was that this set of spear techniques was cultivated by them to the point that there were no blind spots. Luo Tian laughed and said, "Defense. That's not my style. What's more, the best defense is..." In that instant, Luo Tian released a bolt of static electricity from between his fingers. Crackling sounds could be heard, and in the end his entire body seemed to have turned into a super power plant. His entire body was covered in thunder and lightning. Crackle, 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 crackle. The sound was ear-piercing and unbearable. The moment the 8 generals landed, Luo Tian suddenly moved. The strongest defense is... attack! Thunder Beast, 30 million volts. Boom! Amy Rhodes' powerful thunder force was released. A huge lightning net was formed around him. The torrential rain spear was directly crushed into powder. Not a single spear flower fell. After blocking the moves of the 8 generals of the East, Luo Tian sneered and shouted, "Now it's my turn, right? Thunder Beast, bite them to pieces. Don't leave a single one alive." Rumble. Within the lightning net, an incomparably ferocious beast rushed out. Today, the first chapter of the 5 chapters has been delivered. Brothers, today's monthly votes are pitifully few. How about some monthly votes? Chapter 12-13. The Thunder Beast wreaked havoc. Before the 8 generals of the East could react, they were directly swallowed by the Thunder Beast. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. Ding. Ding. Ding ding ding, the system rang out. Luo Tian moved. In addition to killing the 8 generals of the East, he also crazily crushed those arrogant warriors of the Dongfang family. Since they didn't have a chance to live, then all of them would die. In this cruel world, if you don't kill him once you have the chance, he will turn around and kill you. At this time, being kind was equivalent to going against himself. In a short 10 seconds, the surroundings were a mess, and the corpses were all charred black. The huge thunder and lightning also shook half of the misty cloud city. What happened again? What was that just now? A huge thunder-type demon beast? It's in the direction of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Xiong is now a member of Haijia. Who would dare to find trouble with him? Furthermore, it seems to be the kind of hatred that will not end until one of them dies. Haijia. Hai Tongtian raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "It's that kid again." "Patriarch, should we send reinforcements?" one of the elders asked. Hai Tongtian was silent for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "No need. If the Platinum Forces Dongfang family can't even deal with a Luo Tian, then what's the point of having such a useless dog? It's a disgrace to us. And Sea Star Abyss is in the Dongfang family." Then Hai Tongtian raised his eyes slightly and said, "Send a secret order to Sea Star Abyss. If Dongfang Xiong can't resist, he doesn't need to do anything. Anyway, the current Dongfang family is useless to us. If not for the 3 super talented warriors he sent last time, what qualifications do they have to become our subordinate force?" A guard replied, "Yes, sir." Hai Tongtian laughed coldly and said, "Dongfang Xiong, you can fend for yourself. If you can kill Luo Tian, then congratulations, you will become a member of Haijia. If you can't kill him, then I can only apologize. Luo Tian, you're everywhere. I'd like to see how long you can jump around. Once the 3rd round of the test ends, you'll lose Huangfu Ju's protection. At that time, Hai Tongtian wasn't in a hurry to get rid of Luo Tian, because everything had been arranged to get rid of Luo Tian. He did not want his plan to be disrupted because of a small platinum organization like the Dongfang family. Moreover, his current focus was on how to form an alliance with the royal family and gradually isolate the Cloud Mist College. This way, his plan to unify the Cloud Mist City would be half realized. In another place, Cloud Mist College, Huangfu Ju was calm as he listened to Ren Xiaoyao's report. He looked up at the sky and said, "If Haijia doesn't intervene, then don't let Shirkuan appear." Luo Tian should also vent his anger. When he came to the ancient continent, Yao Haijia and Dongfang Shoa helped him. If it weren't for these 2 people, he might have died in Wushan City. Dongfang Xiong also wanted to please Haijia, but he didn't expect to provoke such a devil. Ren Xiaoyao nodded and said, "I know." Huangfu Ju asked, "Are there any movements from the 2 people of the Azure Dragon clan?" Ren Xiaoyao shook his head and said, "I'm not sure who they are yet, but since Luo Tian released the Azure Dragon's roar, they seem to have disappeared into thin air. My people have all lost their targets." Huangfu Ju was silent for a moment, then gently exhaled and murmured, "I heard that the Azure Dragon clan's Dragon God secret technique was stolen. I hope Luo Tian has nothing to do with this matter. Otherwise, he will not only face the Azure Dragon clan, but also the entire 4 divine beast continent." Ren Xiaoyao was shocked and said excitedly, "Good boy, did he really cultivate the Dragon God's secret technique? Ha ha ha, too valiant." Sensing the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird, no one could surpass the people of the 4 divine beasts clan. When Luo Tian released the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts, they had sensed it. Moreover, they had already locked onto Luo Tian Dongfang family. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Each time Luo Tian attacked, someone would die. Those arrogant warriors, upon seeing Luo Tian, looked as though they had seen a ghost. They no longer dared to fight. "Demon! Demon! He is a demon. Luo Tian's entire body was covered in blood. His body was covered in blood, which quickly coagulated under the blazing sun. It was as though Luo Tian's body was covered in a bloody armor, as though he was a demon from hell who had crawled out of a pool of blood. Dongfang Xiong was afraid. Several hundred warriors were unable to stop a level 1 Grand Yen cultivator. No, a level 2 Grand Yen cultivator, Luo Tian. The entire Dongfang family was in shambles. The 8 Dongfang generals were dead. More than half of the elders were dead as well. The remaining people had all been suppressed by Luo Tian's extremely murderous killing intent and had lost all ability to fight. They were in a state of extreme terror. Seeing this, Dongfang Xiong immediately hurried to the most luxurious courtyard. At this moment, Starfish Abyss was holding a young woman with a fiery figure and revealing clothes to his left and a naked, peerless beauty to his right. These were all things that Dongfang Xiong had offered him. His days were incomparably free and easy. Dongfang Xiong stumbled into the room. Starfish Abyss's face was filled with rage. He barked, "Who let you in?" Dongfang Xiong crawled up on his knees, saying, my lord, save me, save me." Luo Tian, he wants to kill me. Quick, save me." Starfish Abyss had received the order half an hour ago. Seeing Dongfang Xiong's pitiful appearance, he kicked him away and laughed coldly, saying, "Dongfang Xiong, you're also in the illusion realm, but you can't even deal with the Grand Yen trash. Tell me, what use do you have?" Dongfang Xiong crawled up on his knees again and hugged Starfish Abyss's thigh, saying, "My lord, Luo Tian is a lunatic. He's a demon, a homicidal maniac. Aye, don't you know that he could even block the royal family's killing fist? And Lady Ghost was killed by him in one move. I am only a level 3 illusion realm cultivator. How can I be his opponent?" He was scared to death. When Starfish Abyss heard the 2 words, Lady Ghost, his expression changed immediately. He always felt that Lady Ghost's failure was a humiliation to Haijia. He glared coldly and shouted, "If you dare to mention Lady Ghost again, I'll let you meet the King of Hell in advance." Dongfang Xiong's expression darkened as he sensed the killing intent emanating from Starfish Abyss. However, he couldn't care less at this moment. He said, "That kid Luo Tian is too arrogant. He knew that you were guarding the Dongfang clan before he came. The only reason he wasn't afraid was because he came for you. Moreover, he even said that if he could kill Lady Ghost, he could kill anyone on the sea god rankings. How dare you?" Starfish Abyss glared and released an invisible force, causing the 2 beautiful women behind him to bleed from their orifices. Today, the 2nd chapter of the 5 chapters has been delivered. Brothers, let Old Bull see your monthly votes fly again. Chapter 12:14. Haishing Abyss was Dongfang Xiong's last hope. He hugged him tightly. Seeing that Haishing Abyss was furious, Dongfang Xiong was delighted. "Luo Tian, since Haishing Abyss is attacking, let's see if you can still die. He is the Haijia elder, and his cultivation is not below Ghost Concubine. You can kill Ghost Concubine, but you are definitely not his match." Following which, Haishing Abyss coldly hollered, "Go out and fight with him. When the time comes, I will kill him in one move." Dongfang Xiong's face sunk. Before he could speak, Haishing Abyss said in disdain, "If I ask you to fight, then fight. Look at you, if not for Haijia's help, would you have your current position? The one sitting there is probably Dongfang Shua, right?" Dongfang Xiong's face immediately revealed a fawning expression. "I won't forget Haijia's kindness to me. If you ask me to fight, then even if I die, I will fight." Starfish Abyss nodded and said, "Go! Try your best to force Luo Tian to use his moves, especially the flames." "Yes, sir." Dongfang Xiong stepped out of the courtyard and flew into the air. He hollered, "Luo Tian, come and die!" Haishing Abyss revealed a cold smile, his eyes squinting as he muttered, "Luo Tian, your flame is indeed special." to be able to insta-kill number 2 ghost concubine and block the royal family ancestors' killing fist. As long as you dare to release that flame, then your death will come. As for Luo Tian, Haijia understood him better than anyone else. After all, heaven instantly killed ghost concubine and the rank 9 demonic beast, the core-devouring demonic bug. The Fair family had noticed the divine flame he used. Although they didn't know what kind of cultivation method this flame was, it was classified as the strongest cultivation method in all heaven. Dongfeng Manor. The army was defeated like a mountain. Blood flowed like a river. It was not because he was strong. He was just a grade 2 Taiyan. No matter how strong he was not a match for the hundreds of disciples of the Dongfeng family. The reason why the Dongfeng family cultivators lost was because it was mainly because of the fear in their hearts. He can instantly kill ghost concubine. He can even insta-kill a magical beast of the 9th step. Just this morning, he perfectly neutralized the Emperor Realm Imperial ancestors' killing punch. He's not human, he's a demon. These voices resounded in their minds. As Luo Tian killed the 8 generals of Dongfeng, they became more and more afraid, and their fighting strength continued to decline. In addition, Dongfeng Xiong was a patriarch who only cared about protecting himself and did not care about the lives of his subordinates. For a time, Luo Tian was like a dog that had fallen into the water. Wherever he went, he would kill. His experience bar increased rapidly. His primordial energy was also rapidly recovering. The most important point was his sin points continued to increase. Lu Zhan followed behind Luo Tian. Seeing Luo Tian's decisive killing, the admiration in his heart increased. At this time, Dongfeng Xiong suddenly stood out. Lu Zhan immediately went forward and said in a low voice, "For him to run out at this time, there must be a trap. I heard that the Dongfeng family has a Haijia elder. If he dares to run out, that Haijia elder must be hiding in the dark." Luo Tian also knew in his heart. However, he did not hesitate at all. Uncle Yao Hai's death filled him with anger. This anger had been suppressed in the bottom of his heart. Now that he saw Dongfeng Xiong and immediately thought of Yao Hai's death, the anger in his heart burst out in an instant. Luo Tian was stunned and said, "Old dog Dongfeng, you're finally willing to come out?" Dongfeng Xiong glanced at the Haixing abyss in the courtyard from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that he did not leave, his face turned cold and he sneered, "Luo Tian, I'm going to take your life today, you dog." Luo Tian laughed and said, "So many people wanted my life, but unfortunately they all died in the end. Ghost Concubine wanted my life and died. Hyosaurus wanted my life and died. Dongfeng who wanted my life and died too. Not even a complete corpse was left. You want my life too? Ha ha ha." Dongfeng Xiong's eyebrows twitched and he roared. Raging 4 seas. A long rod flashing with golden light fell into Dongfeng Xiong's hand. The long rod moved and swept out. The strength of the 10,000 illusions realm burst out. Dongfeng Xiong said, "Die for me." "Nice rod. I'll take it." Luo Tian looked at the staff and couldn't help but think of the Heavenly Palace God clan in the Tian Xian continent. The Heavenly Dragon Staff was the sacred object of the Dragon clan. This staff was like a miniature version of him, and it was emitting light all over. It should be a good spiritual treasure. Luo Tian frowned. Seeing the sky full of rod shadows crushing down, he immediately roared out, "God explosion!" Buzz. His attributes were doubled. At this moment, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise moved slightly, as if they had been summoned by some kind of power. They all became restless. It was also at this moment. The power in Luo Tian's body became even stronger, and was even stronger than the usual god explosion. Luo Tian did not notice this. He thought that it was because he had just broken through to the 2nd stage of Taiyan. The moment he unleashed his divine explosion, Luo Tian's body grew heavier. With a wave of his right hand, The Heaven Reliance sword appeared in his grasp. In the face of the staff silhouettes that filled the sky, Dongfang Xiong's figure was almost impossible to see. After entering the myriad illusions realm, one's cultivation base would fuse with an unfathomable power. Strength, speed, and body would all become erratic and more powerful. Seeing Luo Tian stunned on the spot, he was in a daze. Dongfang Xiong laughed complacently. I thought you were strong, but you're just a piece of trash, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, prepare to die. The aura of the rod shadows that filled the sky suddenly changed. One by one, the rod shadows became incomparably thick, as if they were real and came crashing down from the sky. Walala, walala, walala. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Luo Tian's body sank slightly, as if he could not withstand this kind of power. The difference in level was still incomparably huge. This point, it was something that cultivation techniques could not make up for. Dongfang Xiong was at the third stage of the 10,000 illusions. With the support of the Sea Star Abyss, he was not afraid at all. Seeing Luo Tian's body sinking, Dongfang Xiong became even more pleased with himself. Ha ha ha! You dog, let's see where you can hide. Hide? The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he softly spat out a word and said, In my world, there is no such thing as hide. Isn't it just the 10,000 illusions realm? I want to see how strong you are. Wang, a loud sound came from within his body. Luo Tian's body suddenly stopped moving. Facing the tens of thousands of giant rods descending from the sky, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Fantasy Fairy, is it okay to temper my body like this? Fantasy Fairy was stunned and exclaimed, Do you want to die? Luo Tian laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, Dragon God Mystery. He had to raise his body to the great perfection realm before he could release it. His current body was not even at the first level. He wanted to temper his body. The third chapter has arrived. Can today's monthly votes reach 150 chapters? If it can be reached, Old Bull will continue with 5 chapters tomorrow. There were only 48 left, and double that was 24. Brothers, please do your best. Chapter 1215. He couldn't use the powerful dragon god's secret art. Who wouldn't be itching? The first level of the dragon god forbidden technique? Dragon transformation. Transforming into a dragon god. Crushing everything within 10,000 miles. What kind of King cool existence was this? What a pity. Due to the limitations of his physical body, he couldn't use it. Facing Dongfang Xiong, who was at the third rank of myriad phantoms, Luo Tian was confident that he could withstand this attack. Moreover, he could completely relax his body. This was the most direct way to temper the body. The stronger one's resistance, the stronger one's body would be. Fantasy Fairy was immediately scared silly by Luo Tian's actions and anxiously said, You'll die like this. The power of the third level of the myriad illusions is enough to kill you instantly. Luo Tian. Luo Tian, Luo Tian. Luo Tian acted as if he didn't hear it. Fantasy Fairy was so anxious that she cried, Big bastard! Ha ha ha! Luo Tian laughed wildly. Looking at the sky full of sticks falling, his eyes turned sinister, and he directly roared out, Come! Lu Zhan was dumbfounded. Damn, what are you trying to do now? In the dark, Shikuin and Yu Tianhai's expressions suddenly changed. The two of them also didn't understand what Luo Tian was trying to do. Is he crazy? What exactly is going on in this kid's head? This is not the thought process of a normal person at all. Brothers Sure, what should we do? Should we make a move? Although Dongfang Xiong is only at the myriad illusions realm, the power of this move surpasses the power of the third level of the myriad illusions. Luo Tian's cultivation technique is indeed very strong, but his physical body is very weak, and this is also because his sudden speed is too fast. Yu Tianhai started to worry. Shikuin looked at Luo Tian and frowned. The mission that Huang Fuju gave them was to ensure Luo Tian's safety, but now, huff! In the end, Shikuin gave up and muttered, He knows what he's doing. I believe he must have his reasons for doing this. Yu Tianhai stared at Shi Kun, stunned. He's crazy. Are you crazy too? Shi Kun shook his head and said with a smile, Luo Tian has shocked us many times. This time I believe in him. Also, in another place, two very ordinary-looking young disciples sneaked into the Dongfang family's disciples. In the crowd, their gazes were fixed on Luo Tian. What is he trying to do? Are you not afraid of death? What should we do? He has old ancestor Azure Dragon's aura in his body. If something happens to him, I'm afraid we won't be able to answer to the clan. The other person pondered for a few seconds and said in a low voice, I believe in him. Since the Azure Dragon Patriarch chose him, I believe that he must have something extraordinary about him. Moreover, he must have his reasons for doing so. Just wait and see. This young man is not simple. The two of them were from the Azure Dragon clan. They transformed into two ordinary humans. After Luo Tian released the Azure Dragon Phantom, they immediately rushed over and witnessed the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and the four mythical beasts entering his body. To others, this might only be an ordinary shock, but to the four mythical beasts clan, the disciples of the Azure Dragon clan, the shock that this scene caused to them was indescribable. Moreover, they could sense old ancestor Azure Dragon's aura from Luo Tian's body. Only warriors with the Azure Dragon's bloodline, the Azure Dragon clan, could sense it. This was a type of bloodline connection, an innate sensing ability. Their goals were similar to Shi Kun's. Only, other than protecting Luo Tian, they also wanted to figure out why old ancestor Azure Dragon would choose him, and why he had three other mythical beasts at the same time. This was impossible. In the end, they chose to believe in Luo Tian, and didn't attack. Dongfang Xiong laughed arrogantly, ha ha ha, go die. As soon as he finished, the giant rod was like a thunderclap, smashing down one after another. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Smashing onto Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian's body sank, his internal organs rolled, and his health point rapidly decreased. Luo Tian clenched his teeth and roared towards the sky. Dongfang Xiong, is that all you have? You're not even comparable to a 3-year-old child. Too weak. Dongfang Xiong's expression darkened, and he shouted, You're courting death! The sky filled with rod shadows smashed down like lightning. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Thousands of strikes per second. Each strike contained tens of thousands of Gena force. Even a steel plate would be smashed into pieces. Luo Tian's body was also sinking rapidly. Finally, he landed on the ground. The entire ground caved in, and with his feet as the center, it quickly cracked open, with a diameter of tens of meters. Lu Zhan wanted to make a move several times, but was stopped by Luo Tian. In just a few minutes, Luo Tian had endured who knows how many strikes. His entire body was covered in blood, and blood dripped down from the top of his head into his eyes. His eyes were dyed red, and blood streamed down from his face to the corner of his mouth. Luo Tian swallowed a mouthful of blood. His entire face was sinister as he grinned, revealing his bloody teeth. He stared at Dongfang Xiong, who was in the air, and said, Where's your strength? Is it just this little bit? It's not even enough to tickle lousy, ha ha ha. Dongfang Xiong was extremely angry. After continuously attacking for so long, he still couldn't kill Luo Tian. At this time, he had already forgotten everything. He no longer remembered that Luo Tian was the one who instantly killed Ghost Concubine and blocked the attack of the imperial family's ancestor. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill him with one strike. Then, another round of rod bombardment. It was just that, halfway through, Luo Tian could no longer feel any pain. It was as if he had already become numb to this kind of power, and it was as if his body's defense had increased a little. He couldn't help but ask in his heart, Fantasy girl is my body. Not waiting for him to finish, he heard the soft sobbing of the fantasy fairy. Luo Tian was a little flustered. No problem could stump him. No matter how strong his opponent was, he wasn't afraid at all. However, he was very afraid of a girl's tears. He immediately said, "What's wrong?" "Don't cry, I was wrong, okay?" Fantasy fairy cried even harder, like a pear blossom covered in rain. She cried and said, it's almost me telling you the key to cultivating the dragon god's forbidden technique. I shouldn't have told you. If you died, what would I do?" "Woo woo, woo woo woo," he cried very sadly. Very sad. Luo Tian's heart was about to break. "I promise you I won't do this again." Boom! Dongfang Xiong struck down again and arrogantly scolded, "Luo Tian, you damn trash!" Not waiting for him to finish. At this moment, Luo Tian grabbed Dongfang Xiong's rod with one hand and looked up. His eyes looked like a demon that had crawled up from hell as he shouted, "Have you *King hit enough? Now it's my turn." The heavenly sword suddenly moved. Luo Tian locked onto Dongfang Xiong's figure and directly roared out, "Buddha's Fury Vajra!" One sword seals the heavens. Die. The 4th chapter had been delivered. Currently, there were 118 monthly votes. There were still 32 left, which was 16 monthly votes. Tomorrow there would be 5 chapters. Brothers, just add a little more fuel. There was one more chapter tonight. Chapter 1216. Luo Tian only wanted to temper his body. He didn't expect to force Fantasy Fairy to cry. At this moment, just as Dongfang Xiong was about to strike down, Luo Tian grabbed onto the golden rod without saying a word. The space between his eyebrows turned sinister, and the power of the 4 divine beasts' blood vein in his body surged into his mind. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister. "Are you done?" Then, the Vajra sword technique that had evolved into a god-level cultivation technique was released. Combined with the power of the god's explosion, an incomparably huge King Kong violent ape descended from the sky. He pressed Dongfang Xiong down with his butt. Then, the heavenly sword erupted with an astonishing sword chi. Luo Tian moved. The dense power in his body had already surpassed his own, and he stabbed out with his sword. Swish! The sword pierced through the sky. Dongfang Xiong, who was slowly getting up, directly pierced through Dongfang Xiong's body with his sword. Buzz! Dongfang Xiong's mind exploded. The sky seemed to have been sealed. There was no color, and the color in his eyes had lost its color. At the same time, he touched his body with both hands, but there were no wounds. There was no bleeding. There was no pain on his body. Dongfang Xiong couldn't help but sneer. "Ha ha ha. You can't even hurt a single hair on my body. Luo Tian, you're not like this. Ha ha ha," before the laughter could fade. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly. He withdrew the heavenly sword, swept his gaze across the entire audience, and said coldly, "Haijia Elder, stop hiding. You should come out now, right?" The surviving disciples of the Dongfang family all looked at Luo Tian in shock. Dongfang Xiong was completely unharmed. Yet he actually challenged the Haijia Elder? Wasn't he courting death? Dongfang Xiong also sneered and said, "I'm enough to deal with trash like you." Luo Tian turned his body slightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he coldly said a word. "Explode!" Bam! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Walala! The moment he said the word explode, Dongfang Xiong's body sank, and more than 10 wounds suddenly appeared on his body. Blood gushed out from the wounds, and the HP bar above his head dropped to the lowest point. It was as if he had died in an instant. The scene was similar to the Spear of Vengeance in LOL. His body was covered with swords. As Luo Tian exhaled, Dongfang Xiong's body directly exploded. The heaven-sealing sword just now directly severed his mind. He said that he was not dead. It was because Dongfang Xiong's nervous system hadn't sensed it yet. However, now, his complexion became pale and colorless. He covered his throat with one hand, and black blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. He cried out in surprise, "Lord Star Abyss, save me! Save me! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!" The surrounding people were shocked. How did he do it? Suddenly, a unique aura appeared in the air. Luo Tian smiled slightly. His gaze locked onto a certain place and said, "You're finally willing to come out?" Sea Star Abyss walked out of the courtyard, his face cold, his eyes filled with killing intent. He coldly looked at Dongfang Xiong and said disdainfully, "What a piece of trash, to not be able to kill you after so many moves. What a disgrace." Dongfang Xiong suddenly crawled over and said, "Save me, Lord Star Abyss! Quickly, quickly, quickly save me!" Not waiting for him to get close, Sea Star Abyss kicked out fiercely, sending Dongfang Xiong flying out and crashing into a wall. His body twitched a few times, and his eyes rolled back. He was dead. At the same time, a notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dongfang Xiong for obtaining 38,000 experience for 1,000 essence chi values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining essence chi stick. Congratulations player. Ding! Sin points plus 1 inch dead. It exploded. Luo Tian took a look at the essence chi stick that exploded out. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he became excited in his heart. Item: Essence Chi Stick Grade, Heaven Level Description. Special item, one of the items to open the tomb. There was a super magic treasure left behind by the Patriarch of Mount Hua in the tomb. One of the reasons why Luo Tian came to Cloud Mist College was because he thought that the Patriarch of Mount Hua was lying to him. Cloud Mist College did not have a tomb at all, but from the looks of it, this Cloud Mist College definitely had a tomb, and even the quest item had appeared. The system would definitely not make a mistake. Luo Tian thought in his heart, "It seems that I have to gather all the quest items to open the tomb, but where are the other quest items?" At this moment, Luo Tian was too lazy to think too much about it because there were still elite-level monsters waiting for him. Sea Star Abyss. Luo Tian said slightly, "You even killed your own dog. Your methods are quite ruthless." Sea Star Abyss sneered and said, "For a useless dog, keeping it is a waste of food. Rather than embarrassing me, it is better to die." Immediately after, Sea Star Abyss stared at Luo Tian, his gaze darkening as he said, "Luo Tian, you are not bad, not bad, it is a pity. You provoked the wrong person, and your brain is not good. If you did not provoke Haijia, perhaps your future would be bright, but now, you have no future. Are you going to kill me?" Luo Tian asked with interest. Sea Star Abyss laughed. "Kill you? Humph, you are not qualified for me to take action." Luo Tian mocked. "You're afraid of me." "Afraid?" Sea Star Abyss sneered and said, "If not for the Patriarch letting me keep you alive for a few days, you would already be a corpse lying on the ground." Luo Tian continued, "You're not going to kill me?" Sea Star Abyss laughed. "If I don't kill you today, in 2 days maybe," Luo Tian said lightly. "Since you won't kill me, then I will kill you. I can't leave behind future troubles for myself, right?" While talking, Luo Tian raised his right hand slightly. Sea Star Abyss immediately thought of Luo Tian's flame. His chrysanthemum suddenly tightened, and his eyes became gloomy. He snorted coldly, "With just you!" As soon as his voice faded, Sea Star Abyss was like a launched rocket directly flying out. In an instant, he was already several kilometers away. A sneer sounded in the sky and said, "Luo Tian, you want to kill me with just you? If you have the guts, come and kill me now. Come on, dog. If not for the Patriarch letting you live for a few days, you would already be dead." Luo Tian smiled slightly and did not move. Lu Zhan looked at him and said, "He has gone far, let's leave too." However, "Brother, you are really strong. Even a Holy Spirit realm expert, like Sea Star Abyss, is afraid of you. You are really cool. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian still did not move. Lu Zhan could not help but be stunned and said, "Let's go, the Dongfang family has been destroyed, and the remaining people are no longer worth killing." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "I want to kill him." Lu Zhan asked, "Who is it?" Luo Tian said, "The Haijia elder who escaped just now." Lu Zhan was shocked and said, "He has already returned to Haijia. You want to go to Haijia? That is the most dangerous place in the central continent. Luo Tian said, "I can kill him here." A few minutes later, Sea-Star Abyss returned to the Haijia Hall. At this time, Haijia was waiting for him in the hall, as well as several elders of Haijia. At this moment, a flame rushed down from the sky, a flame that claimed life. The 5th chapter has been delivered. A new day has begun. Old Cow is asking for recommendation votes again, monthly votes. Today, the monthly votes have reached 150. Old Cow will continue to update 5 chapters tomorrow, and the monthly votes will be even more intense. Chapter 1217. In the hall, Hai Xing Yuan reported, "Dongfang Xiong is dead. The Dongfang family has been removed from Misty Cloud City." Hai Tong Tian did not seem too shocked. Dongfang Xiong was originally trash. If it wasn't for his father begging me back then, I wouldn't have let him become the patriarch of the Dongfang family. If he's dead, then he's dead. It's no big deal. Anyway, this dog no longer has any value. But Luo Tian's strength seems to have increased a lot. Right. Why hasn't number 8 ghost concubine returned from the profound sky continent where Luo Tian is? Logically speaking, she should be back. He wanted to investigate everything about Luo Tian. An elder asked, "Should we send someone to look for her?" Hai Tong Tian said no need. It doesn't matter if she comes back or not. After the 3rd round of the assessment ends, Luo Tian will die. It was also at this time. An elder looked at the sky outside the hall and was shocked. "Patriarch, a flame is falling from the sky. Its target is our hall." Hai Tong Tian's face changed slightly. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the flame in the sky. "What the hell is that?" The elder said, "It looks a bit like the flame Luo Tian released. But how can his secret art release it from such a long distance? It's impossible. And among us." Suddenly, all the elders in the hall looked at Hai Xing Yuan. Sea-Star Abyss's face darkened as he said, "Impossible. I left before he released this flame. Even if the secret art he cultivates is a divine grade secret art, it's impossible for him to release it from such a distance. Even an Emperor Realm Master can't do it. So how can he, a mere second-order Taiyan, do it? I don't believe it. I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death." Hai Tong Tian's eyes narrowed. Seeing the flame getting closer and closer, he shouted, "Luo Tian, you son of a bitch! You're challenging my bottom line again and again." Then Hai Tong Tian shouted, "Elders, listen to my order." The elders immediately stood up and shouted. Hai Tong Tian said, "Destroy that flame for me. I want to see what kind of flame it is to be able to instantly kill a Holy Spirit realm expert. Today, I want to see just how strong it is. This old man doesn't believe in this evil." The 6 elders immediately walked out of the hall. The 6 of them were all saint spirits. Looking at the divine fire falling from the sky, they did not say anything and immediately released their power. He continued to charge forward. Bang! Rumble, rumble! For a moment, the sky above Haijia was like a firework display, exploding in midair. He also wanted to use his power to shatter the divine fire. However, the divine fire was immune to all kinds of attacks. No matter how strong the attack was, it would not be able to withstand it. Everyone's face sank. The 6 of them looked at Hai Tong Tian. Their expressions were extremely ugly. 6 dignified Holy Spirit realm experts couldn't even withstand a single cultivation technique from Luo Tian. If this matter were to spread out, Haijia would lose a lot of face again. Hai Tongtian frowned and took a step in front of Hai Xingyuan's body. His eyes stared at the divine fire that was falling. His eyes were cold, and the aura on his body was suddenly released. A cold chill was released, and the surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted. At the same time, Hai Tongtian's hands moved, and his 5 fingers formed a claw. The moment the divine fire fell, 5 visible power stripes appeared on his 5 fingers. They were ice power stripes. He grabbed at the air and shouted, "Stop!" The power of a peak 9th level Holy Spirit was released. He had even used the power of his bloodline awakening. He was just short of releasing the power of God's chosen one. Under his claws, the divine fire trembled a few times and began to twist crazily. It was as if it had been blocked. It was also at this moment Hai Tongtian's idea entered the divine fire and shouted in his heart, "I want to see what kind of flame can have such a powerful power." The moment his consciousness entered the divine fire, his mind buzzed, his mind shook, and his sea of consciousness rolled. The consciousness that entered the divine fire was instantly killed and turned into ashes. It didn't even stop for a millionth of a second. This terrifying damage caused Hai Tongtian to feel a chill in his heart. Even if I'm facing an Emperor Realm expert, it's impossible to kill my consciousness in such a short time. What exactly is this flame? Boom! All of a sudden, the divine fire directly pierced through. It instantly broke free from Hai Tongtian's control. "Patriarch, be careful! Be careful! Patriarch, be careful!" Everyone was shocked and instantly rushed forward. Hai Tongtian's face also turned pale. His body couldn't help but tremble. A chill rose in his heart as he watched the flame rush into his body. Fear filled his entire body, but to his shock, he didn't feel any pain. There wasn't even a trace of pain. But at this moment, Sea Star Abyss, who was behind him, suddenly screamed. The divine fire exploded in his chest, and his skin began to crack crazily. Traces of flame light shone out from the cracks, and his entire body was like magma in a volcano. Sea Star Abyss's entire body was smoking as he shouted in horror, "Save me! Save me! Quickly save me!" He was Hai Tongtian's cousin. When Hai Tongtian saw the situation, he was incomparably annoyed. He directly released all of his ice-cold bloodline power and poured it into Sea Star Abyss's body, but it was useless. It was as if he was immune to any power. "Back off! Back off! Back off!" Hai Tongtian gritted his teeth. Looking at Sea Star Abyss, who was in incomparable pain, he said in a deep voice, "Star Abyss, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. I will definitely use the cruelest method to kill Luo Tian." With a bang, Sea Star Abyss roared towards the sky. "Luo Tian, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Boom! His entire body exploded, burned to ashes, not even leaving behind a powder. Become a ghost? Even his primordial spirit had been burned away by the divine fire. Not to mention becoming a ghost, he couldn't even be air. He directly turned into nothingness and disappeared forever. Hai Tongtian was enraged to the extreme. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Sea Star Abyss for obtaining 170,000 experience points, 18,000 essence chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled into a grin as he said, "Dead!" Lu Zhan was stunned for a moment and asked in puzzlement, "Who died?" Luo Tian said, "The Haijia elder who escaped from Dongfang Mansion just now." Lu Zhan was shocked as he stared at Luo Tian with his mouth agape. He looked at his back and then looked in the direction of Haijia that was dozens of kilometers away. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a long while, he squeezed out 2 words, "Pervert." Today his family sold last year's rice. After carrying the rice for an entire day, his entire body was extremely sore. Damn it, farmers really have a hard. Sigh, although he was so tired that his bones were about to fall apart. What the old cow wanted to say was that there would still be 5 chapters to update. Brothers, where are your monthly votes? Today's monthly votes are too miserable. Chapter 1218. Haishing Abyss's death caused another sensation. However, except for a few people, no one knew that he was killed by Luo Tian in one move. Haijia was furious. Hai Tong Tian couldn't bear it any longer. He couldn't wait to cut Luo Tian into pieces. At night, Haijia was brightly lit. Hai Tong Tian sat on the patriarch's chair and didn't speak for a long time. The anger in his heart was getting fiercer and fiercer, and his face was getting colder and colder. He had never taken Luo Tian seriously. His main purpose of getting rid of Luo Tian was to attack Huang Fuju's power. But now, it was different. He just wanted Luo Tian to die. This feeling was very strong. Since Luo Tian appeared, his plan had been disrupted again and again. Haijia was also in constant trouble. His son, Hyosaurus, died inexplicably. His head was cut off. Ghost Concubine was killed by Luo Tian in 1 second. More than half of the thousands of disciples sent by Haijia were killed or injured, and the other half were chased by Luo Tian. Basically, they didn't make it out in the limited time. He claimed that he wanted to take all 1,000 spots. It was like a joke. And today, Haishing Abyss died. Hai Tong Tian didn't know what that flame was. He only knew that it was full of a kind of heaven-defying power. That kind of power seemed to be able to kill even the sky. From that moment on, fear rose in his heart. For him, who was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm and was about to break through to the Sovereign realm, he was afraid that he would never be able to break through again because of this fear. Unless he got rid of this fear, the only way to get rid of it was to kill Luo Tian. Hai Feng Tian said, "Big brother, that kid won't live for long. Tomorrow is the 3rd round of assessment. I won't let him pass. Bear with it for a few days. When the time comes, I will catch him and bring him to you." And rejecting Luo Tian in front of Huang Fuju is a huge blow to his morale. It will also let Haijia wipe away the shame. The plan had been made a few days ago. Moreover, Hai Feng Tian had already made arrangements for Cloud Mist College. Another elder said, because of Luo Tian, Huang Fuju didn't hesitate to offend the royal family's patriarch. If we can embarrass him in front of everyone in the Misty Cloud City, it will have an unprecedented impact on his suppression. Moreover, it will also show the other families in the Misty Cloud City that whoever provokes the Haijia is equivalent to provoking the Grim Reaper. Family head, please bear with it for now. Feng Tian has already arranged everything. Just bear with it for now. This kid won't live for long. For the sake of the big picture, one must first learn to endure. How could Hai Tong Tian not know this? However, when Hai Tong Tian thought of the powerful power of the divine fire, he couldn't help but feel afraid. He said coldly, "We still haven't found out what kind of cultivation method that flame is. Even if we successfully stop Luo Tian from joining Cloud Mist College, and our agreement with Huang Fuju becomes invalid, are we confident that we can kill him?" The divine fire had a great influence on him. Everyone's faces sank, and they didn't know what to say. After a long pause, an elder said, "Should we ask a supreme elder to come out of seclusion?" Everyone's faces turned cold. Haijia had several supreme elders and an ancestor. They were all super powerhouses in the Emperor realm, old monsters who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. They were all in seclusion. They were trying to break through to the Emperor realm and enter the divine realm. They didn't care about the world anymore. Everyone was silent for a few seconds. Hai Tong Tian shook his head and said, "If we can't even deal with Luo Tian, who is in the Taiyan realm, how can we conquer Cloud Mist College and unify the central continent? What will the ancestor think of me if that happens?" "No, absolutely not." Immediately, another elder said, "I don't know how the eldest young master is now. If he's here, let alone 1 Luo Tian, even 10,000 Luo Tian won't be his match." The eldest young master, the crown prince of Haijia, the Sea Emperor Dragon, Hai Tongtian's proudest son. Everyone's eyes were shocked, and they all looked at Hai Tongtian. Hai Tongtian frowned and muttered, "If the Emperor Dragon was here, killing Luo Tian would be like killing a chicken or a dog, but he's now at the critical moment of breaking through to the Emperor realm. If we disturb him at this time..." At this time, he thought of Luo Tian's divine fire again and secretly clenched his fists, saying, "If we can't stop Luo Tian this time, then, at this moment..." He had made up his mind. Hai Tongtian couldn't find any way to deal with Luo Tian's divine fire. Moreover, he was very clear about his current situation, and he was afraid. If he faced Luo Tian's divine fire, the fear in his heart would deepen, and it would cause an unimaginable obstacle to his martial cultivation. No matter what, to deal with Luo Tian, he had to kill him in one blow. With Hai Tongtian's words, all the elders felt a little relieved. At the same time, they were secretly angry in their hearts. The dignified #1 king family of the Central Continent was actually frightened by a Luo Tian of the Grand Yan realm. This was too shameful. However, once the Haijia crown prince came out of seclusion, then Luo Tian would no longer exist in this world. Once Luo Tian died, the next to deal with was Huang Fuju. Finally, Hai Tongtian glanced at Hai Fengtian and said, "I'll leave the Cloud Mist College to you. You have all the rights to stop Luo Tian from entering Cloud Mist College. Even if you use the Sea God's token, you have to stop Luo Tian for me." Hai Fengtian nodded heavily and said, "I understand. Big brother, don't worry. I'll definitely make things difficult for Huang Fuju, and I'll definitely prevent Luo Tian from entering Cloud Mist Academy." Hai Tongtian nodded and said to another elder, "How's the communication with the royal family?" That elder said, "It's still in contact, but the royal family's conditions are too harsh." Hai Tongtian said in a deep voice, "Just agree to any conditions. First, kill Yunlan, then destroy the royal family. Give him a few bones to taste the sweetness, then completely kill him." "Understood." In another place, Yi family in a simple courtyard. Yi Yunmeng pushed her brother and looked at the night sky. From time to time, she would smile faintly. Yi Qianqing looked at his crazy sister and was speechless. He said, "Sister, I think you're really thinking of love. Are you looking for a beating?" "You dare to laugh at your sister," Yi Yunmeng said. Yi Qianqing shook his head and sighed. "Sigh, for your sweetheart. You don't even want me, your brother." Suddenly, Yi Yunming's eyes turned sinister and said in a low voice, "Don't make a sound. Someone's coming." It was also at this time. A slightly plump little fatty with a wretched expression walked quietly to the outside of the small courtyard. His Adam's apple rolled, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His heart was thumping wildly. "Goddess, goddess, Ice Mountain goddess, I'm here." It was also at this time. A cold sword was placed on his neck. Lu Zhan's chrysanthemum tightened and immediately said, "Goddess, please spare me. I'm here to deliver something." The second chapter arrived, asking for thick, black, long, big, and strong monthly votes. Chapter 1219. In a small courtyard in the slums, Lu Zhan was like a devout saint. He squatted beside Luo Tian and said respectfully, "Brother, why are you so cool? Can you teach me a few moves? I beg you." It was as if he was begging the Bible. Luo Tian looked at Fatty Lu and couldn't help but smile. How did she react when she saw the thing? Lu Zhan said she was stunned on the spot. She looked like she was extremely touched. "But, brother, what exactly is in that box? Moreover, the Yi clan is a king clan. No matter what, Yi Yunmeng is a super talented warrior and was once the pride of Cloud Mist College. Although her appearance is disfigured because of the poison, the Yi clan can't treat her like that. You didn't see where she lives. It's even worse than here. It's like a pigsty. Seeing my goddess living in such a place, I want to kill the Yi clan head." Speaking of which, Lu Zhan's face was filled with anger. It was as if he was severely humiliated. Luo Tian frowned. Lu Zhan didn't know, but he was very clear in his heart. Because she provoked the Hyasaurus, Yi Yunmeng was poisoned and her status was demoted. It was because of the Haijia. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and said to himself, "Silly queen, I will definitely save you. I will definitely make those who wronged you regret it." The night went by silently. The next morning, Cloud Mist College, there was a sea of people, and the outer sanctum of the academy was filled with people. Not only that, the road to Cloud Mist College was filled with people. Other than the families of the examinees, there were also other clans and forces in Cloud Mist City. There were also some powerful sections. They all sent people over. Those who could enter the third round of assessment, whether it was in terms of talent, potential, or current cultivation, would not be too low. It didn't matter if they were eliminated or not. They would all be recruited by clans. Other than the Cloud Mist College, there were many clans that needed warriors in Misty Cloud City. Among the tens of thousands of martial artists, Cloud Mist College would only choose 1,000. The rest would be divided among the other forces. The martial arts arena was also a test for the martial artists. The third round of assessment was of utmost importance. The martial arts competition was an elimination system. There was no second chance. In other words, if they failed in the first few rounds, they would lose the opportunity to enter Cloud Mist College. After entering the top 1,000, there would be a ranking competition. The higher his ranking, the more rewards he would receive, and the more attention the academy would place on him. However, no matter if you were the first or the 1,000th place, everyone would start from the beginner school of Cloud Mist College. No matter how strong they would not be able to skip grades, let alone enter the advanced school. They could only take it one step at a time. Even elementary students had the opportunity to become the strongest student and participate in the Heaven's chosen competition. The sports field, which was as big as 100 football fields, was filled with people. Everyone was discussing it. There were also some clans that were giving out things like name cards. Luo Tian and Lu Zhan walked to the sports field and were shocked by everything in front of them. Damn, there are too many people here. It's several times more than the second round of selection. Lu Zhan laughed. You still don't know, right? These people all want a share of the pie. To be able to pass the first 2 rounds of assessment, their talent is definitely not low. These are the martial artists that those small clans are pursuing. Let's go, I'll take you to see something. Lu Zhan was like a know-it-all as he brought Luo Tian to a place where the martial artists were the most concentrated. There was a huge stone tablet in the crowd with a list of bids pasted on it. Tsunami, 10,000 illusions, bid 1. 8 million profound coins. The bidder is actually the E clan. Huang Tianyu, Tai Yen Stage 6, bid 900,000 profound coins. Feng Lei, Tai Yen Stage 3, bid 300,000 profound coins. The list of bids recorded the martial artists that participated in the assessment. These bids were all made by some clans. Whether they passed the third round or not, these bids would not change. In the first and second round, the better the results, the higher the bid. For example, the leader of the younger generation in Haijia, Tsunami, was only 25 years old, but his cultivation had reached the 10,000 illusion stage. He was first in the first round and first in the second round, so his bid was naturally very high. However, the highest bid wasn't Tsunami. It was Huangfuya. Huangfuya, Martial Void Stage 9, bid 10 million profound coins. Haijia, 10 million profound coins. Oh my god, Haijia actually gave such a high price. It's probably in the top 10 in the history of bids, right? Back then, Haijia's crown prince's bid of 80 million was unbeatable. However, Haijia's crown prince's bid was from Abyss Academy. This time it's actually from Haijia. It was too shocking. 10 million profound coins was enough to make a Holy Spirit realm expert a fighter. He didn't expect Haijia to give such a high price. However, 10 million was not a high price for a space-time bloodline awakener. Even if Haijia gave such a high price, Huangfu, you wouldn't join Haijia. Moreover, Haijia's purpose was very simple. Huangfuya was Huangfu Ju's weakness. If Huangfuya joined Haijia, then Haijia would definitely not let go of the opportunity to study space-time bloodline. Make way, everyone make way. Fatty Lu squeezed into the crowd and said with an excited face, "Let me see how high my bid is." 10 lines at a glance. After looking for a few minutes, he still couldn't find Lu Zhan among the tens of thousands of names. It didn't matter if he didn't find his name. What made Lu Zhan even more puzzled was that even Luo Tian's name wasn't there. He couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Damn, where's my name? Boss, your name isn't there either. He wanted to take this opportunity to show off. He didn't expect that his name wasn't there at all. Logically speaking, his results in the first and second rounds of the examination were not bad. Moreover, at least half of the Misty Cloud City knew about his bloodline awakening, so it was impossible for him to not have a bid. The price of a bloodline awakener was extremely shocking, even if he didn't have one. But how could Luo Tian not have one? Instantly killing Ghost Concubine and blocking a move from the imperial family's patriarch. Who could do this? Even if it was 100 million, it wouldn't be too much. But there was none. Luo Tian smiled slightly, not caring about these things. However, some people at the side sneered and mocked. Naturally, no one will bid for Trash. Trash still thinks that someone will bid for him. What a joke! Who would bid for Trash? I think they must be a pair of trash. Otherwise, how could neither of them be on the list? To be able to pass the first round, the second round must have relied on connections. 2 pieces of trash, huh? The surroundings couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Zhan was a little unhappy. He glanced at Luo Tian and said, "Boss, I can't hold it in any longer. If I don't teach these idiots a lesson, it seems like they don't know how powerful this young master is." Fight! The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Can I ask for one more monthly ticket? Chapter 1220. Fight! Lu Zhan asked. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Why bother with a bunch of barking dogs? So what if I'm not on the list? It's not a shameful thing. In any case, we'll have to meet on the stage. When we get on the stage, we'll be able to see just how much of a piece of trash these people are before us," Luo Tian said arrogantly, ignoring the countless pairs of devouring eyes around him. On the contrary, Luo Tian sneered as he looked at them and said, "You're not happy about it? Come and bite me if you are." Everyone's face darkened. At this time, the crowd suddenly dispersed. A martial artist in Haijia clothes walked up with a contemptuous look and said in a strange tone, "Yo, I was wondering who was so arrogant. It's Luo Tian. Master Hai Ran is here." Master Hai Ran is one of the top 10 disciples in this stage. He's the most talented among the younger generation in Haijia. Although his talent is not superior, it's very close. And I heard that he's a bloodline awakener. His bloodline is from an ancient beast. It's very powerful. The surrounding martial artists all looked at Hai Ran. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect and fear, because he was from Haijia. Also, his cultivation was very strong. Luo Tian looked up at Hai Ran and said in a low voice, 10,000 illusions, stage 1. Behind Hai Ran was a large group of Haijia disciples. There were a few disciples who looked at Luo Tian differently from the others. Luo Tian didn't notice. Hai Ran sneered and said contemptuously, "Luo Tian, do you know why you can't get on the list?" Luo Tian said with interest, "Is there any special reason?" Tsunami's face was full of disdain and arrogance. He said, "The reason is simple. No family wants a dead man. From the moment you offended the Haijia, you were already dead." Lu Zhan was furious and shouted, "Who are you calling a dead person?" Tsunami glanced at Lu Zhan coldly and said with disdain, "Where did this wild dog come from? Get lost. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to talk to me?" You. Fury surged in Lu Zhan's heart, and he couldn't remain calm. Furthermore, there were a lot of girls around, which made him even more agitated. Luo Tian patted Lu Zhan's shoulder, indicating that he shouldn't be provoked. Private fights in Cloud Mist College might result in immediate disqualification. Tsunami wanted to provoke Lu Zhan. Once the fight started, he would use all his strength to kill Lu Zhan. Furthermore, he definitely had the strength to do so. 10,000 illusions, rank 1. His strength was not ordinary. Luo Tian smiled slightly and asked, "Is Elder Star Abyss still well? Is Elder Ghost G on your Sea God list still doing well? Also, didn't you Haijia say that you want to take 1,000 spots? Why are there only so few people here? Where are the others? Did they all go?" Scolding war? Luo Tian had never been afraid of anyone. Who could beat him in scolding? Scolding him was simply looking for trouble. Tsunami's face instantly turned ugly. He clenched his fists tightly and released an invisible myriad illusion aura from his body. The pressure was like a mountain as it crushed out, directly wanting to crush Luo Tian to the ground. However, when his pressure entered Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, it was as if it had completely disappeared and could no longer be sensed. One had to know. In Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, a vermilion bird was flying. A mere pressure from the myriad illusion realm was completely useless against him. Luo Tian sneered. "You dare to show off this kind of pressure?" "You Haijia people are really a bunch of idiots." Lu Zhan immediately laughed out loud and said, "A bunch of idiots." Tsunami's face became sinister, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, I think you are courting death." Luo Tian raised his eyes, stared at Tsunami, and said, "I want to die, try touching me. F***CK. Tsunami was instantly enraged, and the long sword at his waist buzzed. It was also at this time. A young man dressed in gorgeous clothes walked in from the other side. Royal service. The person who came was the super talented Huang Tianyu. Huang Tianyu said, "Brother Tsunami, don't fall for this brat's trick. He is waiting for you to make a move and then let Cloud Mist College disqualify you. Despicable and sinister fellow. Do you think this is the kind of low-level plane you are in?" Just this morning, the royal family had decided to form an alliance with Haijia. Tsunami was stunned, and he immediately laughed out loud and said, "Thank you, Brother Tianyu, for reminding me. Otherwise, I would have fallen for this bastard's trick. A piece of trash from a low-level plane. I didn't expect him to be so despicable and sinister." The surrounding warriors who were flattering him all laughed out loud. Despicable. Too sinister. This kind of person is not qualified to enter Cloud Mist College at all. Taking the exam with this kind of person is really embarrassing. Huang Tianyu sneered, revealing a superior expression, and stared at Luo Tian. "Luo Tian, you are really despicable, using this method to anger Brother Tsunami. You want him to violate the rules of Cloud Mist College and be disqualified. Tell me, why are you so sinister?" "Who are you calling sinister?" A crisp and pleasant voice rang out. Suddenly, Lu Zhan was immediately shocked. He even tidied up his hair and said to Luo Tian excitedly, "Huang Fuye is here." Huang Tianyu's expression immediately turned into a flattering one. He hurried forward, and just as he was about to speak, his expression changed abruptly, and he suddenly said, "Yi Qiancheng." Tsunami's pupils shrank when he heard the name, and he hurried forward. Beside Huang Fu, Yu was a handsome young man in his teens. He had delicate features and an indescribable aura about him. "Weren't you crippled?" Huang Tianyu was extremely shocked. Yi Qiancheng smiled faintly and said, "Are you disappointed that I've stood up again? Huang Tianyu, the person who lost to me in the past? And you, Tsunami, the piece of trash who couldn't even take one of my attacks." Yi Qiancheng, extraordinary talent. In the past, Huang Fuju predicted that with his talent he would reach the peak of the Overlord realm within 100 years. In the tens of thousands of years in the Middle Continent, his talent was only second to one person, and that was the Haijia crown prince. At that time, Huangfu Ju wanted to train him to fight against the Haijia crown prince. However, he was framed and his dantian was destroyed, causing his cultivation to crumble, and he became a cripple. Now that he stood up again, the mysterious aura around him was still there, and that was enough to prove it. The peerless genius was back. Huang Fuya first glanced at Luo Tian, then stared at Huang Tianyu and snorted coldly. She said, "Who did you say was sinister?" Huang Tianyu smiled and said, "I said some piece of trash from some low-level realm." Huang Fuya was instantly displeased. She narrowed her eyes and shouted coldly, "I wonder who's the piece of trash?" The 4th chapter has been delivered. Can you give me another monthly ticket? Chapter 1221. Yi Qianqing has recovered. The former genius has stood up again. His dantian has recovered. The Yi family. The Yi family is going to rise. The news that Yi Qianqing's dantian had recovered instantly spread throughout Yunlan City. Haijia. Hai Tongtian's face darkened. He shouted angrily, "What's going on? Wasn't it said that his dantian was destroyed and the only thing that could heal his dantian in the ancient continent was the bloodline of the 4 mythological beasts? How could it be recovered? Could it be that the old guy Yi Hongtu is secretly collecting the bloodline of the 4 mythological beasts for this trash? Impossible. Why was Yi Qianqing destroyed back then? Hai Tongtian knew it clearly. His talent was too amazing, and he awakened the mysterious bloodline in his body before he was 10 years old. Once he grew up, he would be a very powerful obstacle in Haijia. But now he had stood up, and his dantian had been repaired. How could Hai Tongtian not be angry? In the hall, the elders were all silent. They couldn't figure it out either. Ren Xiaoyao immediately told Huang Fuju about Yi Qianqing's recovery. Huang Fuju also laughed excitedly and said, "Qianqing, this child, has experienced so many hardships. Now his temperament will be more determined. No matter how big the difficulty is, he will not be afraid." Ren Xiaoyao said excitedly, "Now Cloud Mist College has another trump card against Haijia." But Ren Xiaoyao was a little confused and asked, "Dean, his dantian was destroyed. You saw it for him. Unless we get the blood essence of the 4 mythological beasts, his dantian can't be repaired." Did the Yi family really get the blood essence of the 4 mythological beasts for him? Or is it related to the 2 powerhouses of the Azure Dragon clan? The blood essence of the 4 mythological beasts was extremely precious. It had never appeared in Zhongzhou. Even in the 4 divine beast continent, it was extremely difficult to obtain. Although the Yi family was a royal family, even if they sold off all their assets, they would not be able to exchange for a drop of the 4 sacred beasts' blood essence. Furthermore, when Yi Hongtu found out that Yi Qianqing needed the blood essence to repair his dantian, he had thrown him into the cold palace and did not even bother to give him a monthly allowance. If not for Yi Yunming's meticulous care, he would have starved to death on the streets. Huang Fuju furrowed his brows and thought for a while. He muttered to himself, "Bloodline of the 4 mythical beasts, shadows of the 4 mythical beasts. Luo Tian? Could it be him?" On the square, Huang Fuye was extremely domineering. She patted Luo Tian on the shoulder and said, "Luo Tian, you will follow me from now on. If anyone dares to disrespect you, I will teach them a lesson, especially those annoying flies. I can kill them with one slap." Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, Lu Zhan ran behind Huang Fuye and said with a smile, "Sister." Huang Fuye glanced at the little fatty and felt that he was quite sensible. She said, "Luo Tian, look, this is what it means to know when to submit to the circumstances. Follow me, and I guarantee that you'll live a good life." While they were talking, Huang Fuye approached Luo Tian and said in a low voice, "Thank you for Qianqing's matter." Yi Qianqing also kept looking at Luo Tian. His eyes never left him for a second. Luo Tian smiled, looked at him, and asked, "Is it because I'm too handsome?" Yi Qianqing said calmly, "You helped me, but that does not mean you can marry my sister. When the Haijia crown prince wanted to marry my sister, I did not agree because his strength was not enough to convince me. You are the same. If you want to marry my sister, then you must make me, Yi Qianqing, admire you. Otherwise, I won't let you touch even a finger of my sister's." Very valiant. Of course, Yi Qianqing was also very powerful. Last night, after fusing with the bloodline and recovering his dantian, he recovered 70% of his cultivation in one night. As long as he was given a few days, he would be able to recover completely. Moreover, his speed of improvement would reach a terrifying level. Luo Tian still smiled and said, "I helped your sister because this is what I promised her, but I did not say that I would marry her." Yi Qianqing was stunned. "You dare to let my sister down?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "You don't want me to marry her. I don't want to marry her. And you say that I let her down. You are making it difficult for me to choose." "Huh, you." Yi Qianqing was a little childish. Huangfu Yu was grinning from ear to ear. She pulled Yi Qianqing and said, "You're just a little kid. You can't win against him. That mouth of his can make dead people come back to life. You'd better not argue with him. Go find my father and let him arrange for you to enter the secret training area. Raise your cultivation first." Yi Qianqing said slightly, "Luo Tian, when I come out of the secret realm, the first person I will challenge is you." Luo Tian said seriously, "I accept your challenge. Don't let me, your brother-in-law, down." Yi Qianqing gritted his teeth, turned around, and strode away. After a while, the acting dean of Sky Dragon, as well as some senior instructors and elders of the academy, plus a panel of judges. The chairman of the panel of judges was Hai Fengtian. Among the 10 people in the panel of judges, 3 of them were from Haijia. Ren Xiaoyao and Yu Tianhai were also in the panel of judges. A bell rang. The entire square instantly quieted down. Sky Dragon said slightly, "Set up the enchantment. Examinees will go up to the stage according to the number on the wooden token. Those who hand in the number will enter the spirit formation arena. There are a total of 18,362 examinees in the 3rd round. The first few rounds will be an elimination round. The disciples who enter the top 1,000 can participate in the ranking competition. The top 10 examinees will receive rewards from the academy. The first place will be rewarded with a divine spiritual bead. The second place will be rewarded with a heavenly ranked spirit artifact. The 8th place will be the rainbow bow." Hearing the 3 words rainbow bow, Lu Zhan secretly trembled and became excited. "Ha! I've finally waited for you." Luo Tian did not hear anything else clearly, because at this moment a system notification sounded out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest. Mission, win, 1st place, difficulty, S rank, reward, 1 million experience points, 50,000 essence energy, 1 random transformation card. I triggered a quest. Luo Tian was slightly startled. Get 1st place? There shouldn't be any difficulty, right? However, the system has determined it to be S rank. Could there be a mistake? Luo Tian had now unlocked the seal on the 4 divine beasts' bloodline, and his strength had increased greatly. If he were to fight one-on-one, he would not be afraid of these warriors. However, the system should not make a mistake. Perhaps the difficulty lay in the evaluation of the group. No matter what, since the quest has been triggered, I must complete it. There must be a reason for the quest to be triggered. Perhaps the divine spiritual bead has a special use. Luo Tian thought to himself. The 3rd round of the assessment was about to begin. Tsunami shook hands with Huang Tianyu. Then Tsunami walked in front of Luo Tian and said coldly, "Don't lose in the first few rounds. Your life is mine. I will beat you until you crawl all over the ground. The 5th chapter has been delivered. A new week has arrived. Old Cow is looking for recommendation tickets. There are recommendations every day. Brothers, remember to vote every day. Chapter 1222. Triggered a mission. Then, no matter what, Luo Tian would do his best to complete it. Luo Tian glanced at Tsunami, who had a contemptuous smile on his face, and sneered. He thought to himself, as long as I meet someone from Haijia, they will all die. Tsunami had not gone far. Huang Tianyu walked up again, sneered, and said, Luo Tian, a country bumpkin like you wants to snatch my woman? Prepare to die today, humph. As he spoke, a large group of warriors from the royal family walked past Luo Tian, and all of them made provocative gestures. Lu Zhan wanted to rush up again. However, he was stopped by Luo Tian. Looking at their backs that were far away, he laughed. There's no need to be serious with a bunch of trash. Aren't they arrogant? Beat them up one by one on the stage until they can't get up and shatter their cold arrogance. Let's see if they can still be arrogant at that time. Lu Zhan said, Mother asterisk her, let's make them unable to be arrogant later. Anger was accumulating in his heart. Luo Tian felt the same in his heart. However, this was the last stage of the examination. Before entering Cloud Mist College, it was better to be careful. In this kind of situation, if anything were to happen, even Huang Fuju might not be able to protect him. Haijia's power was too strong. Just by looking at the 3 Haijia members in the group, they knew everything. Suddenly, dozens of barrier light arrays appeared in the huge plaza. A competition stage appeared in the middle of the light array. It looked like it was only a dozen meters big, but in reality it was not. Once one entered the barrier, they would know that it was extremely huge. Among these barriers, there was a barrier stage that was a little different. The aura emitted by the barrier light array was different, and the halo was also slightly different. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to notice it. Luo Tian did not notice this either. Huang Fuya smiled confidently and said, Luo Tian, I will defeat you on stage. Humph. He looked very indignant. When she thought about how Luo Tian had attacked her chest and lost, she felt terrible. She had always wanted to challenge Luo Tian. She had been in seclusion for the past 2 days. Huang Fuju had also taught her the essentials of the space-time bloodline. She was now much stronger than she had been a few days ago. Luo Tian bitterly smiled and muttered to himself, Why do I feel like a soft persimmon? Everyone wants to pinch me to death. Hearing this, Lu Zhan scratched his head and smiled. I was just about to say that I wanted to challenge boss, but I thought about it and decided against it. I'm afraid that the people who compete with you will all end up in tragedy. Suddenly, Dean Tianlong's voice trembled as he shouted, Let the examination begin. I hope that all of you will be able to display your full strength, perform perfectly, and obtain good results. However, before that, I would like to reiterate one point. In the examination, do not overdo it. If you are not a match for him, you can admit defeat. If you want to give up in the middle of the competition, you only need to crush your identity token to death, and you will be automatically brought out by the barrier. The Academy's examination was not like the examination between some families, where life and death were determined. Cloud Mist College did not want to cause too much killing. This was not good for the reputation of Cloud Mist College either. However, even with such a rule, there were still many accidents that happened in the competition. Then, Dean Tianlong looked at the evaluation team. An instructor walked to the front, cleared his throat, and said, There are a total of 18 enchantments, and each enchantment has a number. The people who have dealt with the name are not allowed to enter the wrong number, or else it will be invalid and disqualified. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. The martial warriors below the stage couldn't wait to start. All right, now let's draw the list of opponents. The instructor's voice was loud and clear. He quickly drew out 18 pairs of names and read them out one after another. Ma Dong versus Hai Cheng, enchantment number 1 competition. Zhou Xiu versus Wu Tianyao, enchantment number 2 competition. The names were read out one by one. The martial warriors whose names were read out walked into the corresponding enchantment one after another, in less than 10 minutes. The first batch of the competition ended. There were more than 18,000 martial warriors, and one round would take several hours. There were at most 3 rounds in a day. In other words, the third round of the examination would take 3 full days. The third day was the ranking of the top 1,000. Lu Zhan stood beside Luo Tian, staring at the 7-colored bow on the stage, his eyes shining. Luo Tian couldn't help but ask, "Do you like that bow?" Lu Zhan rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "To others, it's at most a first-rate spirit tool, but to me it's even more powerful than a divine tool. Actually, a small part of the reason I came to Cloud Mist Academy this time was for it. 8th place. It's not easy." Luo Tian said lightly. Lu Zhan smiled. "Don't worry, this handsome guy will definitely get it. I will definitely not disappoint the ancestor." Luo Tian didn't say anything. Looking at Lu Zhan's serious look, he thought, if it wasn't for the mission, I could help him. But no matter what, I will try my best to open the way for you. A new batch of contestants was released. Tsunami versus Chen Dongyue, enchantment number 8 competition. Haijia's leading figure is here. Tsunami is a popular candidate for the top 3 in this ranking competition, and this time Haijia will definitely be in the top 3 or even first place. He also has this kind of strength, 1,000 illusions level 1 cultivation. It's about to start. The audience quickly became quiet. All eyes were fixed on enchantment number 8 competition field. Luo Tian couldn't help but look over. He saw. Tsunami's hands were on the ground, and his body was like a tiger. The moment Chen Dongyue entered the array, he grinned, and his body rushed out like a cannonball, leaped into the air and heavily crushed down. Chen Dongyue was just a level 1 martial void. He wanted to give up, but the judges actually pretended not to hear it. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk into the enchantment, because only by walking into the enchantment could he crush the wooden identity plate. But without waiting for him to crush the wooden identity plate, Tsunami's body crushed down. Chen Dongyue's eyes were filled with horror, his body trembled, and he exclaimed, "I admit defeat! I admit defeat! I admit defeat!" Ah, his body was torn apart. He was directly torn apart by Tsunami's tiger form. His death was extremely miserable. Tsunami stood in the enchantment, swept his gaze, and directly stared at Luo Tian coldly. He pointed at Luo Tian in the crowd, moved his index finger and slightly scratched his neck, and sneered ferociously. The square didn't sympathize with Chen Dongyue's miserable death, but instead they shouted, "Tsunami, Tsunami, Tsunami, too strong. 1 move kill. He must be the newcomer king. He is a genius who awakened the demon beast bloodline. Did you see his provocative action just now? Probably that person offended him, and he wanted to kill him on the stage. I really feel sorry for that person. He's going to die." Luo Tian frowned. "Brothers, today's monthly votes are too pitiful, only 11? Give me some monthly votes." Chapter 1223. Killed in 1 move. It shocked the entire audience, especially the last provocation towards Luo Tian, which caused the entire audience to explode. At the same time, on the bidding ranking board, Tsunami's bid rose to 8 million cultivation coins. It caused another uproar. Lu Zhan said with disdain, "So arrogant? TSK, mother of *her. Don't let me meet you, or I'll definitely kill you." Luo Tian said indifferently, "If you meet him, just give up. Don't enter the barrier. If I'm not wrong, the bloodline he awakened should be a great, desolate, divine tiger. The power that burst out just now was extremely shocking. Otherwise, that martial artist's body wouldn't have been split." "Huh." Lu Zhan was slightly stunned. He scratched his head and said, "I just don't like him. Look at his arrogance. He even provoked you. Damn it." He just didn't like it. If he met him, Lu Zhan would definitely not give up like what Luo Tian said. He would fight again. It was because he couldn't get used to his arrogance. It was as if he was superior and the number one in the world. Luo Tian smiled and said, "The higher a person climbs, the more painful the fall. If he likes to be arrogant, then let him be arrogant. I reckon that we won't meet in the next 2 days." Hai Fengtian also won't let us meet in the preliminaries because he's worried that the Fair family will have one less person entering Cloud Mist Academy. So we'll meet on the 3rd day. At that time, he'll be even more arrogant and unbridled. At that time, we'll crush him to the ground and see if he can still be arrogant. Luo Tian wasn't in a hurry. Although he was very unhappy with Tsunami's provocation, he could endure it. Lu Zhan nodded slightly. He looked at Luo Tian with admiration and said, "You're my idol." A new batch of matchups came out. There was no surprise. All the disciples of the Fair family and the Imperial family had passed. Except for Chen Dongyue, who failed to give up. Most of the other martial artists automatically gave up. Very few people entered the barrier to compete. Those who entered were all killed in an instant. Those martial artists who gave up on the competition were immediately recruited by other families. Many people sneered and mocked the warriors who entered the barrier. Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to fight for a spot with a Haijia disciple? Are you looking for death? Haijia is the #1 force in the Central State. They are the absolute overlord of the Misty Cloud City. How could they be so stupid to compete with a Haijia disciple? Isn't this just courting death? If you don't participate in the competition, you can still enter some of the House of by clans. If you enter the competition, there will only be one result, death. But then again, the methods of the Haijia disciples are really cruel. Once you enter, you'll be killed. The judges don't even care about it. Who would dare to compete? Evaluated. Don't tell me you're all Haijia people. Moreover, this is a world where the strong are respected and power is king. If you dare to compete on the stage, you must be prepared to die. Many people were talking about it. Luo Tian stood aside and waited quietly. Half an hour later, Yonghui versus Huang Fuya, Barrier Field 13. When Lu Zhan heard the 3 words Huang Fuya, he immediately became spirited. Before Huang Fuya appeared on the stage, he shouted like an idiot, "Huang Fuya, come on, Huang Fuya. You're the best, Huang Fuya." Moreover, hearing his shout, there were indeed a lot of idiots. All of them shouted loudly, "Huang Fuya, kill him in seconds. Huang Fuya, you are my goddess. Huang Fuya, I love you like a mouse loves corn." Huang Fu, you walked out of the crowd, proudly with her chest out. She enjoyed the shouts and screams around her very much. Besides, this was in front of Luo Tian. She deliberately took a detour and walked to Luo Tian's side. Then she raised her small fist and said, "Watch how I beat a noob humph." He had an unconvinced look on his face. Luo Tian was a little puzzled. He muttered, "I didn't offend you, did I?" At this moment, Huang Fu, you had already walked away. She walked onto the stage. Huang Fu, you made a gesture of silence. The whole place fell silent in an instant. The influence of a beauty was indeed high. Sky Dragon couldn't help but smile to Huang Fu Ju, who was beside him. Yaya's influence is really not ordinary. I reckon that this year's joke ranking will be in the top 3. Huang Fu Ju smiled, but did not say anything. Huang Fuya pulled out her sword, looked at Yonghui with a serious expression and asked, "Are you ready?" Yonghui pretended to be silly and said, "Senior sister, I'm your fan, and you're the goddess in my heart. Can you let me not lose too badly?" While they were talking, Yonghui suddenly moved. His speed was like lightning. His figure was like a fierce tiger as he rushed out in an instant. Damn sneak attack? How despicable, how sinister. Yonghui, are you still a man? You actually sneak attacked Huang Fuya. Do you still have any shame? Among them, Lu Zhan's voice was the loudest. He almost rushed to the front of the barrier and scolded, F asterisk KU. If you dare to hurt a single hair on senior sister, I'll kill you. Huangfu, you did not panic. Looking at Yanghuai's amazing speed, she raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled slightly. She turned and moved her long sword, and her figure suddenly became distorted. At this moment, she disappeared into thin air. Time and space bloodline. What a fast reaction, more than twice as fast as when she fought against the Dan-Eater demon bug in the first city a few days ago. It seems that Huangfu Ju must have taught her the secrets of time and space bloodline in these 2 days. A few of the Fair family's judges discussed among themselves. No matter how fast the speed was, it was not as fast as time and space teleportation. Yanghuai's cultivation was at the 7th level of the Martial Void Realm, and his speed had reached the peak of the Martial Void Realm. He wanted to use his advantage in speed to quickly get rid of Huangfu, but he did not expect to see a blur in front of his eyes, and he directly lost sight of Huangfu. When he turned his head back, Yi Zichen was stunned. A cold sword was placed on his neck. Huangfu said lightly, "You lost." Teleportation. She appeared again in an instant. This was no longer a matter of reaction. It was that Huangfu time and space bloodline had improved. Sky Dragon was slightly stunned. He glanced at Huangfu Ju, whose face was as calm as water, and thought to himself, in just 2 days of closed-door cultivation, his daughter's control of time and space bloodline has improved to the 2nd realm. Huangfu Ye's comprehension ability is really ridiculously strong. Like father, like daughter, the elders of the Hai family were also slightly startled, especially Hai Fengtian, whose eyes narrowed slightly. Huangfu Ju of time and space bloodline is a big problem for Haijia. Now that his daughter's control of time and space bloodline has improved, there is one more person who can threaten Haijia. Ha ha ha! Senior Yaya, you're the best. You're amazing. Lu Zhan cheered like an idiot, and then the admirers of Huangfu around him also shouted. Huangfu, you walked out of the barrier. Without saying anything, without looking at anyone, she walked directly to Luo Tian. There was one more chapter tonight. Chapter 1224. Luo Tian looked around. He was sure that Huangfu was coming for him and wanted to dodge. However, without waiting for him to dodge, Huangfu called out to him, "Are you scared by my time and space blood lineage?" Last time, I didn't use my bloodline power. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have lost. Luo Tian laughed. "You're amazing. You're the best. You're the best in the world, right? Big miss. I didn't offend you. I just accidentally touched your big chest last time. At that time, I already said that I would cut my fists. I didn't do it on purpose. If you're not satisfied, then how about this? I'll let you touch my chest. That way we'll be even." The surroundings suddenly fell silent. He stared at Luo Tian with his mouth agape. Countless heartbreaking sounds could be heard. Huangfu Ye's chest had been touched. Her chest had been touched by a wretched person. Huangfu Ye had been stripped naked and raped. Huangfu Ye had been XX. The more the rumors spread, the more ridiculous they became. In the end, he couldn't listen to them at all. Huangfu Ye's face flushed red as she stared straight at Luo Tian. She stomped her feet in anger and said fiercely, "Luo Tian, I won't let you off. Just you wait. I'll definitely defeat you in the arena." Humph. Then, he left in a huff. He was so angry that his teeth itched. He walked to a place with few people, beside a girl wearing a cloak with a graceful figure and an icy aura. The cloaked girl couldn't stop laughing. Huangfu pouted and said, "Big Sister Meng, you're still laughing. You're bullying me too." Humph. Under the cloak was a black-spotted face. Yun Meng. She came too. He came with Yi Qiancheng, but he didn't have the courage to come to Luo Tian's side. He had always been in the dark. Actually, Luo Tian knew that Yun Meng was somewhere in the square. He kept looking for her, but there were too many people. There were more than 100,000 people, and it was too difficult to find her. In the end, he gave up because even if he found her, so what? He wasn't a chosen one yet, nor was he a sorcerer. He couldn't treat the Black Dragon Scorpion King's poison on her face. Yunmeng held back her laughter and said, Yeah, even if there were 100 of you, you still wouldn't be his opponent. You didn't see the scene when he was in Lingyun City. Even if there were 100 of you, you still wouldn't be his opponent. Huang Fuya said angrily, I don't care. Sister Meng, I want you to avenge me. Huh, how can I avenge you? Yunmeng said, with my current cultivation, I can't even beat you. The awakening of the Ice Mountain bloodline is blocked. I'm now a cripple, so I'm even less of a match for him. Huang Fuya said, Do you think I don't know? He likes you. He will definitely do anything for you. Just let him pour me tea and admit his mistake. That's not enough. Make him my servant. He will do whatever I tell him to do. He will beat whoever I tell him to. Yunmeng looked at Huang Fuya's angry expression and couldn't help but laugh. Yaya, you can't have fallen for him, right? I like him. I don't even like the Sea Emperor Dragon. Unless the sun rises from the west, I can't wait to kill him with a sword right now. He made me embarrass myself in front of so many people. Huang Fuya immediately said. Yunmeng smiled but didn't say anything. The competition continued. Huang Tianyu went on stage. His cultivation had improved a lot compared to a few days ago. After entering the arena, he was instantly killed. It's worth mentioning, the royal family and Haijia's opponents were the weakest among the candidates. If they weren't in the first level of the Martial Void Realm, then they were in the second level of the Martial Void Realm. At most, they were in the third level of the Martial Void Realm. Among more than 18,000 candidates, there weren't many who were in the first level or second level of the Martial Warrior Realm. Obviously, this was cheating. The competition was very unfair. There was no fairness in this world. This point, Luo Tian had already seen through it. Luo Tian was only worried about one thing. He was worried that Hai Feng Tian would arrange him and Lu Zhan to fight against each other. At that time, his eyebrows slightly tightened. If that's the case... Batch after batch of the competition ended. Luo Tian and Lu Zhan's names didn't come out. Luo Tian's bad premonition was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Zhan also felt it. There's one last round of competition. The first round is over. Suddenly, the mentor who drew the list said lightly, while talking. He glanced at Hai Feng Tian. His eyes moved slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hai Feng Tian nodded and smiled faintly. He said in his heart, Luo Tian, let your brothers fight against each other first. This is just an appetizer. In the third round of the competition, I will play you to death. 10,000 Luo Tians are no match for me. Lu Zhan smiled calmly. He also guessed some clues and said with a smile, Boss, if we fight, then I will go all out. Don't give in to me. It's a good chance for me to test how big the gap between you and me is. Although he said so, he had another thought in his heart. Even if I advance, I can't be a match for Tsunami. Boss, you must crush all those arrogant people in Haijia with Tsunami. He had made his choice. Luo Tian said with a smile, Don't worry. There won't be such a coincidence. Damn it. Don't piss me off. Luo Tian was secretly unhappy. On the judging table, Rin Xiaoyao glanced at Luo Tian, whose eyebrows were tightly knitted. Suddenly, he walked down from the judging table and went to the mentor who drew the list. He said with a smile, Elder Lu, you have been reading the list for several hours. You must be thirsty. I will take your place next. Go and have a rest first. Without waiting for Lu Feng to refuse, Ren Xiaoyao directly drew the list from the box. He touched it with his right hand. Instead of touching the box, he touched the top of the box. There were 2 small pieces of paper stuck to it. He directly tore them off and took out a piece of paper at the bottom. He read aloud, Lu Zhan versus Huang Shi, number 3 boundary field. It was also at this time. Hai Feng Tian suddenly stood up. His eyes darkened, and he scolded angrily, "Ren Xiaoyao, get out of here and do your job. Otherwise, I will directly disqualify you from the evaluation." It directly disrupted his plan. Ren Xiaoyao pretended to be silly and said with a smile, "I just want Elder Lu to have a rest. Since Vice President Hai asked me to do my job, Elder Lu, you can continue, haha." Before leaving, he did not forget to laugh happily. The plan of brothers fighting against each other was ruined, because the list that was drawn could not be changed. Hai Fengtian was very angry. Now that things had come to this, he could only give up and motioned for Lu Feng to continue. The list came out one after another. The last battle list was Luo Tian versus Hai Li. When reading this, Lu Feng glanced at Hai Fengtian. Hai Fengtian shook his head gently. Lu Feng took the hint and said, "Boundary Formation Battle Stage 13. Luo Tian walked out. He was not in a hurry. He looked up at Ren Xiaoyao in the distance to show his gratitude. Then he looked at Hai Li in the boundary field. Luo Tian grinned and showed a grim smile. He secretly said Haijia's people must die. There are only 2 days left for the double monthly votes. Brothers who still have monthly votes, hurry up and vote. A new day, please recommend votes." Chapter 1225. If Ren Xiaoyao hadn't disrupted Hai Fengtian's plan, Luo Tian would have fought with Lu Zhan in the first round. Brothers might not kill each other. However, one of them would be eliminated, which was something Luo Tian didn't want to see. He could only get one ranking. Lu Zhan wanted the colorful bow and arrow that ranked 8th, so he had to get the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't get the reward. Now it was all right. Lu Zhan was up against a disciple of the royal family. Luo Tian was up against a disciple of Haijia. They looked at each other and didn't speak. They smiled at the same time, with killing intent in their smiles. "Since you like to scheme and play tricks so much, I'll show you the consequences of scheming." Luo Tian stepped on the steps and entered the bounded domain in an instant. He glanced at the Haijia disciple in front of him and grinned coldly. Before Luo Tian could speak, the Haijia disciple also sneered, "Luo Tian, go to hell." In an instant, he stabbed out with his sword. The sword chi was fierce, and the sword was burning with primordial chi. It was an extremely fierce sword. Luo Tian moved the Etienne sword. The Etienne sword burst out with a murderous sword cry. Before the Haijia disciple could get close, the Etienne sword just moved slightly. Bang! Boom! The Haijia disciple's body was split into 2. He was torn apart by the sword chi, and blood spurted all over the ground. Luo Tian didn't seem to move at all. He turned around and walked out of the bounded domain. Those who watched Luo Tian's martial arts competition fell silent in an instant. Hai Jia's eyes were ferocious, and he snorted coldly. "Trash! What a powerful sword move! What's his name? He's so powerful. He was split into 2 halves. Isn't that too cruel?" Ren Xiaoyao smiled and thought, "Good boy, I haven't seen you for 2 days, but you've made a lot of progress." Ha ha ha! Hai Fengtian thought otherwise. "Son of a bitch, I'll let you be proud for a while. It won't be long before you die in front of me." Huang Fuju's expression did not change at all. The acting dean, Sky Dragon, said softly, "For a Tier 2 Tai Yen to have this kind of power, it's already an extraordinary talent. However, can he really turn the situation around? Isn't the bet a little too big?" Ever since Huang Fuju had protected Luo Tian, Sky Dragon had been secretly paying attention to Luo Tian. No matter how he looked at it, he could not see anything in Luo Tian that could resist the Haijia, let alone the Haijia crown prince. The 2 of them were from 2 completely different worlds. Even if Luo Tian cultivated for 10,000 years, he could not compare to the Haijia crown prince. Moreover, Luo Tian was still a cripple with a shattered dantian. For any martial artist, the dantian was the most important place. The dantian absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth, operated the yuan qi, stimulated the body, strengthened the body, mind, and sea of consciousness. It could be said that without the Dantian, a person would not be able to go far on the martial path, no matter how talented he was. Sky Dragon did not know how Luo Tian broke through, but he had never thought highly of Luo Tian. He was a noble. Now that he had stepped into the sovereign realm, he had never thought highly of a martial artist like Luo Tian, who climbed up from a lower realm. Even if his talent was outstanding, he would not think highly of him. It was a kind of contempt that came from the bottom of his heart. The corner of Huang Fu Ju's mouth twitched, and he said, "He has a kind of heaven-defying spirit. He's not very good now, and he's still not the Crown Prince's match. However, I believe that his future will be brilliant." Sky Dragon closed his eyes slightly and did not say anything. Huang Fu Ju looked at Luo Tian in the square and thought to himself, "Luo Tian, unleash everything you have. Let the world tremble for you." On Lu Zhan's side, he crushed a royal family martial artist who was at the same level as him to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. In the end, he crushed his identity token to stop the match. Otherwise, Lu Zhan would have tortured him to death. He was extremely unhappy when he thought of Huang Tianyu's words. "The consequence of snatching a woman from me is death." That was Huang Fuya. She was the second goddess in his heart. Lu Zhan walked down the stage and walked to Luo Tian's side and said excitedly, "Awesome!" Luo Tian also smiled slightly. The first round ended. More than 9,000 martial artists were eliminated. Other than those who died in the arena, most of the martial artists were recruited by some small families. At this moment, there were some changes on the list of bids. Huang Fu Ya has bid 15 million cultivation coins. Wow, that's too fierce. That's for sure. The space-time bloodline is too powerful. It's one of the top 5 bloodlines in the Central Continent. Just the space-time bloodline alone is worth 15 million cultivation coins. The price is nothing. Huang Fu Ye's sweet appearance alone is worth more than that. Just watch, her price will soar. Second place is Tsunami 1, 8 million cultivation coins. Third is Huang Tianyu 1, 2 million cultivation coins. The list changed, but it was worth mentioning that Luo Tian and Lu Zhan's names were still not on the list of bids. This made Lu Zhan very unhappy. Standing in front of the stone tablet of the list of bids, he cursed, "Damn, are you all blind? Don't you know that I just crushed a royal martial artist and made him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy? I'm also a bloodline awakener, but no one bid. It's fine if no one bids for me. My boss killed a Haijia disciple with one sword strike. Why is no one bidding?" Sometimes, Lu Zhan was very smart, but sometimes his brain couldn't wrap itself around it. Xiao Hai sneered. He walked forward and said with disdain, "Who would give a price to 2 dead people? Offending the Hai family and the imperial family. I want to see which family in Misty Cloud City would dare to give you a price. Giving you a price would mean going against the Hai family and the imperial family." Lu Zhan frowned. He finally found the key to the problem. Luo Tian had already thought of this. Otherwise, his bid would definitely exceed everyone. However, he didn't care about the price. In any case, he would choose Cloud Mist College. As for the other families, he wouldn't consider anything. Huang Tianyu also walked up and mocked. "The 2 of you still want others to bid? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? 2 country bumpkins, ha ha ha!" The group of minions behind him immediately laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha!" Tsunami was the same as he mocked. "Brother Tianyu, these 2 toads want to eat swan meat, ha ha ha! Fearless!" Luo Tian was not angered by their mockery. Instead, he was puzzled by their fearless expressions. Logically speaking, they should all be afraid of him. He had neutralized the royal family's grand elder's bombardment-killing fist, killed Lady Ghost, and was a Holy Spirit realm expert of the Sea Star Abyss. They should all know. But from their expressions, Luo Tian couldn't tell that they were afraid of him at all. What is hidden in this? Chapter 1226. Luo Tian couldn't figure it out. However, He was sure that there must be some kind of conspiracy against him. From this, Luo Tian thought about the release of the S-level mission. Getting first place was no longer difficult for him, but the level of the mission was actually S-level, which meant that completing the mission this time wouldn't be that easy. Huff! No matter what, I will use my fists to smash any difficulties. Luo Tian's heart sank, his gaze tensed up. He looked at Lu Zhan and said, "Let's go." Lu Zhan had an indignant look on his face. He rolled up his sleeves and really wanted to fight with Tsunami and the others. Ha ha ha, country bumpkin, toad get lost. Trash duo, don't let me see you, otherwise I will make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Ha ha ha. Mocking laughter rose and fell. It never stopped. Luo Tian turned a deaf ear to it, as if he didn't hear it at all. From the profound sky continent to the ancient continent, the mocking laughter towards him had never stopped. After being in this world for so many years, if he couldn't even endure this, then he wouldn't be Luo Tian. Lu Zhan was extremely angry. "Boss, they are too arrogant." Luo Tian said calmly, "Do you want to get rid of them?" Lu Zhan nodded. "I want to kill them." Luo Tian said, "On the stage, kill them, cripple them in front of everyone in the plaza. At that time, they won't be able to laugh anymore." Outside the arena, there must not be a fight. He could not trouble Huang Fuju and Rin Xiaoyao anymore. Huang Fuju had already thrown away his position as the principal for him. If he were to fight with Tsunami and the others, Haifeng Tian would definitely disqualify him from the competition. Not to mention the failure of the mission, it would also disrupt Luo Tian's plan. If it was outside the academy, if it wasn't for the assessment, Tsunami and Huang Tianyu would already be 2 dead men. After Luo Tian walked far away, Tsunami's eyes turned ferocious as he thought to himself, "Bastard, you didn't fall for my trick." I even wanted to taunt him and make him fight. I didn't expect piece of sh*t to be so patient. All right, if I defeat you on the stage, my name will shake Misty City. He had taunted Luo Tian several times in order to make him angry and attack him. At that time, Luo Tian would immediately lose his qualifications to participate in the competition. However, he didn't expect that Luo Tian would actually endure it. This also caused Haifeng Tian's plan to fail. This was his second plan. He took a short break. The second round of the competition began. During the break, Lu Feng walked over to Haifeng Tian and asked for instructions. Haifeng Tian shook his head and said, "Let that brat live for 2 more days. During the ranking competition, he will pay with his life." Lu Feng nodded. There were no surprises in the second round. The Tsunami continued its merciless assault. Huang Tianyu also continued to fight the martial artist with the lowest cultivation base. Huang Fuya didn't use her space-time bloodline this time and directly defeated her opponent with sword moves. Luo Tian didn't encounter any more disciples from Haijia. He also showed mercy and beat the other party until they admitted defeat. Lu Zhan also advanced to the third round. There were some subtle changes in the bidding list. Huang Fuya's bid increased a lot. Luo Tian and Lu Zhan's names still didn't appear on the bidding list. For this, Lu Zhan was angry for a while. He wanted to take this opportunity to show off, but he didn't expect that the reality was always cruel. After the second round, another 4,000 or so martial artists had been eliminated. After 2 rounds of screening, it was already late. The first day of the assessment also ended under the announcement of the Tianlong Dean. Ren Xiaoyao walked down from the evaluation table and found Lu Zhan and Luo Tian, saying, "Good performance. Keep up the good work tomorrow and directly enter the list of 1,000. At that time, you can participate in the ranking competition. It doesn't matter even if you lose." Ha ha ha! Ren Xiaoyao was very happy, not because of Luo Tian's performance, but because of Luo Tian's forbearance. Only those who knew how to endure could achieve great things. Lu Zhan laughed loudly and said, "Of course, when this young master makes a move, it will naturally be extraordinary." Ren Xiaoyao directly gave Lu Zhan a knock on the head and shouted, "You should learn more from Luo Tian. Don't be angry because of a few words of ridicule. Today the dean is here. If there is a private fight, you will be disqualified regardless of whether you have a reason or not." Lu Zhan smacked the table and looked at Luo Tian, saying, "Boss is wise. As you said, this haijia is too despicable and insidious." Ren Xiaoyao patted Luo Tian's shoulder and said, "Seeing that you did well today, I'll treat you to a drink and a good meal. Try to enter the 5th round tomorrow." "Ha ha ha, drink, I like it. But you said you would treat us." Lu Zhan immediately reiterated. Ren Xiaoyao slapped the back of Lu Zhan's head and said, "Do you still want to stay in Cloud Mist College? Don't you want to take the opportunity to bribe me? I said I would treat you out of politeness. Of course, you two will pay for this meal." Damn, you're too insidious." At night, the three of them found a place similar to a food stall and had a big meal. This was the place chosen by Ren Xiaoyao. Moreover, while drinking, he kept staring at the landlady with a strange light in his eyes. Luo Tian couldn't help but tease. No wonder. If you like her, then do it. Lu Zhan sized up the still, charming lady boss and said with a smile, "Old Rin, you have good taste. No matter if it's her figure or her skin, they are all taken care of very well. Moreover, I notice that she often peeks at you. Do you think she comes here often?" Ren Xiaoyao's face changed slightly. He looked serious and said, "You two bastards, if you dare to talk nonsense with me again, I will kill you too." Luo Tian could see that Ren Xiaoyao liked the landlady and said, "If you don't dare to say it, I will help you. You are already so old. If you don't find a nourishing woman, you will be exhausted. But I want to ask, can you still plow the field?" Lu Zhan was a little stunned, and then he reacted. He couldn't help laughing and said, "Old Rin, can your brothers still plow the field?" At this time, the landlady came up with 2 dishes in her hands. She seemed to have heard something. She blushed slightly, glanced at Ren Xiaoyao, and said, "They are your—" Ren Xiaoyao was afraid of misunderstanding and immediately said, "They are my students in my private school. They did well in the exam today. I brought them here to have a good meal as a reward." Then Ren Xiaoyao said with a serious look, "You are so rude. Why don't you greet the landlady?" Luo Tian and Lu Zhan looked at each other and immediately got up and said at the same time, "Master's wife." Puff! Ren Xiaoyao directly spat out a mouthful of wine, and his eyes were full of blame. However, he also noticed the landlady's expression. He couldn't help being excited and worried, just like a teenager. The landlady blushed and smiled, saying, "I know you are good children at first sight. I will make a few more dishes for you. Wait for me." While they were talking, suddenly there was an explosion. A table was overturned. "Call your boss out." Chapter 1227. Clang! There was a loud explosion. The small restaurant was suddenly in chaos. The surrounding diners ran out of the restaurant at once. Lu Zhan frowned and immediately wanted to rush up. However, he was stopped by Luo Tian, who motioned him to look at Ren Xiaoyao. Lu Zhan immediately understood. The landlady's face darkened. She hurriedly walked forward and smiled apologetically. "Sir, is there anything I didn't take care of?" "Yo! I didn't expect her to be a prostitute. She's really good-looking." Immediately, a young man with a strange hairstyle and a beast tattoo on his arm walked forward, glanced at the landlady coldly, and said, "I just ate 2 flies in the dish. What do you think I should do?" The landlady said, "I'll make it for you immediately. I'll be careful this time." "Damn it! Who wants to eat your dishes again? You want to get a few flies for me? Pay for it. Otherwise, you can play with our boss for a few days, and this matter will be over." Ha ha ha! They were a group of ruffians. The landlady was a little scared. This was not the first time this group of ruffians came. They came to make trouble again and again. Her store was on the verge of collapsing. The landlady said weakly, "Sir, my small restaurant can't make much money at all. You see, How about today's meal money? I'll be more careful next time. There won't be any flies. Bang! Crash! Another table was overturned. The bowls and chopsticks on the table flew all over the sky and then smashed to the ground. No money to pay? Brothers, did you all hear that? The young man in the lead said. His eyes were cold and he snorted. If you don't have money, smash it. Damn it. Our boss passed the second round of the Cloud Mist Academy's examination today. Asking for some money from you is giving you face. Yet you still don't want it. Smash it, smash it, smash it all. A few of the lackeys immediately clamored. At this moment, Ren Xiaoyao stood up. He looked like a weak scholar, like a teacher in a private school. Luo Tian and Lu Zhan also followed. Ren Xiaoyao coughed and said slightly, "Wait." The young man in the lead looked up and sneered. "Oh, there's a lover standing out." The lady boss's face darkened. She immediately grabbed Ren Xiaoyao and said, "It's none of your business. Leave quickly." What ability could a teacher in a private school have? She was worried that Ren Xiaoyao would suffer losses. Ren Xiaoyao gently patted the landlady's hand and said, "Lon, don't worry. I'm here." The lady boss's name is Alan. However, she had never told Ren Xiaoyao her name. When he called her name, she was slightly surprised. Looking at his calm face, she seemed to have found a backer. She wanted to lean on him and rest quietly. "Old man, I advise you to get lost. Today, our Sea Shark Gang's young master passed the second round of Cloud Mist College's exam. I'm tight on money, so I got some money to buy some gifts for our young master. This old lady is too shameless. I gave her face, but she doesn't want it. I'm asking you for some money because I think highly of you," said the leader arrogantly. Ren Xiaoyao glanced at Luo Tian. Luo Tian understood tacitly. He stepped forward and said with a smile, "Isn't it just money?" "I have money." With that, Luo Tian took out a large amount of cultivation coins from his arms and said with a smile, "How much do you want?" "I have everything." The leader's eyes lit up. He stared at the cultivation coins in Luo Tian's hand and immediately said with a smile, "Boy, you're very smart. Hand over all the cultivation coins you have. If you dare to keep one, don't blame my knife for not recognizing you." While talking, the young man took out a dagger. "My boss is in the first level of the martial void realm. If he gets angry, he'll kill. Boy, take it all out." "Hurry up." The lady boss wanted to stop them, but she was stopped by Ren Xiaoyao. Luo Tian said, "It's not convenient here. Why don't we go to the alley in front? I have at least tens of thousands of cultivation coins. It's not good to take out so much money at once and let others see, right?" "Tens of thousands." The leader's eyes lit up. He immediately pulled Luo Tian and said, let's go to the alley in front. If you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you." While talking, a group of people rushed into the dark alley. Lu Zhan also followed. Alan couldn't help but worry and said, "Nothing will happen to the two of them, right? These ruffians are from the Sea Shark Gang. They're not to be trifled with." Misty Cloud City was very big. This area belonged to the slums. The big powers didn't care about this place at all. This also caused this area to become a chaotic area. Some small families and gangs were born here. The Sea Shark Gang was the overlord of this area. Moreover, the Sea Shark Gang had produced a talented young master. Today, he passed the second round of assessment. The entire gang was celebrating. Ren Xiaoyao smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, my students are very good at talking reason. They all convince people with reason. Under their persuasion, I believe that those youths who have gone astray will turn over a new leaf." "Will they?" Alan didn't believe it. Ren Xiaoyao had already bent down to help her clean up the broken bowls and chopsticks on the ground. Alan glanced at the dark alley and didn't hear any fighting sounds. Only then did she feel slightly relieved. At this moment, in the dark alley, 5 people were lying on the ground. "Damn it, do you know who I am? You dare to touch me? If you have the guts, tell me your name. If you provoke my sea shark gang, the two of you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." In less than half a second, Lu Zhan put him down, and he didn't make any sound. Luo Tian said coldly, "I don't care who you are, and I don't care about your fur seals. If you dare to appear here again, I will make you regret being born into this world. Don't challenge my bottom line." The leading youth's face was pale, and he didn't dare to look at Luo Tian's cold eyes. However, he was used to being arrogant in the past, not to mention that this was the Sea Shark Gang's territory. No one dared to behave atrociously here. Therefore he shouted angrily, "If you have the guts, don't leave. Wait for me here. I want to see who will regret being brought into this world." While talking, he got up from the ground. It was also at this time a notification suddenly sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest to eradicate the Sea Shark Gang. Mission level. Mission reward. 100,000 experience points. 10,000 essence chi. Suddenly a mission was triggered. The mission level wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. Just as Lu Zhan was about to make a move to stop the young man who ran out, Luo Tian waved his hands and said, "Isn't their young master celebrating passing the second round? Let's go celebrate as well. Besides, it's not enough to teach these ruffians a lesson. For the sake of Elder Ren's happiness, let's be good people to the end." He worked during the day and wrote at night. Tomorrow, the monthly votes will be doubled. Those who still have monthly votes will support him. Old Cow thanks everyone for their rewards, recommendation tickets, and monthly votes. Chapter 1228. Luo Tian used to be one too. Therefore, he only taught these hoodlums a little lesson. He didn't kill them. However, since he had triggered the mission, he had to go and take a look. Moreover, the mission clearly stated that he had to eradicate the Sea Shark Gang. Luo Tian and Lu Zhan followed behind the hoodlum and did not let him discover them. Lu Zhan was a little puzzled. What's the point of going to this kind of small gang? The next time these hoodlums dare to mess around in front of teacher's wife's door, I will turn them all into dead people. However, Lu Zhan changed the topic and asked doubtfully, "Boss, there is something I don't understand. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be Old Rin who takes action. The hero saves the beauty and takes down teacher's wife in one fell swoop." He couldn't figure it out. If it wasn't for Luo Tian walking out with these hoodlums, he definitely wouldn't have taken action. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "You don't know about this, right? If Old Rin doesn't take action, it will make teacher's wife feel that he is an ordinary private school teacher, giving her a better sense of security. At the same time, it won't give her too much pressure. If Old Ren's strength is exposed, then teacher's wife will definitely feel estranged from her heart." F***CK. Lu Zhan slapped his forehead and said, "I thought Old Rin was an idiot in love, but it turns out that this old fellow really has some skills. You really can't judge a book by its cover. I reckon that tonight the two of them, ha ha ha." He couldn't help but laugh lewdly. Luo Tian glared at him and said, "Your head is full of evil. You still want to get a girl like this? I reckon that even the ugliest woman in the world would immediately turn around and leave when she sees you." Lu Zhan immediately quibbled and said, "I'm very pure, okay?" "Pure? I really can't tell." Luo Tian said in disdain. Then he saw that the lights in the distance were brightly lit, and the sound of fists could be heard coming from a large courtyard. Luo Tian gave Lu Zhan a look and said, "In front of us is probably the headquarters of the Sea Shark Gang." Lu Zhan's expression changed, the corner of his mouth drew back and laughed. "Old Rin, we have helped you a lot today. Next time we must go to the Tian family restaurant for a good meal." Leader. Sect Master. The young man in the lead pretended to be in pain as he staggered in through the door and yelled at the inside of the building. "Ma Yan, did you see a ghost? You're swaying when you walk. Could it be that you're haunted by a female ghost?" "Ma Yan, young master was looking for you everywhere just now." I heard that you went to get a gift for him. Did you get it? Today is the eldest young master's big day. There are already a few platinum families in the Misty Cloud City who want to recruit the eldest young master. You don't even want to give him a gift. How dare you follow the eldest young master? There was a burst of mocking laughter all around. The young man's name was Ma Yan, and he was one of the young master's lackeys. However, most people in the Sea Shark Gang knew him. Hearing the noise in the courtyard, a middle-aged, burly man in the main hall glared and immediately shouted, "What are you doing in such a panic? You saw a ghost?" Ma Yan's tears flowed out. He immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Sect Master, I was robbed. Over 10,000 cultivation coins were robbed." Buzz! The moment his voice fell, the entire courtyard suddenly quietened down. Over 10,000 cultivation coins were robbed? What kind of concept is that? If it was any other place, 10,000 cultivation coins wouldn't be considered a lot, but this was the slums. Even for the Sea Shark Gang, 10,000 cultivation coins was not a small number. Furthermore, the eldest young master had passed the second round of examination and was only offered 12,000 cultivation coins. To be robbed of 10,000 cultivation coins all of a sudden. How could this be? What exactly happened? Speak clearly. The burly man's eyes tightened. Money was extremely important to him right now. Ma Yan immediately said, "I went out in the afternoon to get some gifts for the eldest young master. It can be considered as my filial piety to the eldest young master. I found a few houses, and it was my good luck that I found a big bag of cultivation coins in a restaurant. There were more than 10,000 of them. But before I could hand it over to the eldest young master, it was snatched away by two brats. Both of their cultivations are above mine, and I even reported my name, but these two people completely disregarded you, did not put the Sea Shark Gang in their eyes, and even beat me up. My other brothers are still lying in the alley in front." Preposterous! To dare touch my Sea Shark Gang's people, they must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. The burly man suddenly trembled, and then shouted, "Where are they now?" Ma Yan did not speak. A person stood on the courtyard wall and smiled faintly. "I'm right here." Ma Yan heard the voice, and his body trembled. He turned his head and immediately said, it's him, it's this brat." Then he stood up and scolded Luo Tian, who was on the courtyard wall. "You dog, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to walk. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. You dare to barge into our Sea Shark Gang's headquarters. Even if you don't die today, you will die here." The burly man took a step forward and shouted, "You're the one who robbed him of 10,000 cultivation coins." Luo Tian heard everything that Ma Yan said just now. He smiled slightly, then took out a large amount of cultivation coins from his bosom and said with a smile, "Are you talking about these cultivation coins?" Ma Yan's face lit up. He was worried that Luo Tian would say no. But seeing that Luo Tian actually took out the cultivation coins, he was relieved and immediately shouted, "It's those cultivation coins. Gang leader, it's these cultivation coins." The burly man's face darkened, his voice filled with killing intent. "I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the cultivation coins, and I'll spare your life." Luo Tian smiled. "I'll also give you a chance. Dismiss the Sea Shark Gang, and I'll spare your life." Impudent! A mere level 2 Tai Yen dares to be so arrogant in front of me. I think you're tired of living. The burly man's face was filled with anger, and then the aura of a level 5 Tai Yen burst forth from his body. He stared and shouted, "Take him down." The gang members rushed forward. Ma Yen rushed to the front, his face filled with excitement and arrogance as he roared, "Die, ha ha ha!" Most of these Sea Shark Gang members were fugitives. They were all unforgivable evildoers. Luo Tian originally wanted to give Ma Yan a chance, but now his body moved in the air. He directly floated in the air, and without waiting for them to approach, he smiled and said, "Just nice, I still need a bit of sin value to reach 1,000 points. Consider yourself unlucky today." Purple, Thunder art. Boom! The sky darkened as purple thunderclouds covered the sky. Following Luo Tian's angry roar, purple lightning raged down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Rumble, rumble. Everywhere he went, he was instantly killed. Experience and essence points were not much. However, the sin value was rapidly increasing, just a little bit away from 1,000 points. Chapter 1229. These people's cultivations were too low. As Luo Tian's bloodline seal was unlocked, his strength and the skills he released increased. The key point was, the purple thunder technique had leveled up to a divine level cultivation technique. The power released by a divine level cultivation technique was naturally different. Absolute suppression. In less than a minute, the courtyard turned into a mess, with charred corpses everywhere. Luo Tian slowly descended from the sky. He didn't even look at the corpses under his feet. Instead, he stared at the Sea Shark Gang's leader, who was in a daze. He smiled and said, "Will you spare my life now?" The tyrant of the slums. Sea Shark Clan. Normally, they were tyrannical, and in the slums they could be said to have committed all sorts of crimes to the point of lawlessness. However, facing Luo Tian, he was actually crushed by him in one move. Zhou Dahai's face became ugly. He knew that he had offended someone he should not have offended. Even if the Luo Tian in front of him was not a disciple of a large family, he was still a senior student of some academy. He hated Ma Yan to the bones, and if he was not dead, he would definitely kill him personally. What a pity! Ma Yan did not even know where his corpse was now. Seeing Luo Tian walk closer step by step, Zhou Dahai could not help but clench his fists tightly. His posture became much lower as he said faintly, "I have eyes but do not recognize Mount Tai. The profound coin that was stolen is considered a gift from the Sea Shark Clan to you. If it is not enough, I still have some in my room." At this moment, if he could use money to send Luo Tian away, Zhou Dahai would not hesitate. However, Luo Tian looked at the mission system. The mission was not over yet and thought to himself, "I should have to kill the Sea Shark Clan leader to complete the mission, right?" Immediately, Luo Tian laughed. "Are you afraid now? It's a bit late. As for the Sea Shark Clan's assets, after you die, I will definitely take them all." Zhou Dahai frowned and said, "Brother, I've already admitted defeat. You can't be so ruthless. Besides, I'm a level 5 Taiyan, and you're only a level 2 Taiyan. Who knows who will die if we fight? Why bother? What you want is money. I'll give it to you. I'll give you another 50,000 profound coin." While speaking, Luo Tian continued forward. Zhou Dahai was also stunned. His face darkened, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. His Taiyan Tier 5 aura rushed forward, wanting to suppress Luo Tian and then cut Luo Tian into pieces. However, his Taiyan Tier 5 aura did not pose any threat to Luo Tian. With the vermilion bird present, even the pressure of a Holy Spirit realm cultivator was useless. Zhou Dahai's eyes turned ferocious again. He didn't have time to think about anything else. He moved his golden, threaded great ring blade, and an ear-piercing sound of blade chi was heard. His body turned illusory, and he leaped into the air. He aimed at Luo Tian's neck and chopped down. "Die for me!" Luo Tian raised his eyebrows. "Moonwalk." So, his figure disappeared. Zhou Dahai's saber slashed through the air. He looked around, but there was no sign of Luo Tian. At this moment, Mountain River Fist. Both of his fists surged and directly smashed onto Zhou Dahai's head. Zhou Dahai spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered backwards and finally fell to the ground. Seeing a figure approaching from the night sky, he shouted in fear, Don't kill me. Don't kill me, I'll give you whatever you want." He was scared. He was scared to death. He was defeated in one move, and he didn't even know how Luo Tian was above him. Luo Tian placed his sword on Zhou Dahai's neck, revealing a death god-like smile, and said, "Too late." At this moment, an angry shout came from the hall. Wait! Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly. He saw a man in his 20s holding a beautiful woman who had fainted, and Luo Tian's heart seemed to have stopped beating at this moment, as his eyes stared fixedly at the woman. No! Impossible! Why are you here? Luo Tian shook his head, and waves of pain surged in his heart. That kind of pain was like thousands of steel needles piercing into his heart. Shua, our little sister Shua, is it you? Is it really you? Li Shuer. The beautiful woman who fainted looked exactly like Li Shuer. Furthermore, she was in a coma. It was as if she was in a vegetative state. This way, it was even more similar. Li Shuer had been unconscious due to the soul poison, and the beautiful woman in front of him was the same. Lu Zhan was also confronting the man at the side. When he heard Luo Tian's voice, he couldn't help but say, "Damn, you know this beautiful woman. It can't be. I didn't make a move just now because I was worried that I would hurt her. I even wanted to be a hero and save the beauty. This is a beauty that doesn't belong to Huang Fuya or the Ice Queen, and she has an incomparably noble and holy aura, just like a holy maiden. It's related to you again. I'm puzzled." Lu Zhan's heart was about to die. He originally wanted to be a hero and save the beauty just like the unconscious woman. What a scene! Wouldn't this woman love him to death? Now Luo Tian appeared. Furthermore, they seemed to know each other. Then there was nothing. The man was Zhou Dahai's only son, the young master of the Sea Shark Gang, Zhou Yaotian. The unconscious girl he was holding was a gift from his subordinate. Before he could enjoy it, a fatty suddenly barged in. Then he heard the sound of thunder and lightning in the courtyard. He immediately walked out with the girl and confronted Luo Tian. Seeing his father lying on the ground on the verge of death, he was furious. He glared at Luo Tian and shouted, "Do you know who I am? I am a future student of the Cloud Mist College. If you dare to touch me, the Cloud Mist College will not let you go. If you know what's good for you, get the hell away from me, or else." Luo Tian kicked Zhou Dahai to Zhou Yaotian's feet and said coldly, "I will only say it once. Let her go, and I will spare your lives." His voice was very cold, the kind of cold that was extremely cold. Even Lu Zhan felt a chill run down his spine and thought to himself, what a strong killing intent. The corner of Zhou Yaotian's mouth drew back, and he sneered, "I will only say it once, you King, kneel down for me. Kowtow and admit your wrongs. You made me, the Sea Shark Gang, into this state you—" Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's figure disappeared. The surrounding killing intent was like a substance as it directly converged into Zhou Yaotian's sea of consciousness. It was also at this moment. Roar! The azure dragon was enraged, and it spread in all directions. Luo Tian did not hesitate to release the power of the azure dragon. A dragon's roar reverberated in all directions, directly shattering Zhou Yaotian's body into pieces. Not even a trace of his body was left, and the beautiful woman's body went limp and fell down. Luo Tian took a step forward, directly hugged her in his arms, and said gently, "Little sister Shui, or is that you?" Looking at her face, it was exactly the same. Luo Tian's heart was about to break. It was also at this moment. Ren Xiaoyao suddenly landed, looked around, grabbed Luo Tian and Lu Zhan, and shouted, "It's not good to stay here for a long time. Let's go." There is another chapter today, and it will be delivered later. Chapter 1230. Misty Cloud City, Haijia. A sea shark gang in the slums has been wiped out. The dragon's roar just now came from there. It's exactly the same as the dragon's roar from yesterday. I reckon it should be from the same person. A black-clothed man reported to Hai Tongtian. Hai Tongtian was very dissatisfied with this information. "I don't want your estimation. I want to know who it is. Is it a master from the Azure Dragon clan? I want to know why he would appear in a place like that sea shark gang." The man lowered his head. "This subordinate is incompetent. I'll find out as soon as possible." Hai Tong Tian snorted coldly. Your shadow group can't even get this much information. I really don't know what the Haijia keeps you for. The man bowed even more. The shadow group has been paying attention to the movements of the great forces and families of Misty Cloud City. No one is in the slums. This is my negligence. I'll do it immediately. Hai Tong Tian glared and shouted, I'll give you 3 days. If you can't find out who it is in 3 days, you can forget about your position as commander of the shadow group. Go home and plant sweet potatoes. Every family had their own intelligence agency. The Haijia was no exception. Good information would allow a family to take the initiative. Azure Dragon Roar, Black Tortoise Roar, White Tiger Roar, Vermilion Bird Flight. These 4 phenomena shouldn't have appeared in Misty Cloud City, but they did. This was also what Hai Tong Tian was afraid of, because he knew very well that before the Crown Prince broke through to the Emperor Realm, even 10 Haijia wouldn't be a match for the Azure Dragon Clan, let alone the most powerful 4 Divine Beast clan. Don't even think about it. The Haijia was speeding up its expansion. Hai Tong Tian didn't want to get involved with the 4 Divine Beasts clan's masters at this juncture. After the Shadow Commander left, Hai Tong Tian snorted coldly, Trash! An elder stepped forward. Patriarch, since the Azure Dragon's roar has appeared once more, and in the slums, it shouldn't conflict with our Haijia's plans. In addition, our Haijia has never offended the 4 Divine Beasts clan. The Azure Dragon clan won't get involved in the affairs of the Central Plains. That isn't the style of the 4 Divine Beast clan. Hai Tong Tian said faintly, the 4 Divine Beast continent has the widest territory and the strongest influence. Even the Holy Sea of Eurasia can't do anything to them. The Central Continent and the 4 Divine Beast continent are connected. What if the 4 Divine Beasts continent wants to invade the Central Continent? This was the 2nd time the cry of the Azure Dragon had appeared. This was definitely someone from the Azure Dragon clan. What were they trying to do in the slums? Or did they find something in the slums? He could not figure it out. This kind of thing that was beyond his control made Hai Tong Tian particularly vexed. Phew! Hai Tong Tian heaved a sigh of relief and said, Immediately send people to the 4 Divine Beasts continent to gather information. If the 4 Divine Beasts continent really intends to invade the Central Continent, then our plans will definitely be affected, and it'll probably fall into chaos. Understood. Another elder retreated. Immediately after, Hai Tong Tian looked at Hai Feng Tian and said, How was today's examination? Hai Feng Tian smiled confidently and said, All of the Haijia's secret disciples passed, and only 3 of the ordinary disciples failed. Tomorrow, after passing 2 more rounds, they'll become students of the Cloud Mist College. It'll only be a matter of time before they take over the Cloud Mist College. Hai Tong Tian nodded and said, Not bad. If all of these Haijia disciples enter the Cloud Mist College, then the Haijia's influence in the Cloud Mist College will most likely become the dominant force. At that time, they'll directly take over the Cloud Mist College, and the Cloud Mist College will be surnamed Hai. At that time, I want to see what qualifications Huangfu Ju has to challenge us. Right. What's the situation with that trash Luo Tian? Hai Tong Tian didn't forget to say. He had a deep memory of Luo Tian's divine fire. Today, when he was repairing in the secret room, a trace of inner demon had already appeared in his mind. If he couldn't get rid of Luo Tian, this trace of inner demon would gradually expand, and at that time, it would inevitably affect his cultivation. Hai Feng Tian's expression changed slightly, and he said lightly, Don't worry, big brother. Everything is under control. The day after tomorrow, he will definitely die in the arena. Hai Tong Tian smiled and said, That's good. Cloud Mist College, Rin Xiaoyao's residence. It was a small, not gorgeous, and somewhat simple courtyard. Zhang Dalong was busy. Since Luo Tian taught him a lesson and watched Luo Tian crush 2 super talented martial artists, His temperament had changed greatly, and he had completely become a brainless fan of Luo Tian. This courtyard was also cleaned by him every day. In the room, Luo Tian looked at the familiar face on the bed. Everything that had happened in the profound sky continent surged into his mind, and tears involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Sister Shui. Is it really you? Have you already entered the ancient continent? Luo Tian was in disbelief. However, the woman in front of him looked exactly the same as Li Shuer, and there was no difference. If Li Shuer had entered the ancient continent, then what about the others? And Chen Chen, Poison Widow, Qin Yu and the others? And what about Dan, Fatty Lei, and the others? These questions troubled Luo Tian. Looking at the quiet woman on the bed, Luo Tian grabbed her hand and said gently, Sister Shui, the soul poison in your body at this moment. Ren Xiaoyao walked in and reprimanded Luo Tian. You still dare to release the power of the Azure Dragon. Do you know how many experts in Misty Cloud City are searching for the Azure Dragon's roar? And, at this point, Ren Xiaoyao didn't intend to conceal it and said, Moreover, 2 experts of the Azure Dragon clan have come to Cloud Mist Academy, and it's very likely that they've come for you. Wouldn't releasing the Azure Dragon roar at this moment be equivalent to exposing yourself? Don't use the Azure Dragon's roar again in the future. Luo Tian's current strength was not strong enough. Even if there were people secretly protecting him, those old monsters in the Emperor realm were all abnormally strong. He was no match for them at all. Luo Tian smiled bitterly. At that time he was extremely angry and did not think too much. He only wanted to save Sister Shui. Now that he had calmed down, he said, I will pay attention in the future. Immediately, Luo Tian asked, Eldarin, how is her condition? Ren Xiaoyao glanced at the girl on the bed and said, It's nothing serious. She was just knocked out by a large dose of bewitching grass. With her cultivation, she shouldn't be bewitched by such a low method. In my opinion, she should be inexperienced. She just came out from home and has not come into contact with the outside world. Don't worry, it won't be long before she wakes up. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment and asked, Eldarin, the soul poison in her body? Ren Xiaoyao looked at Luo Tian and asked in confusion, Soul poison? There is no soul poison in her body at all. There is no sign of soul poison at all. Soul poison? How do you know about soul poison? This kind of poison has disappeared for a long time. At this moment, the girl on the bed suddenly sat up. Without saying a word, she slapped Luo Tian directly and cursed, Stinky hooligan! The last day of the double votes ended at 3:00 in the afternoon on the 7th. Brothers, I am only 8 votes away from the first place. Old Neo asks for another monthly vote. Chapter 1231. He was slapped when he woke up. Fortunately, Luo Tian reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would be slapped in the face. Luo Tian dodged slightly and immediately said happily, Sister Shui, you're awake. The girl looked at Luo Tian coldly. She was very indifferent and cold. After seeing that Luo Tian was not the one who drugged her, she immediately got out of bed, looked at Luo Tian and said coldly, I'm not Sister Shui. While they were talking, the girl glanced at the room and asked, Where is this? When Lu Zhan heard that the girl did not know Luo Tian, he immediately became excited and flattered. Beauty, this is Cloud Mist College. I saved you tonight. Do you remember? It was so dangerous at that time. You were almost... The girl narrowed her eyes and glanced at Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan immediately shut up and stopped talking. Luo Tian smiled bitterly and said to himself, Shui, I must still be in the Tianxian continent. How could I think that they have come to the ancient continent? It's impossible. That bitter smile made the girl tremble slightly. However, just for a moment, she did not feel sympathy for Luo Tian's bitter smile full of longing. The girl glanced at Luo Tian and then said coldly to Ren Xiaoyao, Thank you. After that, She turned around and left. Lu Zhan immediately followed her and said, "It's late. What if you meet another bad guy alone? Why don't you stay here for the night and leave tomorrow?" The girl did not stop and walked into the darkness without looking back. Luo Tian did not chase after her, although she looked almost the same as Shui, and even her voice was very similar. The expression on her face was completely different from Li Shui's. Shui was cheerful, quiet, and lovely, but this girl was like a saintess. After she left, Ren Xiaoyao said slightly, "This girl's background is not simple." "What do you mean?" Luo Tian asked. Ren Xiaoyao pointed to a blood-red bracelet left on the bed and said, "Do you know what this is?" Luo Tian didn't notice the bracelet on the bed until Ren Xiaoyao mentioned it. He was shocked and said, "Phoenix Tear's blood bracelet?" Ren Xiaoyao was shocked. "How do you know about this bracelet? Do you know?" Not only did he know about it, but Luo Tian had used it before. If he hadn't used the Phoenix Tear's blood bracelet, he would have died in the zombie cave in the Wu Mountain Range. He was no stranger to the bracelet, and it belonged to Bai Lingling. It was still with her. The two bracelets were exactly the same. Luo Tian said, "I've seen bracelets exactly the same as this one before, but what's the origin of this bracelet?" Ren Xiaoyao said with a smile, "It has a great origin. It's the holy mountain of the ancient continent, the spirit treasure on Phoenix Sky Mountain. It's a bracelet condensed from Phoenix Tear's blood. The bracelet contains the power of Phoenix Nirvana. Except for the people of Phoenix Sky Mountain who know how to use it, outsiders don't know at all." But Ren Xiaoyao frowned secretly. Looking in the direction where the girl disappeared, he murmured, "Phoenix Sky Mountain doesn't care about the secular world. Why did they send someone this time and it's a girl? What happened?" Phoenix Sky Mountain was a holy land. This place didn't care about the secular world. Even if the world was in chaos, they wouldn't care. Moreover, even if the people of Phoenix Sky Mountain came down, they would never intervene in the affairs of the secular world. Their life's pursuit was to cultivate, transcend reincarnation, and enter the divine realm. Luo Tian was secretly stunned and thought, "Could it be that the people of Phoenix Sky Mountain sensed that I used the Phoenix Tear's blood bracelet in the zombie cave last time? That's why they sent people down to look for it. But this bracelet was left to Bai Lingling by her mother, waiting for the owner of the bracelet to appear. Could it be the owner of this bracelet is the girl just now?" He casually thought about it. Luo Tian didn't think too much about it. Right now, he didn't even know where Bai Lingling was, and the Phoenix Tear's blood bracelet was with her. Even if the girl was the person Bai Lingling was waiting for, so what? She looked cold, as if someone owed her a lot of money, which made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at her. Ren Xiaoyao picked up the bracelet on the bed and handed it to Luo Tian, saying, "You saved her, so you should keep the bracelet first. When she comes back to find it, you can return it to her." Lu Zhan was stunned for a moment and looked at Luo Tian with blinking eyes. Luo Tian watched Lu Zhan put the Phoenix Tear's blood bracelet into his arms and said, "Don't think about her. Look at her cold eyes. She has never looked at the three of us. Do you want to flirt with her? Don't daydream." Lu Zhan scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "I'm just thinking about it." Luo Tian said, "Don't even think about this kind of woman. She is cold, noble, and glamorous. Ordinary men can't do it at all. And didn't you hear Elder Rin say that the women of Phoenix Sky Mountain only pursue the peak of martial arts and transcend reincarnation in their lives? They will never be nostalgic for worldly things." Lu Zhan sighed. "Alas, what a beautiful woman. It's a pity that she won't marry for the rest of her life." The three of them chatted casually for a while. Ren Xiaoyao repeatedly asked Luo Tian and Lu Zhan not to leave here. Then he left. Lu Zhan didn't have time to worry about what happened between him and Lady Boslan. Have a good rest. Tomorrow is the second round of the competition. In Haijia, the royal family will definitely not let us pass easily. Luo Tian thought of what happened during the day and couldn't help but say. What happened during the day made him extremely unhappy. They had been making things difficult for him. They even wanted his brothers to kill each other. Luo Tian was very angry about this. Lu Zhan nodded and said, "Understood. I'm going to rest. Tomorrow I'll make those Haijia bastards kneel on the ground and beg for mercy." Lu Zhan walked into a side room and fell asleep. At this moment, Zhang Dalong walked in mysteriously and whispered to Luo Tian, "Boss, I've heard about the tomb of the buried god." Buzz. Luo Tian's face shook and he immediately asked, "Where is it?" These days, Zhang Dalong had been collecting information about the tomb of the buried god. He was very good at gathering information. Zhang Dalong said in a low voice, "The exact location is still unknown. It's probably in a crack on the cliff behind the mountain of Yunlan Peak." As expected, the patriarch of Mount Hua didn't lie to me. Luo Tian was shocked and a little excited. This was one of the 3 treasures left to him by the patriarch of Mount Hua. It must be something incredible. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Zhang Dalong continued, "Boss, only advanced students can enter the back mountain of Yunlan Peak. You're not even a student of Cloud Mist College. You can't enter at all. Moreover, it's said that it's extremely dangerous. Hellfire will spit out from the crack and can burn everything." Another student who wants to become a Cloud Mist College. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and said firmly, "I will definitely enter Cloud Mist College. No one can stop me." Chapter 1232. The night passed without a word. The next morning, the examination grounds were filled with people early in the morning. Compared to yesterday, there were even more people today. Cloud Mist College's junior academy was open to the public, and all the big and small families in Cloud Mist City could enter. The list of bids has changed again. Wow! Tsunami's bid has already risen to 5 million profound coins. It increased by more than 700,000 profound coins overnight, and it's even 2 big families fighting over it. Are they trying to curry favor with Haijia? Huang Tianyu's bid has also increased by a lot, reaching 2 million. Look at Huang Fuya's bid. It has already risen to 30 million. Isn't this time and space bloodline talent too powerful? Suddenly, 2 names appeared on the list of bids. Everyone, come and take a look. The lowest bid in history has appeared. Let me see how much. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The crowd in front of the bidding stone tablet burst into laughter. Lu Zhan saw that they were laughing happily and couldn't help but say, "Boss, I'll go and see what fun is happening." Luo Tian did not stop him. He had no interest in the bidding. Lu Zhan squeezed into the crowd and looked carefully. When he saw his name, his face immediately revealed a happy smile and said arrogantly, "I was wondering why no one would bid for this young master. There's still someone." When he saw the number behind the name, Lu Zhan was immediately furious and cursed loudly. Mother f***ck his 18 generations of ancestors. This daddy's bid is actually 2 profound coins. Which family made the bid? If you have the guts, stand up. This daddy promises not to beat you to death. This is too infuriating. 2 profound coins? Not only him, Luo Tian's bid was only 1 profound coin. The lowest bid in history. This caused the anger in Fatty, Lu's heart, to erupt like a volcano. How was this a bid? This was simply an insult. Ha ha ha. So it's him. A bid of 2 profound coins. Isn't that too much? Ha ha ha. Doesn't he have a companion? It should be that 1 profound coin bid. Ha ha ha. The price given is too high. I wasn't on the list yesterday, but at least I'm on the list today. This can be considered as a form of affirmation. After passing the test today, I might be able to raise it to 3 cultivation coins tomorrow. Ha ha. They can pass the test today? Sounds of mockery could be heard all around. Lu Zhan's eyes darkened as he coldly swept his gaze across the crowd. He coldly snorted and said, Fuck, if anyone dares to laugh again, I'll kill them today. Fatty Lou was furious. However, his words caused the crowd to quiet down for a moment. A few loud laughs could be heard from afar. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. In Haijia, the disciples of the royal family all walked over. The ones in the lead were Huang Tianyu and Tsunami. Tsunami laughed heartily and said, "Am I laughing loud enough? Come, come, come. I want to see how you're going to kill me, you little trash." Huang Tianyu laughed exaggeratedly and said, "Oh my God, what did I just see? A bid of 1 profound coin, isn't that too high? I'm scared to death, ha ha ha. Brother Hai, have you ever seen such a high bid?" Tsunami looked at Luo Tian with disdain and ridicule and said, "How could I have seen such a high bid before? This Luo Tian is simply too awesome, ha ha ha. I'm about to laugh to death." Lu Zhan's face shook. His fists clenched so tightly that crackling sounds could be heard. He wanted nothing more than to punch Tsunami's disdainful face into pieces. His tolerance wasn't very good. Luo Tian was worried that Fatty Lu wouldn't be able to hold it in. So he immediately went forward and grabbed his arm. He glanced at Tsunami, sneered, and said, "If this was outside, you would already be a dead man." Finished. Luo Tian no longer looked at Tsunami, completely ignoring him. He pulled Lu Zhan and walked out of the crowd. Tsunami's gaze became gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He pointed at Luo Tian's back and said, "Luo Tian, just you wait. See how I crush you on the stage and make you call me father." Huang Tianyu patted Tsunami's shoulder and said, "He won't be arrogant for long." After a while, the third round of the assessment began. On the rostrum, there was no sign of Tianlong Dean and Huang Fuju. The absence of the two deans made Luo Tian suspicious. What happened? Then again, yesterday, Ren Xiaoyao told him that 2 experts from the Azure Dragon clan had sneaked into Cloud Mist College. Others didn't know. Luo Tian was very clear in his heart that they were definitely here for the death of the Earth Dragon King, and even more so for the Dragon God secret method. Right now, he didn't know if the 2 experts from the Azure Dragon clan had suspected him. Luo Tian glanced at the people around him, and everyone seemed to be paying attention to him. An inexplicable sense of crisis couldn't help but surge in his heart. If a man dies, his bird will face the sky. If he doesn't die, he will live for thousands of years. I'm already in this situation. Why should I be afraid of him? Luo Tian secretly made up his mind, and his eyes were also observing the competition on the stage, trying to find Bai Lingling and the others. Luo Tian knew their cultivation methods. If they were on the list of this assessment, they would definitely appear. Luo Tian firmly believed, "What a fast sword, he's too powerful." From the first round to the third round, he defeated his opponents in less than 3 moves, and his cultivation is only at the 4th level of the Martial Void Realm. This kind of cultivation, this kind of ability is too powerful, right? He should be the strongest dark horse, right? His price has already squeezed into the top 10, and the price has reached 1 million cultivation coins. Moreover, some families have already made conditions. As long as he nods, he will immediately become an honorary elder of the family. The crowd was discussing. Luo Tian also noticed. At the same time, he also remembered his number and thought to himself, "If I'm not wrong, he should be Lin Dong. No matter what happens, you will always be my brother." Luo Tian looked at the man walking down from the stage and thought to himself. Not long after, Lu Zhan went up. His opponent was a 3rd-level Tai Yen warrior from the Haijia imperial family. Fortunately, Lu Zhan was a bloodline awakener. Otherwise, he would definitely lose this battle. After all, the gap between their realms was too big. Luo Tian went up again. His opponent was an 8th-level Tai Yen, a disciple from the opposing family of the Haijia. A 8th-level Tai Yen warrior could be ranked in the top 20 in this assessment. On the stage, Luo Tian was calm and composed. Although he knew in his heart that Haifeng Tian was deliberately making him clear the obstacles for the Haijia disciples, he said faintly. Brother, you should admit defeat. Chun Yi-jin said, Luo Tian, I really want to meet you. I want to know how strong you are. I know that I'm not your opponent. You can even block the imperial family's killing fist. I, Chun Yi-jin, know my limits, but I still want to give it a try. Brother Luo, please go all out. From the moment he heard the name list, he knew in his heart that he was not Luo Tian's opponent. Luo Tian felt that Chun Yi-jin was not bad and said, Okay. God explosion. Boom! Luo Tian did not hold back and directly released the God explosion. However, it was only a God explosion. He did not release the God flame, nor did he use the transformation card. Luo Tian also wanted to test how strong his strength was. During the battle, he sealed the 4 mythological beasts' bloodline in his body, holding the Etian sword, using skillful movement and skill connection, combo, and just right impact. Luo Tian's fighting skills were almost perfect. In the end, the two fought for nearly half an hour before the winner was decided. Chun Yi-jin said excitedly, Thank you. I know you held back and didn't use your full strength. You didn't even use half of your strength, but I still want to thank you. Luo Tian, I'm optimistic about you. Immediately, Chun Yi-jin cupped his hands and walked to Luo Tian's side. He suddenly whispered, Be careful of the 18th enchantment field. After saying that, he crushed his wooden identity card. Luo Tian wins and enters the next round. Chun Yi-jin laughed loudly. Cool! On the judges' table, Rin Xiaoyao and Yu Tianhai laughed from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. Good boy, this combat skill is more skillful than the master level. The connection of the cultivation method and the grasp of the combo are higher than the blood fighting master of the academy. Watching his match is simply a pleasure. Rin Xiaoyao did not hesitate to praise him. It was undeniable. Luo Tian's match just now was amazing. However, the more powerful Luo Tian was, the stronger Haifeng Tian's killing intent for him was. Watching Luo Tian walk down from the stage, he said coldly in his heart, Luo Tian, tomorrow is the day you die. You wait for me, ha 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 ha. In the 3rd and 4th round of the assessment, in another place, Tianlong, Huangfu Ju was facing a great enemy. In front of them sat a girl of 16 or 17 years old. Their foreheads were oozing fine sweat. Their palms were sweating, especially the dean of Tianlong, who was extremely nervous. Tianlong said carefully, Do you want to be in the junior class or the senior class? No. With your current cultivation, it's not too much to be in the special class. No need. The girl said coldly, I'm in the junior class. Yes. Tianlong said, I'll arrange it for you. You can start class with the warriors who came up from this assessment tomorrow. The girl still looked cold and said, Thank you. The word thank you seemed to have a different feeling from her mouth. There was no meaning in it at all. However, Tianlong immediately said, This is what we should do. After saying that, she got up and left. Tianlong and Huangfu Ju also immediately got up to see her off. Seeing the girl walk away, Tianlong was so excited that he almost jumped up and said excitedly, Holy Maiden! Holy Land, people from Phoenix Mountain, ha ha ha. Cloud Mist College will definitely cause a sensation in the world. Brother Huangfu, this time we are in luck. Huangfu Ju was not very happy. Looking at the girls disappearing back, he said doubtfully, Why did the people from Phoenix Mountain come to our Cloud Mist College? 2-in-1 chapter. If you have a monthly ticket, please help to vote. Old Ox thanks you very much.